जिंदगी की असली उड़ान अभी बाकी है। जिंदगी के कई इम्तिहान अभी बाकी हैं। अभी तो थामी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन हमने, अभी तो थामी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन हमने, अभी तो थामना पूरा आसमान बाकी है। नमस्कार, मैं स्वाति तिवारी, वरिष्ठ हिंदी अनुवादक, केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग के 169वें वार्षिक दिवस समारोह के टेक्निकल सेमिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं, हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं। आज हम सभी इस प्रतिष्ठित सेमिनार में न केवल कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के प्रगति का पता लगाने, बल्कि विभाग के 169वें वार्षिक दिवस के चल रहे उत्सव को मनाने के लिए भी एकत्रित हुए हैं। सर्वप्रथम आज के टेक्निकल सेमिनार में हमारे बीच उपस्थित मेरा सभी से निवेदन है कि जोरदार तालियों के साथ आप स्वागत कीजिए माननीय सचिव आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय श्री मनोज जोशी जी का, आदरणीय संयुक्त सचिव आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय श्री दीपक अग्रवाल जी का, आदरणीय महानिदेशक केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग श्री राजेश कुमार कौशल जी का, आदरणीय विशेष महानिदेशक श्री एसपी चौधरी जी का, आदरणीय विशेष महानिदेशक श्री रंजीत सिंह जी का, आदरणीय विशेष महानिदेशक श्री पीवी सिंह जी का, आदरणीय विशेष महानिदेशक श्री अजय गुप्ता जी का, तथा इस सेमिनार में उपस्थित सभी अधिकारी गणों का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सभी के लिए। सर्वप्रथम हम मंच पर आसीन हमारे अति विशेष अतिथियों का स्वागत करेंगे। इसके लिए मैं आदरणीय महानिदेशक महोदय जी श्री राजेश कुमार कौशल जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि सर वे माननीय सचिव महोदय जी को पौधा भेंट कर सर उनका स्वागत करें। अब मैं आदरणीय उप महानिदेशक ईआरपी श्री मनु अमिताभ जी से अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि सर वे माननीय संयुक्त सचिव जी श्री दीपक अग्रवाल जी का पौधा भेंट कर सर उनका सम्मान करें। धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद। अस्तो मां सद्गमय तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतंगमय। दीपक वास्तव में ज्योति और प्रकाश का प्रतीक है, ज्ञान का प्रतीक है। दीपक अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर अग्रसर होने का माध्यम है। तो चलिए इस पावन अवसर पर जब केंद्रीय लोक निर्माण विभाग 169 वर्ष पूरे करने जा रहा है, आइए हम सब अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति का अनुसरण करते हुए इस टेक्निकल सेमिनार का शुभारंभ दीप प्रज्वलित करके करते हैं। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विद्या रूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। मैं मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगणों से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे दीप प्रज्वलन करके इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। प्लीज सर।
निःशेषजाड्
इन पावन क्षणों के बाद चलिए अब हम इस कार्यक्रम को शुरू करते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं सर्वप्रथम हमारे आदरणीय महानिदेशक श्री राजेश कुमार कौशल जी से को आमंत्रित करती हूं कि कृपया आप आएं और वे इस समारोह को संबोधित करें।
Respected Secretary, Sir, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Joshi ji. Respected Joint Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Deepak Agrawal ji. My colleague on dais, Shri SP Chaudhary ji, Special DG, Shri Ajay Gupta ji, Shri PB Singh ji, and Shri Ranjit Singh ji. Officer of CPWD, guests and friends. I take this opportunity to welcome our Chief Secretary, Chief Guest, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, who has graced this occasion despite his very busy schedule. CPWD is honored with your presence in this day-long technical seminar. I welcome our distinguished guests, eminent speakers, and participants. Digital technology is making life easier in every sphere of human activity. Virtual reality is now making way of visualization and adoption before start of construction. Augmented reality is also used for monitoring and maintenance of critical infrastructure. CPWD is not far behind in using digital technology and it's implementing ERP to automate its processes to ease out the procedure of public works. The theme of today's technical seminar is CPWD Digital Empowering of Public Works apt in the present scenario. The construction-related softwares are boon for architectural engineering and in processes construction activity. BIM is one of the software available today which is accepted for creation of precise digital modeling of infrastructure. BIM and other software tools are being integrated with ERP in CPWD. I express my gratitude to the experts who are presenting in this seminar today. Total, we have planned 23 technical presentations on various topics, and some of them are use of high steel, strength steel in PV structures, and precast technology, C&D waste, DC wiring in buildings, acoustics in buildings, new technology, 3D modeling, electrical safety, cool roof and waterproofing, and carbon neutral buildings. So I am happy to note that the presentation on building information modeling, BIM, and the new technology by CPWD officer to very useful not only to the delegates but to the construction industry. Thank you. Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं हमारे माननीय सचिव महोदय जी श्री मनोज जोशी जी को आमंत्रित करते हुए सर से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे समारोह को संबोधित कर हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें।
डीजी साहब, दीपक अग्रवाल, मंच में बैठे सभी एसडीजीज, फ्रेंड्स, CPWD has come a long way in terms of using technology, and CPWD primarily deals with buildings. And in terms of buildings, I can say, yes, CPWD among all the government organizations is the most ahead in terms of using technology. ERP implementation has started. We have reached certain path. We need to go further to integrate the system fully. I was just Mr. Ranjit Singh ji was telling me कि अभी measurement book metros में digital कर दी गई है, उसका linking with estimate ERP में होगा. दो मैं जब केरला में था कुछ साल पहले 4-5 साल पहले फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट में तब digitization of M-book we had done in Kerala. So there are states which are ahead of you in terms of using digital technology. BIM CPWD use कर रही है, primarily driven by the people, the consultants who have prepared it, who prepare the estimates, or the contractors who are bringing in. But yeah, BIM utilization in CPWD needs to go a long way. CPWD has become familiar with it, familiar with using it, but not at the cutting edge. Most of the building technology, I think, most of the new digital technologies are far ahead in linear infrastructure projects. Buildings, I think we started moving in. We had some discussions about using data exchange platforms and more of the BIM in CPWD's own systems and buildings, but probably that would be the first work in India. I don't think any of the organizations are using these for buildings in India. So let CPWD be the pioneer organization to start using data exchange platform and BIM fully integrated into their building systems. We would be the first in that case. Let's try for next 6 months to start doing that. Probably we are planning that the next work in Central Vista we will do with the data exchange platform. I hope CPWD is up to the task in using that and working with the consultants, with the contractors to do that. So that is using the digital technology. Hope we start doing it in Delhi and start doing it in different metros and then spread it out to all the offices. This would be a challenge. This would reduce and increase the work at the same time. I think the way our building complexities are increasing, the use of different vendors, different consultants is increasing. Probably we need to use more and more technology as we compress time in terms of completing buildings. So digital technology with ERP, with data exchange platform, with proper use of BIM would probably bring CPWD to the cutting edge in terms of using technology in India. Let's find out what are the other areas and integrate this whole system into the one. Maintenance of buildings, yes, we don't know how to use technology. We continue to use systems which benefit God knows whom. We need to work a lot in terms of building maintenance using technology, not to do works and start preparing bills after a year, which leads to all types of misuse. I think we need to work a lot on maintenance systems in all our buildings. Use of new technologies beyond when you go to digital, new materials which Honorable Prime Minister has given, एक हम सबको आह्वान दिया है कि हम लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल करें. मेरे ख्याल से जितनी building organizations हैं, leave apart private is ahead of us in terms of using technology. But CPWD ने भी, whether it's steel structures, composite steel structures and housing, aluminum formwork, tunnel, this 3D, all these technologies are being used in CPWD, particularly in housing side. In office construction side, we have done some cases, probably 30-40% of the cases. When we did an analysis last 1 or 2 weeks, we realized that yes, CPWD has been using it quite a lot. But probably we are not doing enough publicity of what we are doing in CPWD in terms of using modern construction technologies. Probably we need to do far more of that. प्रचार प्रसार की ज़रूरत है कि आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं. CPWD जब कटिंग एज पे है तो लोगों को एहसास होना चाहिए, क्योंकि तभी स्टेट PWDs और दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इसको कॉपी करेंगे. अभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर कर रहा है. Private sector probably is doing it more than the government. Whenever they see a benefit, when they see in housing construction, they see a benefit. So in metros, I think most of the houses are shifted to high-rise apartments, are shifted to new technologies. Smaller towns, they have not. So smaller towns is one area where I think CPWD should push adoption of these technologies. Office buildings, private sector uses them only when they need a speed of construction because they are more expensive, particularly with rising steel prices in last 2-3 years. New technologies have become more expensive. So we are thinking that in CPWD we should use all those new technologies in all the office buildings so that we become pioneer, reduce time required to construct buildings and do more and more of such buildings. CPWD has been constructing buildings at quite a fast pace compared to earlier era. But if you analyze, I think CPWD's buildings in last 5-6 years, one is due to COVID and because of other reasons, a large number of buildings have delayed. Now, we can blame contractor, cash flow problems of contractor or incompetence of contractor or contractors quoting low rates. But still the fact is that there are buildings taking 5 years, 6 years. Clients are complaining that buildings are taking a long time. The purpose of using new technologies is that the buildings don't take so much of time. Theoretically, we can construct a building in 2 to 3 years' time, but that's not happening everywhere. We are getting into disputes, we are getting into contractor problems. I think we need to work out a way so that it doesn't take so long. If we are using technology, then it should lead to building construction in time. And the quality of building should be appropriate. In India, I think we are far behind other countries in terms of quality of buildings. Our costs are lower, but they're still structures. They're not MEP-driven buildings. I think we need to move to a different level of MEP-driven buildings. Any of our buildings, we can't call them at the cutting edge of MEP construction. I don't know why is it. Our architects are also structure-driven. CPWD is structure-driven, but modern-day buildings, I think the structure is the easier part. You need to be extremely incompetent to mess up with structure. We keep doing that. We have seen it around in NCR and different places by different organizations, whether it's a use of water or inappropriate design. We keep seeing bad structures, but you really need to make an effort to make a bad structure in the present days. But MEP, I don't think our quality on MEP is, if we compare with the best of the buildings in the world, we are nowhere. So why is that? Can we just blame the consultants and architects for that? Or there's something more we can do? So all this discussion which we are doing in terms of digital and new technologies, but I don't think without MEP, we are into cutting edge of buildings. The structure is something which is just surrounding the MEP nowadays. If you see that when you went and saw that Geo building, Geo Tower or whatever they call it in BKC in Mumbai, that building tells you this building has been constructed in a different way. I think we need to learn a lot from what's happening around the world, or probably with some people in India in terms of use of MEP and making a structure around it. This would require a lot of changes. This would require increase in costs. So same building probably which you are making for say 200 crores may cost you 250 crores or even more. But I think we need to do that. We need to make buildings where कभी इधर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, कभी लिफ्ट में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, कभी प्लम्बिंग में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, कभी टॉयलेट में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, कभी लीकेज की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. Those problems exist in each and every building of ours. While the structures, those problems are not there. So probably the civil engineering dominated organization needs to shift its gear and start learning what is MEP and what MEP plays a role in the modern day buildings around the world. I think you should send CPWD engineers to around the world to see and study what is happening in other countries. Not in the textbooks. Probably building technology, what is happening is far beyond what is happening in textbooks. What the consultants and our contractors are doing in different countries probably is different. My knowledge is only more of as a client's knowledge, so that I'm expressing my view not as a technical person, but as something which someone sees from a distance. So in my view, I think MEP is one area which is not so easy, but CPWD needs to work towards that. So MEP using technology in building maintenance and using data exchange platform and BIM and the complete ERP. I think these are the targets which we take now for CPWD and work towards that. And I hope today's technical sessions would go in long way. So what I'm talking about is a vision which CPWD should adopt, make a path towards that and start working towards that. CPWD is already the best construction organization, building construction organization in the country. But if we want to retain that edge, and if we want the whole country to learn from us, this is the way, this is the path we should adopt. I hope CPWD would be up to its task to do that. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर अपने मार्गदर्शन के लिए। तो चलिए फिर आज के टेक्निकल सेमिनार की शुरुआत करते हैं। आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित श्री विराज वोडिटल, टेक महिंद्रा, और श्री SP गुप्ता जी, डायरेक्टर डेवलपमेंट ERP, से अनुरोध करती हूं कि कृपया वे मंच पर आएं और आज की हमारी पहली टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन एम्पावरिंग इंडियाज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ, CPWD's कोलैबोरेटिव 5D कॉमन डेटा एनवायरनमेंट सॉल्यूशन विषय के साथ आज का टेक्निकल सेमिनार का प्रारंभ करें। प्लीज।
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So my name is Viraj Boditel, and today I'm going to be talking about the CPWD's collaborative 5D common data environment solution, which has been in the works since the past 1.5 years and tightly integrated with the ERP solution, which is SAP S/4HANA, which is being implemented. So I'll be presenting and going through a few glimpses of the application to demonstrate what has been already implemented and how CPWD projects are utilizing this solution in their working. So one of the key features of this platform is that it is completely a web-based or a browser-based solution which users can access through their web browser without the need to download or install anything. It supports BIM models, it supports PDF files, it supports various other kinds of engineering file formats that are used in the industry. It also supports viewing 2D CAD files. So the idea behind this solution was that as we step into the future, into the world of BIM, we should also have an ability to work with the current systems and current solutions. So a hybrid approach of working with 2D, 3D, as well as 4D and 5D data, as we'll talk about, has been thought upon in creating this vision and creating this platform. The base of this platform is collaboration, where users can connect with each other, multiple users can access the same document at the same time in real time, and they can collaborate, create issues, and any communication that they need to do is all happening through the same platform. So here, for example, we are seeing that one of the issue in the BIM model is being marked by the user, and they can also collaborate in real time by drawing these kinds of markups or putting in their comments and tagging some of their other colleagues and other users. So all the different projects of CPWD have been onboarded into this platform, and various kinds of files and documents are being uploaded as a medium of data exchange here. So a similar thing we are seeing here on the screen right now in the form of a two-dimensional CAD file, and along with the issues, users can also attach photographs, references, and all these kinds of documents to make sure that the communication is seamless between the different stakeholders. Similarly, in a case of a 2D diagram as well, users can come in and collaborate and mark their own issues, and they can also, draw on top of these drawings themselves. By the way, all of this is happening in the web browser without the need for any authoring software. So the platform has been built to support most of the industry standard formats, both in 2D as well as in the 3D BIM world. So let's take a look at some of the key functionalities of the BIM capabilities of CPWD solution. So as we can see here on the screen, that the different BIM models which are being uploaded to the CPWD platform, they can be accessed and users can basically navigate around in this model, just like an experience in some of the other authoring software that the users typically have. But the potential of this viewer by bringing it in a browser is that जो CPWD के सारे stakeholders across all the different regions and whoever are working on any kind of project, all of them can now have access to these data. पहले ऐसा होता था कि ये सॉफ्टवेयर जिनके पास है या जिनके पास वैसा हार्डवेयर है, only they were able to access these. But through CPWD's vision of enabling everyone and all the stakeholders, internal as well as external, to come on this kind of a platform, the accessibility to this kind of data has become multitude and manifold. So here, like we can see, users are able to select the different objects, they can move around, they can also slice and dice, and they can cut different sections and examine their buildings and examine their projects at the minutest of details. So, for example, here again, we are able to cut sections along any direction and any plane and perform any kind of, analysis on top of these BIM models. So, through the use of these kinds of easy-to-use interface and easy-to-use tools, it becomes easy for someone who is having very basic training also of the platform to quickly come and examine how their projects are going to come up and possibly use this information to mitigate any issues that might come on the construction site beforehand. Further, till now we saw the 3D aspects, but all the information aspects, so building information modeling, one of the core important parts is the I, which is information. So all the different layers, all the information within the different objects is also captured by the solution. And further, CPWD realizes that every consultant may be working on different kinds of software. So the different file formats can be uploaded and merged together in one single format within the platform. Further, all the different properties in the different objects can also be examined and then used for further analysis. This is integrated, whatever we saw till now, this is integrated with a robust file management and document management platform as well, where users can see a list of all the files that have been submitted, their current status, who has uploaded it, what is, with whom it is pending, and then also visualize the information in this kind of a file folder format, which is very similar to the experience that existing users have on a Windows Explorer or their legacy tools that they are using. Further, all the different stakeholders can be given different kinds of permissions and access control can be granted based on their requirements. And it also has various other advanced functionalities like versioning and all, but I'll not go into the details, just giving some glimpses. So one more thing here is the integration of approval workflows and digital signatures, which is also underway. Another aspect is the ability to share the documents between the different stakeholders. So CPWD has enabled not just their internal users, but also external users like the contractors, sub-consultants, etc., and other agencies to access this platform and to communicate between the different stakeholders. There are also capabilities of these kinds of transmittals, just similar to email, but all integrated in one single platform where users can attach their documents, issues, and share these files with the different stakeholders. Along with this, to get a bird's eye view of how many issues are there, how many files have been uploaded, who has been working on which projects. So there is also a customizable dashboard that has been integrated with the platform, which users can manage and customize as per their own requirements. And there are various kinds of options through which they can see a glimpse of whatever information is most relevant to them. Further, इसमें हमने estimation को भी integrate किया है. So already SAP ERP system is being used to manage all the DSR and digitize all of the existing set of information. So it is tightly integrated with that, and as you can see on the screen, all the latest DSRs till DSR 2023 in fact have been digitized, and all the information also flows in as a single source of truth from the ERP system through API level integration. And further, this data can be used to create accurate takeoffs and generate a bill of quantities within the CPWD platform. Again, we have taken a hybrid approach here because a lot of CPWD projects are on 2D, also a lot are on BIM as well. So a hybrid approach where information from 2D, so there are various kinds of 2D operators for users to do linear measurements, area measurements, perimeter, and various other, even volume measurements from the 2D drawings itself can be done via takeoffs, and then these measurements can be linked to the DSR items that we just saw earlier. So there are steps being taken to not just digitize the measurements, but also make sure that there is a complete log of who has taken the measurements from which drawing, from which version of the drawing, and then how is it contributing to the cost in the BOQ item. Further, as you can see, the entire user interface is all customizable, and it is built on a very much modern framework. So here again, giving some glimpses of how different estimates can be created and synchronized with the SAP system. So within the particular estimate, the DSR data flows in from SAP, and users can choose the relevant BOQ item codes, and automatically the rates and the descriptions are populated within the system. The quantities in this BOQ can be either entered manually, they can be synced from the 2D drawing takeoff that we just saw, or they can also be coming in from the BIM model that we will shortly see. So by taking this kind of a hybrid approach, even the items which are not present in the drawing or in the BIM model can be captured. So here we can see an example of 3D model elements. So one of the unique things of the platform is that all the information within the BIM data can be extracted in one click. And this is like a Google search for the building, where users can put any kind of query. For example, this query is to find the doors in the building. So by performing this kind of a query, it becomes easy for us to find how many doors are there or how many windows are there, for example. So any kind of queries can be processed in the BIM model. Like here we are seeing category equals windows, and now all the windows have been searched by the platform. Similarly, we can perform any kind of complex queries as well, and then this data can be used to perform the takeoff. So for example, here we can see that all the walls have been filtered out. We can also do various kinds of coloring in the BIM models, so that it becomes easy to identify that which items have been quantified, which items have not been quantified. So yeah, opening the file again. Yeah. So now here in one click we have a ability that all the different parameters of the model can be extracted, and then these extracted parameters or quantity values can then be linked to the takeoffs, and then eventually to the BOQ items or the DSR items. 2 minutes. Yes. Further, even in case of 3D models, there is an ability to do the measurements as well. So as you can see here, just like we were doing measurements in 2D environment, there is also ability to do the measurements in a 3D interface as well. And these could be area measurements, linear measurements. So even not just extracting the parameter data from the objects, but also doing these measurements live in 3D is also possible. Further, coming to the last part of the presentation, taking these 3D models, integrating the cost, and then also integrating the schedule is what currently is being worked upon, where the project schedule can also be brought into the same platform, and any modifications, any tasks, any progress updates that need to be done are also done within the platform and linked to the 3D objects. So this is something that is currently being worked upon and underway. Just skip ahead a bit due to shortage of time. And yeah, one last segment is about progress tracking and monitoring. So through the use of this platform, there are various additional capabilities being built to track the progress of the work that the contractor is doing through the use of various kinds of color codes. So this is also going to be further integrated with the RFI system, which is also being built by CPWD on the ERP side of things. So through the use of various color codes, like we can see here, we can track whether RFI has been raised or whether work has been completed, measurement has been done, payment has been initiated. So all of these things can be visualized in the form of the BIM models through the use of different colors. And then eventually this will also be linked to the billing system, which will be followed through the ERP platform. So yeah, I think I have been able to give a glimpse of whatever progress has been made, and this is one of the first kind of its initiative in India, where all the different projects of CPWD are being brought on a common platform and being made accessible to all the users, internal as well as external, for CPWD. So I think this has been a big achievement, and like sir said, that we are still having a long way to go. So I believe there are going to be more and more advancements, more and more incremental features that we will be keeping on building into this to make sure that CPWD remains on the cutting edge of technology. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this valuable and innovative presentation, sir. अब मैं एक बार पुनः हमारे सचिव महोदय जी और उप सचिव महोदय जी का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करती हूं क्योंकि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्त समय में से जो हमें कुछ पल दिए हैं इस सभा के लिए और इस समारोह की शोभा बढ़ाई है। सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। लेकिन जाने से पहले सर थोड़ा सा इंतज़ार, और मैं आदरणीय महानिदेशक जी श्री राजेश कुमार कौशल जी से निवेदन करती हूं कि हमारे माननीय सचिव आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय श्री मनोज जोशी जी को मोमेंटो प्रदान कर सर उनका सम्मान करें। जोरदार तालियां। अब मैं धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं हमारे डायरेक्टर टेक एंड पीआर देवेंद्र कुमार सचान जी सर से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे हमारे संयुक्त सचिव जी आवासन और शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय श्री दीपक अग्रवाल जी को मोमेंटो भेंट कर उनका सम्मान करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं इस कार्यक्रम में। इसके लिए मैं अब उप महानिदेशक ईआरपी श्री मनु अमिताभ जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे सर यहां आए और वोट ऑफ थैंक्स प्रस्तुत करें। धन्यवाद।
senior officers and ladies and gentlemen, though this vote of thanks was planned, but I think Secretary Saab was had to go somewhere. But I'll just like to, can I have your attention, please? I'll just like to place in context what, in fact, I wanted to inform the Secretary, but I think we'll get another chance. Just to place in context with all what we together have done. So, so already almost 12,000 contract agreements, BOQs have been uploaded on the ERP, and those BOQs are actually available for EMBs. That is raising an inspection, a request for inspection. So this is the effort of all of us. So that has already been done. And the part which Secretary Saab was saying, linking the detailed estimate application with the EMBs, that part remains. Of course, the detailed estimate application is already being used. We are also upgrading that. And now we have made our database available for DAR and DSR. The entire Delhi analysis of rates has been digitized and in a usable form where you can call particular items also. Sub-analysis and analysis of rates, you can call and use them in framing your estimates. So I just wanted to inform the Secretary, and of course, I think most of us here are already knowing about it. And more importantly, almost 2.4 lakh quarters inventories have also been uploaded on the ERP, which is also has been possible because all of us have worked for it. This also I wanted to inform the Secretary that we are moving in those lines where we digitize all our maintenance operations so that you know, whatever the issues which he had mentioned can be overcome. So that is all. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद सर। सभी से अनुरोध है कि अपना धैर्य बनाए रखें क्योंकि अभी कार्यक्रम तो शुरू ही हुआ है। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं अपनी सहयोगी श्रीमती प्रियंका यादव, असिस्टेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर इलेक्ट्रिकल, से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे अब आगे के सत्र का संचालन करें।
धन्यवाद स्वाति जी। सभी सम्मिलित अतिथियों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। कार्यक्रम के अगले चरण की ओर बढ़ते हुए, जैसा कि हम CPWD का 169वां वार्षिक उत्सव मना रहे हैं, जिसने देश भर में प्रतिष्ठित इमारतों के निर्माण से लेकर भारत के बुलंदी ढांचे तक अपना अथक योगदान दिया है। CPWD हमेशा से अपने निर्माण कार्यों में नई कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी को उपयोग में लाने के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी के इन्हीं परिवर्तनों और चुनौतियों का सामना कर CPWD आज ज्ञान और अनुभवों का विशाल संग्रह बन गया है। ऐसे ही अनुभवों को आप सभी के साथ साझा करने के लिए आज के पहले टेक्निकल सेशन, जो कि डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स के ऊपर है, उसके अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं विशेष महानिदेशक श्री रंजीत सिंह जी तथा सह अध्यक्ष के रूप में अपर महानिदेशक श्री कमाल अहमद जी एवं रिपोर्टर के रूप में डायरेक्टर टेक एंड PR श्री देवेंद्र कुमार सचान जी से स्वागत करती हूं कि वे मंच पर आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। सर प्लीज। और उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे इस सत्र का संचालन करें। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि कृपया शांति बनाए रखें और धैर्य रखें। अभी अगला कार्यक्रम शुरू होने वाला है। इस कार्यक्रम की पहली प्रेजेंटेशन श्री समीर कुमार जैन, जो कि BIM अ डिजिटल प्रोसेस ऑफ मेकिंग वर्चुअल बिल्डिंग्स के ऊपर प्रस्तुति देंगे। समीर सर, ओवर टू यू।
Good morning. My name is Sameer Jain. I'm a managing director with Primus Partners. Have been very honored and privileged to have been associated with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs since 2014, when all of the urban transformation initiatives began, starting with Hriday to Swachh Bharat to smart cities to PMAY to NULM. And in all of this, I saw how India is gearing up for urban transformation and also the role that CPWD played in building the nation. But the journey has only just begun. If you really look at where India is today, it's about 35% urbanized. 80% of the urban India still needs to be built. The GDP that urban India will contribute only tells you the story that the 60% of the middle income Indians will demand the best-in-class infrastructure. And that's where the role of CPWD and the other organizations becomes very important. But we also talk about, is it not audible? Yeah. But it is also important for us to understand that the resources are limited and the citizens are demanding efficiencies, and hence the role of technology cannot be denied. We are talking about more than 50 billion devices which will be talking to each other by 2030. We have under smart cities seen technology implementations across safety, across water, across buildings, across smart metering, and many more areas. More than 17 to 20 elements of urban infrastructure have seen deep penetration of technology. But as I said, because the resources remain limited, and as Secretary Sir was talking about, significant amount of the capital investment will go into the construction work, and then why not we look at technology such as BIM to be more and more used. We have seen BIM as a tool to integrate the multidisciplinary and the structured data to create a digital image of an asset across the life cycle, from planning to design to construction to maintenance, and hence bring more and more efficiencies and decision making based on the data that we have. But India has seen very little uptake on BIM adoption. Yes, there are very large projects, whether it is the metro projects or even airports that have seen BIM, but we have not seen that usage percolate down to the construction work. But the realization today, as we heard DG Sir and then Secretary Sir talk about it, the realization that the value that BIM can bring to CPWD is immense, whether in terms of the ROI, whether it is in terms of labor productivity, whether it is in terms of reducing the overall total cost of ownership, if it is about reducing the schedules and many more things, because it allows for that collaboration to happen. The benefits that CPWD can realize out of BIM are immense. However, in the consultations that we have with DDG Sir and a few more senior officers, we understand that adoption is a function of many questions that must be answered. What kinds of projects that are eligible for BIM to be picked up, how seamlessly does any BIM solution integrates with ERP solution, which is the mainstay of CPWD, how easy it is to use. We just saw a video around how easy it has become, and many more advancements that are happening. And most importantly, do we as an organization, as individuals, have the capacity to use this in our more business as usual works? And as I said, how a tool like this can reduce the overall TCO. So that's the conversation today. For the rest of the day we will have. However, as I said, what we know of BIM, every day there are advancements. So what we have done is we have invited one of the industry leaders in Autodesk to give us a view of what's the latest that's happening in the space of BIM. And then what we have done is we will follow it up with a small Q&A. I'm sure each of you as a user of BIM and have experienced BIM have lots of questions that you would want to answer around the latest in the modules and many more things that we will collectively try and answer for you. So I would like to invite Nikhil from Autodesk to give us a quick view on what's going on in the BIM world.
Thanks, Amir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for braving Delhi's traffic and making your way here. So my name's Nikhil. I lead tech sales for Autodesk across the English-speaking part of APAC. That's India, ASEAN, ANZ. And I saw some amazing statements being made, right? And I saw the proof of it as well. You guys have done a fantastic job in terms of taking BIM and bringing it to fruition. and seeing that being realized in real world projects across the length and breadth of this country. But if I were to take a step back and see the journey so far, it's been a great journey. There's still some way where we can add more value to the BIM models and all the work that's been done to extract even more ROI from the overall life cycle of the asset. And that's where I wanted to take a few minutes and walk you through the journey of BIM and how it's evolved, and probably throw some light in terms of where technology players like us are spending a lot of R&D effort and money in terms of developing and deploying this technology. So I'm going to quickly skip through the CPWD projects, but essentially what's happened is the journey towards BIM has been close to 40 years old. It all started with CAD being the mother of all drawings, where we digitized pen and paper and bought up tools like AutoCAD back in 1983. 40 years in, around 2006, 2005, that's when BIM really started gaining a good traction hold. And as we saw BIM adoption happen, we saw the adoption of BIM propagate slowly from just the design phase, right, backwards into the planning phase in terms of things like quantification, which Viraj talked about. We also see it getting propagated into the construction phase, where we avoid Chinese whispers between what was designed and what was built. We thought we built something, and it may not have necessarily been the same thing that was designed. And now we're seeing a lot of work happening in terms of digital twins. We all know that the asset, the design phase, the construction phase of a particular asset or a particular building is just 5, 6, 7 years. After that, that building would be in operation for nothing less than 35 to 40 years. And that's where it's going to consume all the electricity. It needs to be retrofitted. It needs to be monitored, measured, operated, and that's where we're going to incur 60% of the cost throughout the course of the life cycle. And that's where a lot of work and effort has been going in. So this is a small snippet in terms of how LiDAR scans to BIM models has been happening, where we're taking now existing as-built models, and BIM is not just for greenfield projects. It can be also bought in for brownfield projects where existing buildings can be BIMified, for the lack of a better word, where you do LiDAR scans, create a digital equivalent of it, and use that for further O&M operations throughout the life cycle of that project. And that's why we've been doing a lot of work, not just in terms of taking the point cloud data, but also in terms of making sense out of the point cloud data, extracting features using AI, ML, and all the fancy words that we hear floating around, and trying to digitize the process to the maximum extent, from taking an as-built model, converting it to the BIM equivalent of it, and not just there, taking it one step further and comparing it with what was approved during the initial pre-construction stages. So this is a quick visual in terms of how BIM and how BIM works. I'm going to stop talking for a few seconds and walk you through what the future holds. So what you're seeing here on the screen is the use of generative design, which is an emerging technology when it comes to designing buildings and essentially construction for it's going to be the bedrock for construction over the next 10 to 15 years. So as you can see, they've just selected a particular land parcel, and once you've done that, the system can automatically start laying out the most optimal massing for that particular plot of land based on hundreds of different analyses. How's the winds going to flow? How is the heat gain going to be? How is the noise going to be, assuming that there's a road next to that building? And all of this feeds from the AI engine is actually helping the designers make the right choices. In fact, it goes to the extent saying that this particular facade of the building is more exposed to the road. Why don't we consider commercial properties here? Or rather, this part is a little bit more quieter part of the building. We should probably consider it for residential quarters and mixed mode use. Or even for that matter, how do we design buildings so that the energy consumption of the building throughout the life cycle is minimized? Can we design a building in such a way that lights needed, like the lights here, are minimum throughout the day? We can make use of natural sunlight. Or for that matter, can we design the building in such a way that the amount of energy required in your HVAC systems is significantly lesser? So, long story short, today, most of us, when we take a building and try to go through the design phase, we maybe go through one or two options of best possible models, best possible layouts. Here, algorithms can work through close to 1 million different options for developing that piece of land and come back to you with the option which is most optimal. And optimal not just from a construction standpoint, but from an operation and maintenance standpoint, optimal from a occupant comfort standpoint, optimal from the environment in which it is operating standpoint, so that it doesn't cast shadows, it doesn't create issues for the environment in which it is being built in. And that's where a lot of work has been happening. So this is, think of it this way, this is the generative design. You might have heard of chat GPTs and bards of the world. Think of that making a foray into the design space, where we are automating and optimizing a lot of the design processes. This comes to the next part, which is the detailed design, where you all have been really, really good, where you've taken a concept design, converted it to a detailed design, meshing together the models from the architects, the structural consultants, the MEP consultants, finding out clashes way before they are realized on the field. And if you've done this right, on an average, easily 6 to 7% of the project cost can be saved by avoiding rework and by reducing the amount of time in terms of RFIs raised, in terms of issues, and chasing down who the issue stands up with, and getting everybody on the same page. And that's something that I just saw the quick presentation from Viraj, which talks in a great length about. The next piece was around the digital handover. So, I'm sure handover days are everybody's favorite days, because it's also known as thank you, all the best, and here's a box of papers days. So with the digital twin technology, what's happening is what was built and what was constructed now no longer goes as a box of papers with all the layouts and all the equipment warranties and manuals, but now you get a link which has got all the objects in the building there. And not just that, you can monitor the building, you can make decisions on the fly using autonomous twins, and you can also take much more informed decisions whether certain equipment, when it needs to be fixed, who to call, what's the operating procedure of it, and essentially manage that building with a much higher uptime and provide much higher end user comfort. So with that, I'm going to take a pause and say thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Nikhil, for presenting the future to us. Very exciting. I know you all have a lot of questions, but just keeping the flow of the day in mind, we will probably just put the questions towards the later part of the day or during the breaks. We have a tea break. So all of the experts will be here for any questions that you might have. I'll hand it over back.
Thank you, Sir, for such an informative session. Now, moving ahead, I would like to request Dr. V. Senthil Kumar, Associate Professor, to give the presentation on maximizing the benefits of BIM through a systematic adoption case of a public project delivery. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, all. So can I have the presentation, please? Yeah, absolutely fine. And do you have? Yeah, thank you. Very good morning, all. Today, a lot has been discussed about the benefits and the details of the envisaged future of this particular technological transformation. And I'm Dr. Senthil Kumar. I'm a faculty, as well as I work as a chairman of a Engineering Works division who builds the new IIT Palakkad project. So I'm going to share today our experiences in terms of adopting this particular technology. It's more of a how than what, and how much benefits that we have obtained. Okay, so you know very well that it's always been a case that we are less in terms of productivity, even though we contribute a lot to the GDP of any nation, which is true for all the nations. Infrastructure is something which is actually contributing a lot to the whole of a GDP, and we always been at the last in terms of productivity. And if you look at the improvement possibilities in terms of productivity, there are 7 key levers which has been addressed. If you look at in this particular levers, a major stake is on the technology side as of now. So if you improve the technological adoption, possibly you may improve your productivity by 50 to 60%. The possibility is there. This is kind of a motivation for us to actually embrace the technology in our project. And if you look at the technologies, next question, what technologies? So if you look at the technologies around the world, there are, so many technologies which exist in this world, right? And we may be far ahead in some of the technology, we may be very slow in terms of adopting some of these technologies. And, in India, if you look at all these technologies, we may be demonstrating in, 1 or 2 occasions, but we are not actually adopting widely. In developed nations, some of the nations are leading these technologies and, maximizing their benefits, during the past 10 years, I would say. And this is something which is going to be there in the future. Whether we like it or not, it is going to happen. Okay? But how fast are we in terms of adopting this and maximizing our benefits? So that's the question which we should ask to ourselves. If you look at this particular data, you can see that the construction is at the bottom. Just leading ahead of agriculture. But if you look at the other sectors, they are all well ahead of digitization in the whole market. This study has been done 5 years back, but still it holds good. The truth remains same. Okay, so we have a lot of scope to actually adopt technologies. And if you look at all these 10 technologies, whatever which I have presented in the 2 slides before, there are some of the technologies which has an extremely impactful to the society and extremely likely to happen in the near future. So if you look at the BIM, definitely it is going to happen, and it has a greater impact on our outcome. So this is the study which has been promulgated and been proved. And there are some of the technologies which are far behind, which will come later and which has a limited kind of impact to the society. Right, why are we going for this? We are going for fast and correct decision making, and we wanted to eliminate the rework, and we wanted to maximize our productivity and save the time and then save the cost, and safety, sustainability. We can name number of benefits, whatever, which we can get out of the technology. Any technology adoption has to pass through this particular kind of a path. And if you look at the time frame, different technologies will take different time frame. From pager to mobile, from 2D to 3D, from BIM to the integrated BIM. Different countries have to undergo different way or different time, but it has to encounter all this profile. So I'll explain this profile so that you can understand when you try to adopt any technology, you may be aware of all these things. When somebody started doing a pilot implementation of a technology, they first into this particular innovation triggers where many of the technological vendors used to come to you and then tell you that, we can do this, we can do that, and we will have this much of, they'll develop kind of a expectation in terms of a peak stuff. Okay? Just forgive me, all the vendors, technological vendors. Yes, that's reality, You have capability. I'm not saying that you don't have a capability. Yes, you have the capability. But do we have ecosystem to reach that expected outcome or not? That's a big question mark, because it involves so many other elements, so many other factors, right? With this particular peak of inflated expectation, we started our journey. We started our pilot. And then, towards the implementation, we experience kind of a throw of disillusionments, which is nothing but, I realize that this is what I can do. Beyond that, I cannot do. There are limitations, because there are limitations which is coming in terms of process. There are limitations in terms of coming up from the people, educating people. There are limitations in terms of other stakeholders who adopt this. How am I going to ask my SMEs to adopt this? A vendor who is very small scale to adopt this, because he doesn't have enough capital to invest all those things. May I allow them to actually utilize my own resources? Then the question will come, how long are you going to give them free? right? So all those things matters a lot. But I have a very good experience now to know that how much I can achieve. Because as I said, we have got a lot of scope for us to improve our productivity. As I already mentioned, we are at the bottom. We can go up to 10 or first 10 or first 5, in the rank of technological adoption or whatever. We have scope. We have a lot of scope to improve. So we start a kind of slope of enlightenment, and then we end up in plateau of productivity, which is nothing but it is going to be a steady state. Yeah, this is how much that we can adopt. So this holds good for all the technology. And if you look at construction market, the most widely accepted and the most expected items are falling in 3 themes. The first one is immersive experience, which is nothing but before I build, I wanted to see how my building is going to be and what kind of mistakes are going to be encountered and so on. That's the first theme. And the second theme is about all this automation, AI. Somebody has to tell me that how much it is going to save, or if I choose this path, what is going to be the delay and what is going to be the cost escalation and so on, which typically AI will tell. Simple example is Google Map. You put it, it will give you all this route options and you can choose whatever route you wanted to go for it. It's just a predictive analytics, that's it. Okay, so that's second one. And then the third one is the common data environment. I don't know, I have got so many stakeholders. Each stakeholder uses different tools, and I need to make sure that I have a platform that all the tools can be accessible by everybody with a common understanding or a common truth. So these 3 are the technology which is going to definitely rule the construction industry in near future. So with that particular this thing, I'm going to share my experience in our project. Just a quick snapshot of our project. Our project is an EPC Mode 3 project, and we mandated, as I said, we have adopted this as a pilot implementation. We mandated that all the models should be LOD 400, and we have envisaged that, as I said, we have expectation of, at the top, the peak of expectation. So we have mandated 400, and then we thought that whatever model that I'm going to get, I can utilize to my BMS, and then as an institute, throughout my life cycle, I can make best use of this particular project data. So that was the, this thing. And though this project is getting delayed due to various other reasons, but whatever which we have experienced, whatever which we have envisaged in terms of managing the project data, we have achieved it. We have achieved it 100%, that's what I can swear it. Okay, right. So this is what the project is, and you can see that these are all the master plan layout, and the shaded buildings are the buildings which are going to come as a phase 1, which is 1,200 student capacity. And remember, this master plan is going to cater 12,000 student capacity campus. That means I'm building now only 1/10 of all my envisaged layout, right? I have to make sure that my data continuity should be there whenever an administration change, whenever a contractor change, whenever other stakeholders come on board, they all have to read this with the same notion. So that was my objective. So that, bring us to go for a particular aim. That aim is nothing but, I want to keep a platform in which all my project information has to be integratedly developed and kept it as and when it is required. It should be handy enough for us to take out and then exploit to the envisaged development plan. So that's the thing. And we decided we'll go for a BIM and common data environment. That's what the previous two speakers already have spoke about. Now 3 years since we started talking about this, and in our project we have taken one of the vendors' products. I'll tell you without discouraging the other vendors. So building information modeling and common data environment has been very well explained by the previous speakers. I'm not going to touch upon anything on this. And on the right side, you can see that how many vendors are there. It is your duty to make sure that what vendor's product is going to be suited to you. Okay? And if the client prefers something, then you may also have to adopt this. Okay? Right. So when I try to actually adopt the technology, the two technological initiatives, BIM and common data environment, as a client, I have to make sure that my tool is appropriate, which is the technology, and processes whatever which you work, which is nothing but all your standard manuals, and then the SOPs, whatever which you have, because our project is executed by your team, right? So has to sync with that. And then the main and major item is a people. How am I going to make sure that all the participants who can buy this idea? So these three are the main issues which were there. Based on our previous research work in this, back in South Africa, I started using the theory which explained the adoption, technology adoption in our project, which is nothing but these three domains are further, decomposed into 6 more domains, which is nothing but tools, yeah. And then what is my objective? As I said, why am I going to do this? I have to make sure that all the stakeholders understand that why we are doing this. If they don't understand it, definitely they don't actually adopt it, because it is an additional thing. Nobody has a willingness to actually deviate from their own strength and skill sets and the learnings what they have previously had. So that's the objective. And then the subjects are all the project participants, and the rules are the contracts and SOPs and standard manuals, whatever which you have. Community of practice, I need to make sure that everybody in the project talks in the same language. It is not that I and my executing agency talks in the same language, contractor and others left blank with that. That's another one. And then the roles, the new roles also has been developed. So based on this, we have asked so many questions ourselves before we implement this. So what sort of activity are we going to encounter, and why is this activity taking place, and who is involved in this? By what means are we going to do this? Are there any rules which exist? All those things, all those different questions we asked. In the interest of time, I'm just going through very quickly. So what happens is, whenever all these questions are answered, there is always kind of a misalignment with the existing system or existing work practices. Contracts, for example. I have a contract. Now my existing contract is not going to be so friendlier in terms of adopting this technology. So I started actually point out where we have this disagreements. Okay, that disagreements will give a discomfort that will definitely require a change in the system. So that's how we have changed our systems. So what happens is, within ourselves, within our team itself, our working procedure need to be changed. For example, the transmittal, somebody has mentioned, the first speaker has mentioned about the transmittal, right? The transmittal in your standard manual is, you transmit it through a hard copy, right? So that is what it says, and the executive engineer or the engineer in charge will sign off and then keep it as a record. So that I have to change it in my contract, or I have to make sure that it aligns with your SOP as well as our way of doing it. So this is how we have done it, and we have made all changes in our different elements of this activity theory. And believe it or not, the most challenging part for me is to make sure this subject and then the rules is much easier for me. But the subject and then the community of practice is something which was very tough for us to maneuver and then develop it. But somehow we have done our part, and then we have done all the exercise which are required for us to change our existing work practices in this particular project, and which left with all this different questions which has been answered, as I said before. What is our objective, and what are the tools that we have adopted? And as I said, we have adopted the Autodesk's products because at that time in our team we have evaluated that this is most suitable to our project, and we have got all our players on board. As I said, all players. And then the rules are our tender classes and the BIM execution plan, whatever which we have adopted, and the project-wide SOPs and its related changes, whatever which we have made in our SOPs. And then different roles has been created. Some of the roles has been also given to the CPWD, not in terms of a legitimate manner, but in terms of, we call you as a project information administrator, even though you are an executive engineer, but we as a client tell you that you are the administrator for that particular yarn. So that's how we have done it. And as I said, we have created an ecosystem in our particular project, and these are the benefits that we have realized based on that. We've got an immersive experience of each and every stakeholder of our project. As I said, the project stakeholders, even the contractor or the TPQA, will go with their mobile and then started actually getting the 3D through the common data environment in their mobile itself and started sorting out things then and there itself. And then we have automated data management and automated version control, class detection, whatever the first presenter has actually presented. We've all achieved this in our particular implementation. So it has reduced a lot of site rework, and it also improved our quality management. This thing, our chief engineer is here. You can ask the previous chief engineer. Das sir is not here. If he is here, he would have also explained to you about his experiences, right? So if you look at the timeline, it is not going to be happening in 1 day or 2 days, because as I said, in UK, the implementation has taken more than 10 years. Even now, they complain that they haven't actually reached the envisaged level 3 BIM adoption. Here, we have taken more than 2 years for us to get all these things on board. And whatever benefits that we have realized is lesser than 1/10 of what I have envisaged. But still, it is worth to actually have that 1/10 of the benefits, whatever which we have. You can see that how we have mandated in our project during the due course. It takes so much of time for us to convince each and every stakeholders to be on board and then buy this. And these are all some of the snapshots from our particular project, and you can see the real building and then the immersive experience that the project stakeholders used to get when they go into the site with their mobile phone. And this is, and then as he has explained, I mean, we have got a issue, you can cloud it, and then you can have the folder structure for different stakeholders, you can have different version control. I'm sorry about the font and the size. And then a detailed class detection, class report, everything is being done through this particular medium. And this is one of the collaboration, the federated MEP model of a hostel block that we have got. And most of the clashes has been resolved. Almost around 1,000 plus design issues and coordination classes are recorded and then been resolved. And here is a checklist. You can see the numbers. So far in our project, we have got 5,400, more than 5,400 checklists which has been created. So at any point of time, if I wanted to pull out any of the history of an issue in later, during the service life, I can easily point out with the evidence of a photograph what went wrong in that particular project, why the structure is actually behaving in a different way, okay, during its service life. And this is something which I just took a snapshot of my mobile before, I asked my stakeholders, this is kind of a sample. To my stakeholder, I asked, what did you actually get after 2 years of our implementation? So you can see that, their WhatsApp benefits, whatever that they have listed, which is nothing but whatever which I have told you just before. And the cycle time snapshot, the cycle time of issue resolution has been reduced 1/3 from the conventional mail stuff. And then the quantity of benefits, whatever which we have envisaged, I haven't actually calculated in terms of a monetary value, but as an administrator of this particular initiative, I can say that anywhere between 2 to 3% that we have already achieved. And the change which is being required is these are all the things. I think CPWD is in the right path already. I mean, I have heard from the secretary as well as from your top management that you are traveling towards this direction. And this is what we require so that we can reduce the time taken to go through that curve, whatever which I showed you. Okay? The more the support and the ecosystem that you create, the less time for us to go through this. Otherwise, it may take 10 plus years for us to also adopt fully these technologies. With that, I'll wind up this. A final note, digital transformation is a complex phenomenon which involves process, tool, and people, right? The success depends on for you to create the ecosystem in all aspects, whatever which is required. That is where we lag. We say that, okay, here is a tool, you adopt it. No, you need to create that ecosystem, otherwise nobody will buy on that. Okay, they'll do it for the sake of doing it. And another important aspect in this is don't push everything in one shot. If you push everything in one shot, there will be definitely resistance because we have got a huge workforce. For example, you start with the common data environment. Ask all the participants to put all the documents into that for a year, and then next year you started going for an incremental implementation. That will also give you time for you to train your workforce and then, succeed in terms of these things. It's just an analogy. Please don't take it into personal. This is it's a very nice story or a philosophy behind this. If you are actually throwing a frog into a, boiling water, it will jump out, okay? But if you keep on adding the temperature, you achieve what you want, okay? So, thank you so much. I'm done. Thank you. That's the last one. I'm done.
I think the next speaker is from IIT Bhilai, I think Anurag Kumar.
Sir, he is not there.
He is not there, then we invite Mr. Rajesh Banga, Chief Engineer. Huh?
Banga sir.
He is there?
Yes.
But it's in the next session?
Next session. Anyway,
नहीं, let him.
So, respected seniors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. So first of all, I'll have to seek your permission because on a day when we are talking about modern and new technologies, I am going to discuss most primitive and traditional methods which you used to follow, and we will discuss whether in today's world they still hold some relevance or they've totally lost their relevance. So one such case which we saw in Banaras Hindu University is the case of rainwater collection, as we talk about always these days. But what we have seen is that we normally talk about as a compulsion, as a mandatory practice, with not so much conviction in our minds that this can bring some positive change. But when you actually see the outcome of an intervention that was undertaken around 4, 5, 6 years back, and today you are seeing the fruits, then it has a different impact. So I'm going to share with the story of the case here. Is it? I think.
Please go ahead. Next slide, sir.
I think it is moving here only. Will you help me, please? Yes. So, most of us are familiar with the main campus of Banaras Hindu University, which is the largest residential university of Asia, spread over 1,300 acres. And that is on the northern side of River Ganga, Holy River Ganga, which is very fertile, and therefore the campus is very green and flourished. But what we do not know about this another campus, which is 60 kilometers away from BHU, that is its south campus, which is near Mirzapur, this place, which is encircled in red. This is about 60 kilometers from that area, that main campus of BHU. If you see the southern side of River Ganga, you start hitting the Deccan Plateau. And this area is very dry. You don't have groundwater, you don't have any source of water. So the university acquired a plot of land which is double the size of that land. That means that was 1,300 acres. This is 2,700 acres. And that was way back in the year 1980 or so. So 25 years, the struggle continued, and the belief was that you are not able to use this plot of land, and a small Krishi Vigyan Kendra was there. No development, nothing, because it was just a barren land. So 2005 onwards, some efforts and a resolve was taken, some efforts they started making some efforts as to how we can do something about it. 2010 onwards, a study was undertaken by a group of IIT professors and students. And it was rainwater harvesting and watershed modeling, as they call it. Those kind of studies were undertaken to identify as to is there something which we can solve the problem through these methods. Yes, this we have already covered. Dry and rocky terrain, no boreholes, no source of water, acute water scarcity. Yes. Back channel. Yes. Is the next one? This is a typical representation of the landform which was there around 10, 12 years back. And look at this now. I'll go back. We have come from this place to this place. So now this naturally raises a question in our minds. How come? How is this feasible? So the methods that were followed was, as I said, the studies were undertaken, and that was largely based on GIS studies, and the data was taken from National Remote Center, Hyderabad. Drainage patterns were studied. There's an academics involved in that. I won't go into that area, but the broad pattern is that they evolve digital evaluation method, which they call DEM. And with their software, they're able to identify the flow patterns on the topography, and they're able to identify the sink area where the water collection is more beneficial. So what was suggested was that you should build 8 to 10 check dams, some bandis, and some ponds within the area. So they started working on that advice, and the check dam, simple construction with local materials, local excavated earth with hard material which you get from there. They started building them, local compaction, small check dams at various locations, they started building those dams. Not all in one go, one by one, as was found feasible. This was the typical drawing. The actual construction differs from place to place, depending on site topography, but this is the general schematic drawing of that. It says about 5 to 6 meters high masonry dam. The normal length of the check dam would be around 150 to 200 meters. Out of that, 15 to 20 meters would be Pakka construction, 5 to 6 meters, and that top would be around 2 to 2.5 meters lower than the surrounding construction, so that the surplus water overflows that without much trouble. So let us see the outcome. What has started, what this intervention has given way to. This check dam started retaining water, capacity 2 to 3 lakh kiloliters. Water storage in 8 out of 9 check dams is for 7 to 8 months post monsoons, and then it dries up. But one check dam was successful that it retains water throughout the year. What this water storage, they started pumping water from the surface through direct pumping, and the nearby land we started irrigation. So irrigation started happening, and the courses university got into the courses like agricultural fields and veterinary fields, cattle, cows, milk, those kind of things started working in those university. We have crops, wheat, fodder, pulses, the area which was dry started giving these crops. With these water bodies, now they do fish farming also. The bore wells which were earlier dry, surprisingly after 5 to 7 years, they started yielding some water. This is the, you can see that. This is the area which is stored by that check dam. This is another view. This is another view. This is the dam, you can see, not very high-tech construction, very simple construction. This is the fodder being cultivated. Again, this is the bore well which has given some reasonable yield now. This is the university is taking this shape now, the land which was lying waste. This is the aerial view you can see. You can see various places, water bodies spread here and there. So remote place like this started catching media attention. This is the Times of India report, which says BHU South Campus stores rainwater, becomes self-reliant in water needs. This is a simple technology, use of local materials. One more thing I'll discuss with this photograph. This is the construction, recent construction around 2 years back, 80 residential flats were completed. So normal method of drainage would be that you would lay a stormwater lane, RCC pipe 250 dia around the line, and then you would drain it to the connected to the drain. The method that was followed was that a nearby low area was there, a pond was dug, and the drainage, entire drainage of that pakka entire apron would flow into this. So this will keep water maybe for 1 month, maybe for 2 months, and then it dries up, but then it is there. It doesn't go into the drain. Yes, yes. That's, I'll finish in 2 minutes. How the campus receives drinking water. I'll take 3 minutes to receive that, how they solve their drinking water problems. So 2.5 kilometers away, 2.5 kilometers to 3 kilometers away, you had one Khajuri Dam reservoir. So they took, built a pumping house station here, took a line around 3 kilometers long to the campus, collected the water in a raw water reservoir, had a treatment plant. Then you have 2 overhead tanks, underground tanks and overhead tanks of 2 lakh liter capacity each. And with this, you have started gathering full drinking water for this. So this is the message, which is now the tagline of the Ministry of Jal Shakti also, Government of India, that catch the rain where it falls, where it falls. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to all the speakers. Now I request all the speakers to come on the dais because there will be some question and answer session because we are running short of time. So we can have some questions quickly. Mr. Sameer and Mr. Nikhil, please come on the dais. And we had the 3 presentation. First 2 were basically on the technology, and third one we have seen presented by Mr. Banga how with the help of the technology, particularly the digital evolution method, how we have changed the system from barren land to the complete green land. That's a real, and it's a real project in the long run. So I request the speakers to be brief for their questions. Yes. Give him the mic, please. Mr. Manu Amitabh. Okay, you raise your question.
Compatible and how is it?
Thank you for the great question. So yes, Autodesk has built their own generative AI model. Sorry. Autodesk has built their own generative AI models based on, so we've been fortunate enough to be the technology backbone for BIM adoption globally, which means that we've got access to millions and millions of designs, and using those we've been able to train our models to form the generative AI that actually is used in technologies like pharma to make better decision making. So yes, we've kind of built our own generative AI model. Yes, yes. Yes, it's now available and for all our customers in India, beginning the month of February this year, it's been included as a part of the collection subscriptions.
Okay, any other next question? Yes, give him the mic, please.
This is about BIM. You're talking about that we should use the BIM. So I just want to ask that whatever we are doing in the field, it has to match in the sense of progress. So firstly, when we feed as a contract, whatever data is there.
Your question is addressed to
I think
Mr. Yeah,
BIM modeling. Or so whenever there is a slag due to any reason, maybe any reason, there is a change in the some sort of requirement, there is change due to any sort of issue, there is a slag. So how you counter that slag? In that, whatever delay is caused, and again it has to be filled, then again it has to be seen. So generally my experience is first time they will give some program. After that, whatever updation is required, that skill is not there. Now software everybody want to say, but where is the skill person? Where is the skill engineers? Who has to handle all this? So you are not preparing the skilled engineers who know all of this, who will operate in the field. So along with I think my suggestion is that whenever BIM is implemented, a skilled person who knows each and everything, who will take into the contract all these conditions, all these things, and understand fully. Otherwise, it becomes slightly overburden. No engineer, I think, in the field will be able to know along with this work. So we are just failing in the softwares because we don't know who knows everything. Everybody is getting training in that. So you should produce along with that the skill trained also, and you can take the operational course. Number one, that is my suggestion for that, when we are implementing that skill. And number two, we don't know from where you have bring that data inside it. What data on which basis you have made it? We don't know. So that should also be tell if this data varies, then the software will work in that variation.
Yes.
Just comment on that. So along with the technology implementation, I think CPWD has already initiated a lot of training sessions as well. I do agree that to bridge the gap between what is happening exactly on the construction side versus what is captured in the software, that gap needs to be bridged. And like Dr. Senthil also in his presentation said that apart from the technology, there are two more aspects, which is the people and process. So a lot of emphasis has to be put on those two dimensions as well. But I think we are getting there. The first piece of the puzzle is getting the right technology, which enables you to be able to capture that data, capture those deviations which are happening on site. And then of course the next part would be not just positioning experts who can use the tool, but rather enlightening and uplifting all the existing team members who are already working on that project, providing them the requisite training so that they themselves can adopt this new way of working. So I think both these approaches CPWD is taking, and in the coming days, these tools will also evolve and people will get more and more accustomed to using these applications and make sure that some of these challenges that you mentioned, those can be mitigated.
I think this capacity building is one of the most important things, which I think the earlier speaker, Mr. Nikhil and Samir Jain, also pointed out in their presentation. We have three things which they mentioned: is seamless integration with ERP, with the CPWD, and ease of use and capacity building. That's very important things to adopt the BIM. Next question, please. Yes, yes, I think Dr. Senthil wants to add something. Yeah, please.
Challenge is to integrate all the E&M services in the drawing, because initially we have the architectural drawing that you convert into the 3D drawing, then the structural drawing, then E&M. So what is the main hurdle in that? Because all those people who are working in various fields are not on the same level. E&M people may not be knowing about the BIM. They can plan, they can give some drawing. That drawing may be in 2D, but when it is going to be converted by the BIM person 3D, then they're asking so many questions. Give me this dimension, that dimension, and finally what happened? Either the project is being delayed, or we leave a part, oh, leave it, BIM modeling, let us go ahead. So that part is still, I think, missing in the market, because either all people who are there, they must know how to operate the BIM model in various services. So if that is there, then BIM model, the person who is doing BIM modeling can integrate it all the services and it can be implemented. So I am facing a lot of problem, though it is a part of my contract, but in practical sense, it could not be implemented. Just for the sake of that, we are implementing it.
Also, CPWD being a government organization, and to add usual question, and we award the work based on L1 practice, very thorough competition, very less rates. So what he's saying that the competency and skillness of the officers may not be the same level. So you have to address that also.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's somehow connected with the previous question as well. That's what I was telling, that you have to integrate all the ecosystem players, not only just CPWD workforce, but also the contractors. I'll tell you a classical example from the other countries' adoption. The UK has adopted it, as I told you, and they have mandated to adopt it, all the government projects. They have given 6 years of a time period. But what happens is they haven't reached the goal because of the SMEs, all the stakeholders, small-scale stakeholders. They cannot actually afford for the champions and the skilled workforce and other things. So what we need to do is we need to actually disintegrate each of these ecosystem items and then started actually preparing the whole thing. For example, when AutoCAD was introduced, if I'm not wrong, similar situation was there. The electrical and mechanical engineers are not aware of it. But now if you go to any of the MEP person, definitely they know AutoCAD. They know how to actually represent each of their elements. So, the adoption might have happened after a long time, but knowing all these things, all these behaviors, we should come up with a plan of action to, create the rules, create the, workforce, not in one shot. I mean, if you ask each of the stakeholders, team members to come for a, 1 week intensive training on all those things, definitely they don't actually go back with all this implementation. I mean, what you need to do is you need to dosage it. How do we dosage the chlorination? I mean, we need to dosage it in a very small, baby steps. Yes. And then as and when the whole ecosystem started evolving it, started appreciating it, I'll give you an example. My team... No.
He is the master of all these things, all E&M services and BIM modeling and all that. At least I can mention that you can go and contact that company and consultant and prepare all that.
Okay, I'll give you another analogy. I mean, it is good to teach how to fish than give the fish. If I'm giving you a consultant, then the consultant only will get benefited. You are not. And you cannot depend on consultant all the time. You have to equip yourself. I mean, nobody taught us how to use mobile, right? I mean, we are not in the, almost all of us not in the mobile generation. Yes. Now we are using it seamlessly for everything. And I'm sure that we, with our own pace, that's what I said, you take a baby step by step. The adoption strategy can span for more than 3 years. Absolutely fine. But at the end of the 3rd year, you may be claimed that, we are well within, we are at par with the developed nations in terms of adoption, all the leaders. So that strategy has to be critically reviewed, and I'm sure that CPWD will have a plan for that and then do it accordingly.
Yes.
Thank you. Did I answer
now we can have one more question. That is the last question. because we are running short of time.
Sir, my question is from the Autodesk, and of course, partially it has been answered by the professor, but to the audience and everyone, we know that the BIM has been started, and even the Autodesk launched their Revit software way back in 2004. And 20 years is a very big period that we are still not implemented BIM in fully in the, of course, leave out this CPWD in the industry. Why it is not popular in the industry? In the industry, we do not found the professionals using the BIM. As soon as this Autodesk launched the AutoCAD, everyone adopted the AutoCAD. Means architects, MEPs, structure, everyone adopted the AutoCAD. But this 2004 and 2023, we are almost 20 years, 2 decades, and BIM is not in the industry has not adopted it. We, from one decade, we are making the provisions in our contract, BIM. But when we go to the site, and we insist to implement the contract provision, all the drawings are being translated into the BIM. They are not created into the BIM. So, just to comply the contract provisions, as our SDG Ranjit Singh said, it is a question of the capacity building. Of course, it is a question of capacity building. It is not a capacity building of the only CPWD. It is a capacity building of the whole industry. And the Autodesk can tell us their business research data must be telling what is their progress, what is their growth in the sale of the software. That will be the indicator how much the BIM has taken place in the industry.
Okay. So, great question, and thank you for asking that. So, what's happened with any technology? So, first of all, like one of my co-delegates mentioned, BIM is not a software. BIM is a combination of people, process, and technology. Technology is one leg of the table on which the BIM platform stands. Having said that, we've seen different levels of uptake on BIM. So just to give you an example, governments of Singapore, UK, they've all mandated BIM. We've seen a lot of uptake on that. You would also be surprised to know that not very far from here, there's an organization that's got people who are delivering the entire BIM for the tallest tower in the world, the Jeddah Tower, not very far from here, and they're doing everything on BIM and BIM technology. They've got 1,800 people. AECOM delivers around 50 to 60% of their projects from India using BIM as a technology. Sistra, Jacobs, you name the company. You'd be surprised to know that almost 40–50% of all the BIM detailing work for the entire world happens here. Now comes the question of why not us? And that comes back to various other factors. I won't kind of delve into it here, including costing, pricing, the way in which we draft our contracts, the way in which we are mandating. So, for example, if I want to go for let's say, take up a project and mandate that this project should be using BIM, very rarely do the consultants, the MEP consultant, the structural consultant, the architectural consultant know what the deliverable is, what the LOD is, what are the checks that are required, what are the parameters for each one of the object within that model that needs to be populated. Do you need to submit an embodied carbon report? So once we have a detailed requirement being floated out, that makes it a lot easier for the uptake, and that makes the reading between the lines a little easier. And I think one part of the challenge is also in terms of bringing everybody onto the same page. And one of my co-panelists very rightly said that the best way to kick things off is have a kickoff meeting, bring everybody on the same page, and then when we are all speaking the same language, issues generally tend to be a lot lesser. I wouldn't say there's zero, they're a lot lesser. And in India in particular, we've seen significant growth in the revenues for BIM. I'll go out on a limb here, and as long as nobody quotes me, I'll say that right now our revenues for BIM and 3D technologies in India as a market eclipse that of 2D platforms.
Okay, I think we are running short of time. So before we all know, and it has already been presented by the speakers also, that digital transformation is a complex phenomenon. So you must accept it, and as the Dr. Senthil has pointed out, we move step by step, and once we are there, it should be complete. So with this, I will request my co-chairman if he has something to add.
No, I don't have anything to add, sir.
So then I will request reporter to sum up the proceedings.
Yeah, namaskar. Sir, BIM adoption is a process that should start from inception to completion and further maintenance. What we are doing is that we are taking it from midway. So the first part is missing. So unless we create 3D model in the beginning, it will be an exercise which is going to hamper progress, in fact, in the midway. So all the presenters, they have pointed out the difficulties, they have pointed out the processes, people and technologies involved. So I'll not go into that detail. So in brief, I would like to say that in CPWD, we are moving in the right direction. We have to adopt already tools available with us. We have to adopt our collaboration tool available with us, and we should develop a capacity building so that once we get a requisition from a client for a kind of building, we should submit that concept drawing in 3D model. So capacity building at level 1 is through our own competent architects. Second will be our engineers who have to understand all the BIM aspect, all the different layers, and as Secretary Sir has emphasized, that it should be MEP driven. We should understand our each layer, and we should have competence, and we should take crucial decisions to integrate at all levels. So unless we integrate at all levels, we will not be able to generate models which are clash-free. We will not be able to take drawings, 2D and 3D drawings from the models. So we have to have a complete ecosystem. So with this, I would like to close, and thanks.
धन्यवाद सर, ये बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक सत्र रहा। हम सभी प्रेजेंटर्स के आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने आज यहाँ अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए। अब मैं इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष श्री रंजीत सिंह जी तथा सह अध्यक्ष श्री कमाल अहमद जी को आमंत्रित करती हूं कि वे इस सत्र के प्रेजेंटर्स को मोमेंटोस देकर सम्मानित करें। फर्स्टली श्री समीर जैन, who has presented BIM, our digital. You can take. Dr. V. Senthil. श्री अनुराग कुमार, सुनो, श्री राजेश बंगा सर एंड श्री विराज तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद सर। आप सभी के लिए जलपान की व्यवस्था हॉल नंबर 6 के बाहर लॉबी में की गई है। कृपया जलपान के लिए प्रस्थान कीजिए। अगला सेशन 11:40 पर शुरू होगा। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि निर्धारित समय पर इसी हॉल में अपना स्थान पुनः ग्रहण करें। धन्यवाद। से ऐसे शीशे की तलाश करो। नमस्कार, मैं प्रियंका यादव, असिस्टेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर, आप सभी का टेक्निकल सेशन 2 में एक बार फिर स्वागत करती हूं। इस टेक्निकल सेशन के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं विशेष महानिदेशक श्री SP चौधरी जी तथा सह अध्यक्ष के रूप में अपर महानिदेशक श्री मयंक कुमार तिलक जी एवं रिपोर्टर के रूप में अधीक्षण अभियंता श्री VP साहू जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं तथा अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे इस सत्र का संचालन करें। सर, ओवर टू यू प्लीज।
नमस्कार सर, मैं P भगत सिंह सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि प्लीज
अभी भगत सिंह आ जाना।
All are requested to please settle down fast.
So we are starting this session. Respected DG sir, esteemed seniors, my colleagues, delegates and friends, good morning. Welcome you all to the second session of this seminar. We had opening session wherein our secretary sir has highlighted many important aspects to be incorporated in our execution projects. We also had first session covering project monitoring tools like BIMs and the like. This session is focused mainly on case studies of important and unique projects. Every project is unique in itself. Work site differs, time of execution differs, time period differs, scale differs, purpose differs. Most importantly, strategies and execution team also differs. We are exposed to limited numbers of actual executed projects when in service, which further gets reduced when executing large projects. Presentation through case studies are great source of accelerated learning, motivation and inspirations and new materials. To inspire and educate, we have few case studies on very important and critical projects. Our presenters have made great efforts to prepare and present their case studies. There are 6 presentations in the session, out of which 3 are case studies, 1 is leftover from BIM studies, and 2 are equally important to listen. To help steer the session, we have our colleague Sri Mayank Tilak as co-chair and Sri VP Sahu as reporter. Now I request co-chair Sri Mayank Tilak to set time period for presentations, invite them one by one, and monitor overall time to complete the session before lunch time. Thank you.
नमस्कार। हम लोगों के पास 6 प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं और हम लोग जो टाइम लिमिट रखेंगे वुड बी अराउंड 12 to 15 मिनट्स। मैक्सिमम इज 15 मिनट्स, बट आई वुड प्रीफर कि यदि वो 12 मिनट्स में अपना प्रेजेंटेशन ख़त्म कर सकें, बिकॉज वी वुड बी इनफैक्ट आफ्टर दीज सेशंस वी वुड बी गोइंग इन फॉर द लंच। तो थोड़ा सा सेशन हमारा लेट हो गया है, तो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द प्रेजेंटर्स to restrict it to their time limits of 12 minutes, please. Thank you.
Speaker is Shri P Bhagat Singh, Chief Engineer, Central Vista Project. Sir, please start.
Good morning, everyone. I think in the midst of entire CPWD family and the fraternity of technical experts, I take the liberty of saying that the new Parliament building project is a unique example of synergy of minds and actions, and it is a true testimony to passion, determination, hard work, dedicated team effort, and intense monitoring. The project, this building is a 3-story building. Average terrace height is 22 meter. Crown height in the central portion where national emblem is erected, that is 36.5. Plinth area is 65,000 square meter, constructed in a plot of 10 acre, and sanction cost is 970 crores. Foundation stone was laid in December 2020. Thereafter, after clearance from the Supreme Court, work physically started in January 2021. We have effectively defended almost 10 litigation cases. And by the time structure was almost complete, the national emblem was also erected in the central portion of the building, and that was unveiled by Honorable Prime Minister in June 2022. And finally, the inauguration was done on 28 May 2023. These are few of the special features. Some of them may be normal features for many of you who have adopted in your projects elsewhere. This is an iconic building, one and only building in the country, the Temple of Democracy, the Parliament of India. Different themes have been adopted for the interiors. Lok Sabha, peacock theme, following national bird theme. Raj Sabha, lotus, national flower. Courtyard, banyan theme is followed. This is the Lok Sabha, the ceiling, floor carpet, and jalis all round follow the peacock theme. Similarly, in Raj Sabha, they follow lotus theme. In courtyard, a small banyan tree is planted in the center, and other trees around, they are retained during construction activity. So there are 42 ministers' chambers. There are 5 committee rooms of capacity 75. MPs' lounges are there. This is brief description about interior. So many other elements are there. Reading rooms are there. MPs' dining halls are there. Constitutional gallery where original constitution will be kept. And in the Constitution Hall, there is one four-court pendulum, which demonstrates the concept of Earth's rotation like one would find in museums. So this is the Constitutional Hall flooring. There are Indian galleries, 3 such galleries depicting art and culture of India. And skylights are provided for adequate natural light in the building. And this is peacock jali provided in the Lok Sabha chamber. These are exteriors with landscaping. This is a unique structure designed for seismic zone 5, keeping in view long-term life of the building, although Delhi falls under zone 4. Raft varying from 1.5 to 2.65 meters. There are so many other elements, but Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha chambers, they are semicircular in plan with a diameter of 57 meters, beam depth up to 33.3 meters. This is a regular RCC structure. We explored several other technology options, but because of various limitations, we found not viable or not advisable to go with them. So the peripheral columns are 12 columns. They are big size. They were acting as shear walls also for zone 5 seismic criteria. They are 5.58 meter by 0.75 meter. Unsupported height 24 meters. So these are few images of that structure. And above the false ceiling in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha chambers, huge steel framework is provided to give access to catwalks, and so many MEP services are accommodated inside. That structure is almost 3 to 6 meters clear height above false ceiling. And this is a view from bottom in the Constitutional Hall, supported on 6 columns. Unsupported height is 19 meters. So this is the national emblem that is erected. This is a 21 feet emblem. Bronze statue that is 8 tons. Crown height is 36.5 meters. We designed the building for a longer service life by designing it for higher degree of environmental exposure. Like IS 456 prescribes mild and moderate conditions for foundation and superstructure respectively. But in this case, we designed for moderate and severe condition. And we have gone with higher grades of concrete, not only from structural point of view, from durability point of view, up to M60. Self-compacting concretes we have used. Almost out of 1.2 lakh cubic meters of concrete, nearly 40,000 cubic meters we have used self-compacting concretes, M60 grade in all vertical elements, columns and shear walls. Entire building is with corrosion resistant steel, and integral crystalline admixes are used in concrete for added durability. So self-compacting concretes, as I have already mentioned, they are with OPC plus fly ash, and other concretes are with PPC. Entire building only manufactured sand is used instead of river sand. Reinforcement couplers are used, leading to 2% savings in steel. Concrete curing compounds are used, and polymer mortars are used for masonry, and ready mixed plasters are used for external plastering. Gypsum plasters are used for internal plastering. Huge quantity of modular formworks of Perry, RMD, quick form, rapid show, those are all used. Soil nailing techniques have been used, and all CNC cut stone, wooden and other elements are used. This is the image of to left is the rapid shore formwork used in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha chambers for casting of slab as well as erection of false ceiling. This is very considered to be very, very stable and quick to install and disassemble. And this Perry formwork on the right, up to 6 meters height, we could achieve pour height up to 5 meters using self-compacting concrete. That has expedited the progress also, at the same time not compromising on quality of compaction. So soil nailing, wherever trees or some other services are to be protected at ground level. So excavation surfaces are kept vertical with soil anchoring. 25 mm diameter TMT bars are used for anchoring, 4 to 9 meters length at a slope of 10 to 20 degrees. They are capped with bearing plate and then covered with geotextile mat and graniting on the surface. And these are different stone jalis, motifs, and L corners, octagonal corners, all done with CNC machines. So this is furniture and certain other interior jali elements done with CNC cutting. So we have used CLSM, controlled lean strength material, which is nothing but pumpable lean mortar, in place of conventional earth or fly ash filling, wherever areas are inaccessible. So we have used this to ensure that the process of filling takes place very fast. And then stainless steel plumbing we have used, and copper pipes for hot water supply. Dry stone cladding we have used with the undercut anchor system. To left, this is the undercut anchor system, which is considered to be very sturdy, especially when things are to be erected at more height, in comparison to the conventional system, which is on right side, that is pin system, where support is taken from the edge of the stone slab, whereas in undercut system, the support is taken from the surface of the stone slab. In the figure shown below, you can find 4 undercut anchors are there. So it is considered to be very steady. Very few buildings in country have been done with dry stone cladding. Like in any other building, we also have given emphasis to environmental sustainability during construction as well as post-construction. Now it is a certified platinum rated building, and we are targeting for 5-star rating of GREHA. So anti-smoke towers, anti-smoke guns, mist spray system, all these things probably we adopt elsewhere also, but here with all religiousness and rigorousness we have followed. One big noise barrier we have erected between the existing parliament and new parliament building site. This is a 10-meter high double GA sheet with 100 mm rock wool insulation, and we have tested the noise levels also. We could ensure 15 decibel reduction in noise. And vibration monitoring devices also installed near the existing parliament building to ensure that the vibration transmitted due to hard rock excavation is within limits. Wheel washing and all in all other projects we are doing. These are all we are doing in other projects also, STP. COVID, especially, a lot of special care was taken by Tata Projects Limited also. All protocols have been strictly followed. These are all amenities provided to work site, skill training. These are motivation trainings are conducted frequently, well-maintained workers camp. So these are few challenges in construction. This list may not be that unusual for any other project that we are executing in CPWD, but it is only about the degree and severity of these challenges. In this project, they have been of kind of a very units. And multifarious statutory authorities, you know the challenges involved in getting statutory approvals. This is how we have overcome the challenges. Huge deployment of manpower was the key. Almost 5,000 manpower was deployed. 1 minute, sir. 2 minutes. Deployed. So this is one of the highest for any single concentrated building of this nature, and this validates the thumb rule, general thumb rule, that 1,000 persons are required to be deployed for achieving rupees 10 crore monthly turnover. Material parallel offset procurement, all those things we have done. Machinery huge deployment, and especially large quantum of modular centering and shuttering. Almost 20,000 square meters of centering of a plan area. I'm not counting columns or beam sides or beam bottoms. So that has helped in. One most important thing is the uninterrupted flow of funds. One small example, one occasion we were in need of providing 30 crores fund to Tata projects. So our fund got exhausted. Ministry mobilized all over the country, all our CPWD units, and within a day we got diverted the funds also. That's what needs to be ensured in other projects also. So planning, of course, we did used 4D beam modeling and other, because of time shortage I am skipping. Monitoring how close it is, just wanted to mention, it is warned the project will not be completed. And COVID handling. So that's all. So let us look forward, we are looking forward to taking up more such challenging projects successfully in future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite.
I also thank Mr. Bhagat Singh to, and I think others should also stick to do the same. Specifically IIT Tirupati, they should continue this thing.
Close monitoring.
सभी को मेरा बहुत बहुत नमस्कार. I would like to give some brief history of this IIT project Tirupati.
Excuse me, 11 minutes.
Yes, maybe 9 minutes. So just brief history is that this project is located in IIT Tirupati, but it is away 25 kilometers away from Tirupati, and it is a hill terrain. And this project site was 90 meter was the altitude difference from the lower end to the upper end. So this was a difficult site, and as soon as in January 2019 I joined, so we got the sanction in February itself, and then we started making the estimate, and by May we had made all the estimate, but due to this EPC mode at the time, we converted it into the EPC mode. So all the drawings were prepared, and EPC mode 3 was taken for this. And in this month we prepared all the drawings, and in August we floated the tender. So after all this technical bid submission, financial bid submission, all this took time, and then in March finally this work was awarded on 20th March. After that, the same day, this COVID restrictions was there. So ultimately, as soon as in June it opened, we started it. In June, in South, it was the peak COVID at the time, because as it opened, so we started in COVID position. This project we started in COVID position. So just in my mind, it came that if we will not handle the humans, this project is not going to be handled. Because human is the prime factor. If you handle that, I think software, it works very well. But if you don't handle the human factors, nothing I think happens. So, and human factor is that we don't care for the laborers who comes from different places. So that has to be cared most. So I requested this JMC firm who taken this. They were also very sensitive for handling this type of issue. So I just requested them, you start with 50 people from anywhere, you start this project, and your establishment I will monitor. I will not monitor in the beginning the project, how it is going. Only the establishment, I given them 15 parameters, that take these parameters, 15 parameters, and start making a establishment which will work also and which will give a name also that we have made a very beautiful establishments. So that was my slightly dream, and they have made it, and we gained, I think, 10 awards since then. So many people have come and seen it, practically seen it, and we have given each and every facility that we will explain. So that was the only, and we completed this project out of 6 IITs in time. And we have given, after 1 year, the director residency. The director itself moved that. Even other buildings were not getting ready. He himself moved that. And after that, one by one, we completed all the buildings almost at the time. And the E&M services, we got the now best award also for that. We completed before all buildings. Building was ready, building was getting ready. Over all E&M services were commissioned. CA clearance we got 2 months prior to that. And we were waiting for the buildings. Then we switched on one by one all the substation, generators, HVAC plant, etc. That is also was there. So this have come well with the God grace and all support of all of you. Now, I think, please.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, Reddy is there. Yeah, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. My name is Ramna Reddy. I am the representative of Kalpadaru Projects International Limited, earlier is JMC. Here, most of the presentations are on the technical ground. Here it is a critical ground related to process and implementations, but here it is a people's one. The project has started in the June 3rd of 2019, where the problem is the augmentation of the labor force. The success of the project depends upon the augmentation and the increase of the labor force. So in the initial period, we don't have any work because we don't have the labor. Then we put a proposal. So with the layout, how the colony has to be made, with the different discussions with the IIT and the CPWD, we came in a conclusion that the colony should be in a different 3 parts, even though it is not a bifurcation, so that following the protocols of that SOP and the COVID, what we have to do. So all these considerations, we have made the 3 zones. On the zone 1, there is a 4 quarters with the 98 rooms, with each room has a size of 3 by 4, where I can accommodate 4 people with the spacing of the 1 meter. And each zone we have the toilets of the 24 and the kitchen, and all the things we have bifurcated to accommodate the people. The maximum required is 2,400. So to accommodate the maximum peak hour, we need the 2,500 people. Initially, we needed the 1,200 to 1,440. Even though I keep the 3 people or 4 people in a room, in the later date, we can accommodate with the 2,500. So in a colony, we have established it. So, everything in meetings we call as a colony, labor colony. In one day, directors are as asked, so maybe those people are working for this project. Don't call it as a labor colony. We have to think of the new name. Then the discussion has happened. Then ultimately they are given the name of the Vishwakarma Avas. So from that day onwards, most of the JMC or the Kalpat KPL, all the colonies as we are calling as a Vishwakarma Avas. So in a Vishwakarma Avas, we have established the temple to take care of this one. Then this is the layout of the rooms, where we have given the pictorial views with the paint to give the indication that the people that you see that don't waste food. So after seeing and maybe the peptide giving by our people, the wastage of the fish almost all 10 to 15% it has reduced. So that we have established a biogas. It is nearer to the hilly area. If either I have to use the LPG gas or the biogas instead of the firewood. So LPG is a costly. They have given 100 rupees lesser compared to this thing. So we have established a biogas plant, and we have used the biogas up to the completion of the project. Then we have established a RO plant with a capacity of 1,000 liters per hour, and STP has a 150 KLD. enhancement up to the 200 KLD. This STP water we have reused for the even the suppression of the dust and even for the road making and the consolidation of the embankment and the subgrade, even the plants and everything. Then we have the in the Vishwakarma Avas itself, it all these things, sir. Kids school we have maintained, and a medical room at Vishwakarma Avas. Even every fortnightly, the doctor will come from the outside. He will check the labor force. And we have established the provisional store because at that time the people will not move to the other area. So we established the provisional store inside of the Vishwakarma Avas. Even we have created the dining hall separately for them and the recreation facilities also. And we have given 60 kilowatts power for the Avas, and we have established CCTV to monitor the people that at that COVID time they are moving, otherwise they are taking the precautions or not, and given the smoke zone separately also. And these pictorial views gives the resources of how we can save the resources and how we can educate the people, that means unskilled labor and unskilled labor. So on the 16th of the September, we thought that, so giving the importance of the ozone layer, so we have created a ozone park in the Vishwakarma Avas itself, and also the mini Kalpaturu one, it has the more than 1,000 species, sitting arrangements for the workforce when they are in the Sunday or the leisure time. So even the most of the birds are there in the, it is a hilly forest area. We created a nest with the, we have given the food and water also in the summer time. So those are the infra. Then when it comes to the infra, so we have taken care for all the buildings, and we have developed the park which consists of the safety provisions. Before, after induction of the people who came, then we will show to our HSC park and quality park and P&M park. We will give the importance of the structure and give that what are the precautions they have to take care at the time of the construction or the during construction when they are working. So this is the call. So even this, we have created the restroom, even the medical facility at the site also, other than the Avas. So these are the things. So these are the mission. So the promotional activities, to know the importance of the days. So when the PEC talk is giving, at that time we have given the National Youth Day importance and the so Swachh Seva Bharat site and mock drills and the National Fire Service and the Environmental Day. So all the celebrations it has taken place in even the blood donation camps. We are organizing every year almost all 200 samples we are donating to the Red Cross Society.
This lemon juice we are continuously giving.
In the summer time we have given the lemon juice to them. So these are the EHS one. So what are the COVID protocols we have followed? Actually, the main augmentation has happened because Tirupati, the zone is a remote area. We have the establishment at the Hyderabad and the Bangalore. To augment, to mobilize the people, none is interested to move. At that time, permissions also move. Then we have taken the help of the director and the collector. So where the people is stationed, either West Bengal or Bihar or somewhere, there we have organized the buses freely. So where we pick up the people after coming to the one or two people, then after seeing our establishment, so they call the other contractors also. With that, in the COVID period also, considering all the precautions, we have moved our work. So even we have, the next is the COVID, the vaccination. Even the people are not interested to take the vaccination, but giving the pep talks and the importance, we have given the first dose and second dose with more than what the people is there, more than 2,000 numbers. And we have received the Vishwakarma, the Corona Barrier Awards also for this COVID product. So that we have followed the Gruha 4 rating with all the things what it is required. And during that one, BOCW chairman and the members and also SGSR is present, and he has inaugurated our conference hall also. So we have received almost 12 awards. One is the ROSPA, it is from the London, and one is the British Council. It all is related to the safety related, and CIDC 2021, and the CISR Excellence Award, and National Safety Council Award, and again that CIDC 2022, and then National Safety Council again 2022, then CIA. Yeah. So these are the awards we have received. So this is the SCC concrete with the fair face finish also. So this is the final structure it has came. Yeah, thank you.
Now I invite Shri P.K. Naidu, Chief Engineer Committee, to present his paper.
से बदलेगा कैसे नेक्स्ट टू बैक है नमस्कार my topic is use of high strength steel in PEB structures, a comparative study. The study was done under the able guidance of our ADG Sri O.P. Tripathi Saab. During this presentation I shall be briefly discussing what are PEB structures, how they are different from conventional steel buildings, what are the areas of application of PEB structures, their advantages, disadvantages, limitations of PEB structures, and briefly various design aspects, and a slight insight into various foreign codes connected with PEB structures, and lastly, how much steel we can save by using high strength steel in PEB structures, and what are the other indirect benefits. Let me start with definition of a PEB structure. Pre-engineered buildings are buildings which are engineered at a factory and assembled at site. So this is the most simplest definition I could take from the literature. Usually PEBs are steel structures. The PEB structures consist primary members and secondary members. The primary members are usually made of built-up sections using hot-rolled steel, whereas secondary members are always cold-rolled sections, which means they are derived out of thin GI plates of thickness varying from 2 to 3 mm. The rigid portals are made of primary members consisting of columns and rafters. They are usually I-shaped members. Web plates are joined with flange plates by a specialized welding process called submerged arc welding. This is different from regular metal arc welding. The depth of members are varied depending upon the bending moment diagram. So we have to make our own tailor-made sections, unlike the regular rolled steel joints available in the market readily. These are various components of a PEB structure. It contains main frames, rigid portals, consisting of columns and rafters. The secondary frames are purlins and girts. So the wall side purlins are called girts. Then we have roof bracings, wall bracings, gable bracings. They can usually have hard-rolled sections or steel tubes, or even GI wires or stainless steel wires, or even cables can be used for these bracings. Flange bracings and sag rods are the components used to strengthen the purlin system. Then roof claddings and wall claddings, usually they are profiled color-coated galvanum sheets. They can be single sheets or double sheets with puff sandwich for thermal insulation. Then we'll have gutters and flashings, usually color-coated galvanum plain sheets. Accessories such as rolling shutters, sliding shutters, ventilators, skylights, turbo fans are the requirements of PEB. Then ultimately the sections are connected with high-strength bolts of usually grade 8.8, 10.9 and 12.9. The grade of the bolt indicates always the ultimate strength and the yield strength. So example, grade 10.9 means the ultimate strength is 1000 MPa And the decimal 9 indicates that the yield strength is 90% of the ultimate strength. So pictorial representation of a PEB, we can see the wall bracing, roof bracing, gable end bracing, the roof sheeting, wall sheeting, rigid portals connected in longitudinal direction with secondary members. A bigger representation wherein we can see doors, windows, ventilators, thermal insulation, canopies, rigid level ventilators, and all other components. The standard framings, they can be single bay, multiple bay, open web sections, curved roof sections, single slope, multi-directional slopes, all are possible. Even a multi-story structure is also possible. This is the basic difference of a PEB with conventional steel building. The conventional steel building always uses regular roll steel joints, ISLB, ISMB, ISWB, whatever available in the market. And the members are connected by means of welding, riveting, or bolting. Whereas in PEB, we have to make our own sections tailor-made. Means depth of section is varied depending upon the bending moment diagram, and thus the economy is achieved. So PEB structure uses fabricated tapout sections. So therefore, the weight is less compared to the CSBs. And when the weight is less, obviously the foundation sizes are also less. Most of the structure is done in a factory in controlled conditions. The site activities are very less, therefore faster construction is possible. And it's highly economical, up to 30%. And usually there are agencies who can do the design and execution all together as one package. Therefore, we don't have to deal with multiple vendors and less coordination is possible. And all these manufacturers generally give 10 years warranty, and first for 10 years or so, we may not need any maintenance. So this shows that roughly about 30 to 35% less steel used in PEB compared to the conventional steel buildings. Areas of application of PEB structure. So for warehouses and industrial sheds and factories, this is the go-to option. Gas stations, petrol pumps, parking sheds, aircraft hangars, sports and recreation facilities, metro stations, airports, railway stations, bus stands, showrooms, shopping centers, exhibition halls, cold storages, even labor camps, we can use the PEBs. Now, regular office buildings and residence buildings are also possible with PEB technology. A typical PEB measuring 200 meters width, 400 meters length, with built-up area of 10 lakh square feet. This kind of mega structures have become a reality in the country now. Courtesy Central Warehousing Corporation, online shopping companies like Amazon, Flipkart. We have structures like that in Hyderabad, Bengaluru. Even CPWD has done one such gigantic structure for Warehousing Corporation in Bengaluru. Yeah. So large span structures with clear spans over 100 meters is very well possible with PEB, particularly for parking aircrafts. A typical mezzanine floor, we can have multiple mezzanine floor for parking, and canopies up over 20 meters possible with roof level suspenders. Even curved profiles for better architectures possible. Multi-story structures for schools and educational institutes also possible. For stadiums involving large spans is a go-to option. A multi-story structure for regular office buildings with parking facility possible. And single or multiple EOT cranes can always be installed with capacity as much as 300 metric tons cranes. This is a hangar structure for helicopters made by CPWD at Bengaluru. It has got a clear span of 50 meters and length of 100 meters with 5-ton EOT crane. The hall was designed to receive 700 lux natural light inside. It's an IGBC platinum rated building. It was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister a few months back. This is another hall of similar dimensions done by CPWD for Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So this is hall number 3. This is used for building the helicopter bodies involving riveting work, which makes a lot of noise. Therefore, the client requirement was that acoustics were to be provided in the hall. So the ceiling was provided with acoustic panels and also the walls. See, this is how a simple look of a PEB structure. It can be very drab, may not be very attractive. But if money is not a criteria, it can definitely be made attractive with the use of glass and aluminum composite panels. So one such thing is, this is the example which CPWD is building in presently at HAL factory at Bengaluru. It's an air-conditioned hall to be used for manufacturing gearboxes for helicopters. Here also 50-meter clear span and 100 meters length. This is another hall to be used for a process shop where chemical treatment to the gear wheels is going to be done. Yeah, advantages of PEV, cost is lower because 35% saving is there. Better quality is possible because most of the thing is done in controlled conditions in a factory. Time of construction is very less because hardly any activities is to be done at site, only nut bolting is to be done. Very low maintenance. For the first year, 10 years, hardly any maintenance is required. And flexibility, you can always remove the structure and take it elsewhere and relocate it also, or you can do horizontal extension also so easily. The disadvantage is that, particularly in marine environment, you need to do hard dip galvanization, else the structure will get corroded drastically. Very big machinery, cranes with high boom length are required depending upon the height of the structure. And fireproofing is also, because steel structures are highly sensitive for fire accidents, so fireproofing also pushes the cost up. Thermal insulation, because metal structure is going to be damn hot inside, so thermal insulation is also going to push up the cost of the structure. Highly skilled manpower is required to do the site activities. And design takes a lot of time, because large number of shop drawings have to be developed. Here, perhaps design takes more time than the construction. Fireproofing PEV structure is another interesting topic. These are the 4 or 5 very popular methods of fireproofing the steel structures. One is intumescent paint coating. As the name suggests, 1 mm thick film, when comes across or exposed to fire, can expand to 100 mm thick, forming a puffy layer, providing a barrier against the fire and protects the steel. Vermiculate, we all know, is widely used in fire doors. So this is also magnesium, aluminum, iron silicates, which can be sprayed on the steel structure, will protect against fire. Flexible blanket system is a blanket of generally 400 GSM flexible blanket impregnated with silica and aerogel, which can be used to wrap the steel structure, which can protect it from the fire. Rigid board fireproofing is a technique where autoclaved calcium silicate boards are used to encase the steel structure. Encasing with concrete is age-old technique, but it takes away a lot of space, and only it can be done in combination with other techniques. This technique alone cannot handle the structure. So use of high strength, commonly used is 350 grade steel. Nobody uses 250 grade steel, but in HAL we have used 450 grade steel. Whenever the grade of steel goes up, we all know that the elongation drops down. But here, luckily, up to 450, the elongation drop is hardly 2%, so ductility is not compromised. So these are the provisions of IS 2062-211. It shows that the strength up to 650 is available in the market, but beyond 450, the elongation drops down to 12%. Okay, this is the design we considered for the study. Clear span 45 meters, length 48 meters. So seismic load considerations, wind load considerations, importance factor of 1.5 is considered in seismic and 1.15 for the wind. The new IS 875 brings in importance factor K4 also. And there in seismic, we have part 4, 1893 part 4, 2015 is exclusively for industrial structures. That prescribes where fire accidents should not happen. Importance factor is 1.5. The various load combinations considered in the design. The red colored things are prescribed by 1893 part 4 for plastic design. Deflection criteria, where you have a EOT crane inside, the deflection criteria is very stringent. It cannot be more than H by 400.
May I request you to please conclude?
Right. Softwares, the list of softwares to be used. So now here it says that E450 grade, when I use over 350 grade, we can save up to 10% of the steel. So, but at the same time, the cost of steel is also more. Higher grade cost is more than the medium strength steel. So therefore, net saving is not much by using E450 grade, but at the same time, we have the benefits like, savings in cost of logistics, transport cost can be saved, savings in cost of corrosion protection, savings in cost of fireproofing, handling and erection cost is also saved, saving cost of foundation is also less because the dead weight is less. Then countries, more importantly, the natural resources of the country is saved. Even a 1,000-ton structure, we can save 100 tons definitely. So there are various foreign codes which are used. So let me go back here. Sorry. Okay, see, the foreign codes, Euro code and American code, both are almost on same benchmarks. Indian code and British code are on the same benchmarks. The Euro codes and American codes, if you do the design, the weight comes at least 30-35% lesser than the Indian code. This is what I want to bring it to your notice. Thank you.
Now I request Shri Anurag Sachan to present his paper.
Is the presentation? Yeah, namaskar, good afternoon. The project which I am presenting here today is hardly 1%, not even 1% of Central Vista. But one way it is very, very important because the project which I'm going to present is basically was constructed for security of our country. Hardly 10 kilometers from Pakistan border, where soil bearing capacity is hardly 10 ton per meter square, even after ground improvements. And you know that within 10 kilometers of range, anytime bullet can come. And you don't get any time. I mean, if you don't construct the building very fast, the enemies will notice it and there may be problems. So there were a lot of challenges for this project. So first of all, I like to introduce how the precasting is done. When you talk about innovation of building construction, I think precast is a very, very important component of this. So I'm very happy to inform you that this building, which has been constructed at Lakhpat, near Pakistan border, almost 100% is precast, leaving aside little some ground leveling, etc. 100% precast. So that is a great this thing. So I will like to share our experiences and thank you very much CPWD and the border zone services of CPWD, that is one of the wing, who has trusted us and given us the opportunity to do this kind of very innovative work. So first of all, I like to tell you about Fuji Silvertech, which is a first precast factory-made construction in India. And we have taken the help of Japanese, because Japanese are expert in precast. They have the experience of almost more than 50 years in precast. And in developed countries...
Maybe restrict this introduction of Fuji Silvertech
Okay.
and just go into
so
the
I'll
project.
skip the video then. I'll go further. I'll come. Okay. Next. So skip the video. We will come to the project. Okay. So I will leave aside the Fuji Silvertech. It's a Japanese venture group of companies. So I'll leave aside. And I'll leave aside what we do. We are solution provider. Not only that we do the precast construction, but we provide the solution also. So please go. So this is the one which I am talking about. This is area is Lakhpat, which is very close to Pakistan border. And the challenge was to construct a G+2 observation post, which is very important for security of our country. So this challenge was given to us. So we started designing, because this was a new to us also. We were not doing precast buildings. So initially we came up with a solution that there will be 250 components, which was very difficult to make a precast building of 250 components. Then we were doing some kind of analysis, redesigning, and we came to almost 50 components finally. And there were a lot of challenges, like you cannot have any component which is more than 1.5 tons of the weight, because it has to be carried at the site, and zero tolerances as far as dimensions are concerned. Next one, please. So this is how the building was done. The entire building was completed in 15 days, straight 15 days. So we started with, because SBC was so poor that even raft foundation was also precast, and it was joined with the nuts and bolts. So in the first, on the left side top, you can see that the precast raft foundation was started. And then after that, you can see the walls. There's a tall wall. This is also foundation, part of the foundation, because this area was coming within the high tide zone. The water was coming up to this, so the client wanted us to make the foundation almost 2.5 meter high than the ground level. So these foundations were done. All these walls are precast and joined with either grouted couplers or with the nuts and bolts. Next, please. So this is how the building was coming up. The foundation was completed, then the walls were erected, and after that the slab has come, and after that the ground floor was completed and the first floor was completed. And complete building was completed in 20 days. Yeah, next. Even staircase and etc., everything is precast. So nothing, because it was very difficult to do any kind of cast in situ work at this site. And this has been time tested, because to our good luck or bad luck, whatever you call, the cyclone came with a wind speed of 125 kmph, and this was the eye of the cyclone. And this is the photograph on the right side just after the cyclone. So the building was erect. There was no harm as far as building is concerned. Next. Now, this was one solution which I have presented you, G+2. We have made two towers there, G+2 and G+1. So this was one innovation which we have done. The second one is precast bridge solution. Because in that area, it is all like marshy area where seawater comes. It is very difficult to do any kind of the cast in situ work. So this bridge also is almost, I can say 100% precast. It's a wing wall. They are like L-shaped retaining walls, 3 boxes, and over the box, the parapet also is L-shaped retaining wall. So entire solution is 100% precast. We do kind of FEM modeling for all our structures, because these are all 70R loading, and it has to be, because this is a very important where even the security vehicles also pass through this. So we don't take any chance, and these are the approvals from various educational institutes. Next. This is the FEM model which I have already spoken. Next. This is again some stages of how the bridge has been constructed. Next one. Now this is also very interesting solution which we have given to border and fence zone. They wanted to construct a fencing over the drain, and this fencing should be fit for if you apply any horizontal load, wind load, or maybe any other impact load, so it should be safe. So the testing was done at the site itself, and it has been approved by the client as well as the educational institute, and we have provided this this solution, almost length of how much? 15.
More than 4,000 meters.
Almost 4,000 meters of fencing has been provided successfully, and it is standing. There was no problem at all. Next. These are the drains, various stages of construction. First we excavate, do the drain, and there is one very interesting fact is there in the precast drain. Manning equation, the Manning coefficient in precast drain is very less compared to the cast in situ. So for the same discharge, you can provide the lesser cross section. So that is how the economy also works as far as precast drain is concerned. And while happy to inform you that even Central Vista also, precast drains of Fuji Silvertech has been used. Next. This is a very interesting thing. I visited Leh because in Border Road, it was very difficult to construct box culverts, minor bridges. In those areas, they told us that they take almost 6 months or even 1 year to construct one minor bridge of, say, 2 meter by 2 meter opening. So we gave the solution of precast boxes for those national highway loadings, and we have a plant at Ahmedabad near Gujarat, in Gujarat, and this transportation 1800 kilometers. But still, when we gave them the rate, it was cheaper than the cast in situ. So we have done 68 bridges in 4 months in Leh area. And in the current financial year also, we have the order of 105 bridges. So the speed of construction, the quality has tremendously improved in Border Road. This is a Himang project in Leh and Ladakh. Next. These are some photographs where demonstration was done. Our technology was demonstrated in their Leh office, and everybody was like aware of how the precasting is done. Next, please. Next, please. This is how the fencing in Pakistan border was done. Next. So this is just a small thing that we have provided precast drain in Central Vista project. Next. This is a very important project of railways, that is dedicated freight corridor. I retired as managing director of dedicated freight 2 years back. And here we have done almost 400 kilometers of precast drain and boxes, precast RCC boxes for 32.5 ton axle load. This is a railway loading, which is much more than 70R loading. So we have done a lot of bridges up to 3 meter by 3 meter cross section. Right from 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter to 3 meter by 3 meter. So this is also like, and all these important temples like Somnath temple, all the drains and boundary walls have been done. At Odisha Puri temple also we have done. And this is a cricket stadium in Gujarat, that where the Donald Trump came and Modi ji was there. So all the drainage system has been done by us in that project. Next. This is another temple, Somnath temple. Next. This is Puri temple. Yeah, next. This is one very interesting solution we have given to railways. In Bombay area, it is very difficult to get the land and do the excavation and make the retaining walls. So here, these retaining wall is in components, which is joined by the grouted couplers. And we have given the solution to provide the retaining wall up to 9 meter high. And it has been done successfully, and the work is going on. We have almost done, I think, 4 or 5 kilometers of retaining wall we have done in Bombay area. Next. Next. These are different products which we do it, boxes, retaining wall, drains, etc., etc. Next. Next. These are different approvals from the government. We have done the work in almost all NHAI, MORTH, railways, etc. Next. Next. So thank you very much. I think I must have not taken much time. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you so much, all the CPWD officials and DG, ADG, and Chief Engineer and Executive Engineer who has really trusted us. And we have given this time kind of solution. And future also we would like to be associated with CPWD for more challenging works. Thank you very much.
Now I will request Shri Gaurav Bhaitani to present his paper.
I will request Mr. Gaurav to restrict to 10 to 11 minutes.
Presentation. Is any over? Namaskar, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to CPWD for giving us this opportunity to present the work we have been doing for last few years. Also, our congratulations and best wishes to CPWD on the centenary day. So let me begin quickly. I have seen some interesting presentations already on what you all are doing. I want to start by putting it a little bit in the broader context of what is going on at the national level and how we can make infrastructure more sustainable and ensure that while we are developing buildings, we are developing cities, we are developing infrastructure, how climate considerations also can be internalized. So as you all know, we are growing quite rapidly. We are amongst the fastest growing economies, and all forecasts suggest that over next 10, 20 years, we will be amongst the
largest economies globally. It's also a fact that we are aspirationally changing, meaning that, you know, we are more and more ambitious, we want to have better lifestyles. We are a very, very young country now. It's surprising, you know, many of you may not know, but the average Indian today is 28 years old. That's the average age of India. Maybe the room in this age is 40 or 45. I am above 50. The reason I'm pointing out is that, you know, an average Indian often thinks very differently. They have traveled globally. Their ambitions, aspirations are global in nature. When I look at various parameters, however, as a country, we seem to be lagging on infrastructure. This is, you know, a global ranking of top 65 countries. And you will see that on infrastructure, we still rank relatively low. We are 52 or thereabouts. The good news is that a major transformation is underway. CPWD, of course, is part of that transformation, being the apex body of Government of India under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And what is driving this change is a fact that, as I mentioned, demographics, we are young, we are aspirational. There is a lot of investment which is planned in infrastructure, and I will talk a little bit in more detail about that. Also, there is convergence of technologies, which is an opportunity for us. So you will see that electricity, transport, telecom are increasingly converging. We are starting to use electric vehicles. You know, our networks are increasingly digitized. So that is a trend. Third is climate change sustainability is an important driver. All of us, whichever sector we work in, are being asked, how will we become net zero? And that is something, you know, we all need to think about, especially CPWD, when you are building so much infrastructure. Of course, as a country, we have developed large plans. There is something called a National Infrastructure Pipeline. It's over 1 lakh crores of investments to be done. It talks about various ambitions, you know, on quality of life, so 24/7 electricity. You talk of regional air connectivity. You talk of National Highway Development Program, Nal Se Jal, housing schemes. All of that is part of this National Infrastructure Pipeline. And you will see that a lot of it is concentrated in developing cities, urban infrastructure, roads, housing, electricity, renewable energy, which is at the bottom. You will see the largest investments. And as CPWD and your suppliers, you are part of this ecosystem. You are a very important part of this value chain. And here I just want to say that, you know, we have been doing fair amount of work as to how we can make this infrastructure transformation more sustainable. And we have looked at it particularly from the lens of urban infrastructure, which is cities. And we did this extensive report, all this report jointly with the National Institute of Urban Affairs. It is available on their website. I will just take 1 or 2 minutes to talk about some of the recommendations, because, you know, when we talk about urban infrastructure, it is all about buildings and it is all about public spaces. And you all are involved particularly in the building space. So one of the key recommendations which we have looked at in detail is how we can start integrating net zero in our infrastructure design, development, delivery, operations on day-to-day basis. So of course I am happy to hear that you talked about Griha, you talked about LEEDs Platinum in some of the buildings you have been doing, which are all good things, particularly from the operational aspect. But also in the design and construction, there is a lot of innovation happening. We are starting to use new kinds of materials which have much, much lower carbon footprint, basically recycling various kinds of waste streams from one industry into construction. So for example, a blast furnace slag is increasingly being used in concrete. Today I will focus more on construction and demolition waste, which is something you all are very, very familiar with and some of you are already using. Before I talk about construction and demolition waste, I want to highlight one aspect of this report, which is particularly about developing underground networks for utilities particularly. So utility ducts and utility tunnels are a standard globally. They help by reducing the construction, operation, maintenance costs. Also, they are extremely climate resilient. We have seen that, often, and just in the previous presentation, there was a talk of the cyclone. So often these networks are wiped out when you have cyclones and the climate risks are increasing. So why not use utility tunnels and ducts? It is also a fact that, technology is changing rapidly. We have seen gone from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G. We have even started talking of 6G. Every time we need a new network, we dig up our cities, which is extremely costly and also, waste so much resources. On the other hand, once you develop these utility tunnels, you don't need to dig the city every time. You just need to replace the network. So that is one of the key things which we have also spoken to Mahua, Additional Secretary. They're very, very keen that we take this forward. The recommendation of the Power Committee to the Parliament has also said that for power distribution network, they want to increasingly adopt underground networks. So this is something I want to encourage CPWD colleagues to think about when you are building major infrastructure projects. Construction and demolition waste is a big challenge for us. We are generating something like several 100 million tons of construction demolition waste in the country. There are various estimates. I'm not going to go into details, but the fact is, if you look at numbers, we will generate, several football pitches equivalent of C&D waste in the country every year. Fine-tuning on numbers doesn't matter given the magnitude. But the reality is that C&D waste often is a resource and not a problem. And we need to start thinking of how we can utilize this resource. I'm glad to say that CPWD has taken leadership and we have been working with CPWD for several years to start integrating it better in your infrastructure projects. And of course, the other side of the story as to why we need to do this is that aggregates no longer are easily available. We have also degraded our rivers increasingly to mine for sand and aggregates. It is often generally being done in an illegal and unsustainable manner, and something which also pushes us to focus on recycling. The good news is that the recycling technology is readily available. It is also fairly low cost. It does not cost too much to put up recycling plant. This is a picture which we have taken from recycling plants in Norway, where colleagues from CPWD have visited. But the good news is that, even within India, we have very similar technology. In New Delhi, we had this Burari plant, which has been functioning for 20 years, and now currently is being entirely redeveloped. It has completed its life, so we can see experience and evidence for last 20 years from Delhi itself, and the experience of how various buildings and structures from recycled material has withstood the test of time, whether of different types. These are pictures which we have taken from a school which was developed 20 years ago in Norway, also a retaining wall close to 20 years. They have all performed exceedingly well, and there is very little doubt that, that C&D waste, when recycled properly, can be used as a replacement for natural aggregates. So jointly with SINTEF and CPWD, we have been doing various activities to increase the utilization of recycled aggregates.
This slide lists some of the activities. I want to show you more interesting thing. This is of course a workshop, visit. Yeah, so here you see we have done testing of recycled materials on a very scientific basis to analyze the physical and chemical properties of aggregates over a period of time. So over 1 year, 4 tests of samples taken entirely by SINTEF and RTI without involvement or any interference from the recycling plant, independently, entirely paid by us, we have assessed and found that the quality is consistent with IS 383 and they can be used. And in Mumbai, we have actually used them in a pilot. This is a precast factory which L&T has put up, and we have replaced in a M20 slab and in M10 lean concrete, 100% and 50% respectively, 0 mm recycled aggregates in this building, which is already up and running, and anyone in Mumbai can go and see. We'll be happy to show you. We have replaced 100% in lean concrete and 50% in M20 slab. And again, this has been, the results have been published in the ICJ. In the paucity of time, I will stop here to say that, you know, this is an opportunity for all of you when you are rebuilding, contributing to India's growth and infrastructure development, to do it in a much more sustainable way. I will be happy, you know, this report, anyone wants to have a copy. It's also on the NIUS website. And on C&D waste, recycling, SINTEF and RTI continue to collaborate with CPWD, also with several cities in India, and we are very keen to take this forward. Thank you so much.
Now, I will request Shri Anurag Kumar to please present his paper.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Anurag Kumar, presently looking after the IIT Bhilai project. And I'm going to present use of building information modeling in our project. What are the issues we have faced and what are the benefits we got from using this information modeling system. This is our project, scope of project. Around 23 buildings are being constructed, and they are constructed in the different zones. Around 10 buildings in academic zone, 6 buildings in hostel zone, and 7 buildings in residential zone. Apart from this, around 6 to 7 kilometers is the boundary, campus of the boundary, and total land area is around 344 acres of land. Almost every services are there in the campus, and some ancillary buildings are around 24 numbers, which include underground tanks, STP, electric substations, and all other smaller buildings. Initially, the design was done by the consultants, and 3 consultants appointed by IIT Bhilai. For academic zone, they have appointed Kanvinder Rai Chaudhary and their sub-consultants. For hostel, they have appointed Adharshila Design Private Limited and their sub-consultants. For residential, they have appointed Akshay Jain and Associates and their sub-consultants. All these consultants are from New Delhi itself, and one landscape architect is also, which is under the main consultant Kanvinder Rai and Chaudhary. He's also from Delhi. Initially, IIT wants to use this BIM information modeling for their completion drawings. Actually, the consultants, they have prepared all the drawings on AutoCAD. Their consultants are also prepared all those drawings on AutoCAD. And our role is to convert this AutoCAD drawings in BIM model after coordinating all the consultants and their sub-consultants, and then prepare further use it. This can be used during pre-construction, lot of use. After using this information modeling in our project, if it is right from beginning, it is used by the architect, then it is very much beneficial. But somehow we have entered in the middle path, middle stage. Therefore, we have faced lot of problems. All the stakeholders, including actually L&T, after award of work, L&T appointed Pinnacle Info Solutions for doing this BIM modeling. 6 engineers from Pinnacle, they are present at site. They regularly interact with CPWD, L&T, and all the consultants and even clients. And they coordinated initially all the drawings and formulated this model. After doing this modeling, we have incorporated all the services, and thereafter simultaneously construction is also going on. After foundation stage, we have started using this BIM information modeling mainly for, and this modeling is not only used for the building works, it is also used for the services, because we are doing phase 1 construction. After that, phase 2 and phase 3 construction will also come. And since lot of services are underground, that's why IIT specifically asked us to do this modeling of external services also. What are the benefits and how we have used it? These are some of the benefits, like sleeves and cutouts drawings that can be easily extracted from the model, and while doing the slab casting, just by this sleeve and cutout drawings, we mark all the places and cutouts were done accordingly. Reinforcement modeling is also possible in it, but it is quite cumbersome. Then quantity takeoff for billing purpose, this can be used for billing purpose also. And our contract is based on EPC, and stage-wise payment we are doing. But for 10 CC and 10 CA clause, due to this cement consumption, we are measuring most of the concrete and cement-based items. That's why this quantity takeoff is also used in our work. The next is cloud-based platform. Like we are here developing ERP system. Same system is available in BIM also. They are calling BIM 360, where all the stakeholders can interact, modify, and suggestions can be incorporated in the drawings at any stage. Thereafter, this augmented virtual reality is also possible. Once we have made this sample flat, then as per the shades of the tiles, shades of the walls, a virtual reality can also be created, in which client or consultant, anybody can see and feel what is the final outcome of, what will be the final outcome. Next is time management can also be done directly. Primavera can be clubbed with BIM model, and at any time we can see that whether it is ahead of the schedule, back of the schedule, or any item which is ahead or back, that can also be taken from this model. Thereafter, then shop drawing can also be developed from directly. Shop drawing can be taken from this model itself and used in the these are the some external where we have foresee the clashes which will occur if we just right hand side this culvert footing is coming on the storm water drain. That just by modeling we got this information, and around more than 3,000 clashes has been removed like this, not only in building, even in external services also. Most of the time when electrical conduit drawings, we see only two dimension. We cannot interpret that below this wall some glazing is there. But in this model we can infer or extract the model, and elevations can be extracted, that the proper brickwork is not there but glazing is there. And this type of rework can be avoided. More than 120 locations, such locations has been identified beforehand, and conduiting work was done accordingly. Actually, this is not very much visible. This indoor AC unit is to be fixed in hostel building, and the beam width is 230 mm and below wall is 150 mm. And the as per consultant drawing, that has to be fixed on beam, but sufficient space was not available. And even we cannot lower its position because the drain point is coming outside the corridor, and false ceiling will also its level has to be reduced. Finally, we have made a solution that after at lintel level we have introduced a corbel for fixing at the same position of that indoor AC unit. Total 329 rooms was such where we are facing such problem that has been resolved beforehand. These are the shop drawings and models which we have extracted for better understanding and execution at site. This is the cutout drawings which has been used during the slab construction. These are also cutout drawings used for cutouts which has to be provided in the walls, and all the details is coming on a tabular form where the size of the cutout plus level of cutout is also indicated. With this drawing, the interior work can be done very smoothly. This is our rebar modeling, and most of the bar bending schedule has been extracted from this model. For measurement, all the RCC measurement was directly taken from this BIM information modeling and used in our project. Only I feel that some still there is our AEs are little bit reluctant to directly use this measurement, but most of the time they have cross-checked and they finally got same result, and that after that, we are using it for this purpose. Even typical structure can be measured very easily. The quantity of concrete or volume length, this type of typical structure can also be measured quite easily. Another benefit is from the perspective of agency point of view. So many tiles are there. Total 24 buildings are there and different shades of tiles are there. In fact, after modeling, they have prepared all the requirement of tiles, different shade of tiles, and they have calculated their individual requirement. That is very helpful for procurement and tracking of its procurement. But different shades of tiles or any material can be summarized and tabulated in this format, and that can be used for procurement and further execution. This is mainly beneficial for the agency point of view. Similarly, time management can also be done. In fact, initially we have started, but later on, due to peer pressure and shifting of time, we could not fully implement this fact, but this can also be done in this project.
Can we conclude it now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is a virtual reality. Means after giving it shades, we can find out what is the final outcome. The limitation is mainly that this model has to be used right from the beginning. If we use in the middle, then it is very cumbersome and quite difficult to incorporate in our construction, which we are facing here. And second thing is modeling of reinforcement is also quite cumbersome. Many times it has been, because each type of stirrups is to be modeled, then fed into the system, is very time taking and time consuming also. And this process is also continuous, because most of the time at the initial stage, many things are not clear, like suppose substations, chillers, or we have not finalized we just give the 3 vendors, but who is supplying which chiller and what is the size of that chiller, that has to be fed into during the construction phase. And lack of expertise in our department, and extensive training is needed if we want to incorporate this thing in our CPWD system. And another thing is a team of experts is required, because your normal people, which AE and JE or XCN, they are involved in their work so much that they cannot concentrate on this model making or final completion thing. So this we have to keep in our mind. And best thing is right from beginning, if we start incorporating at architect level, then probably we can reap its benefit more. Thank you, sir.
So 6 presentations were planned in this session, and all the 6 presentations have been made. Now I request Mr. Saho to make a brief about all the presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I am thankful to all the speakers who have presented their papers in this session. And first speaker was Shri Chief Engineer Sir, Shri P. Bhagat Singh Sir. He has talked about new Parliament building, and he has given the details of all the buildings. I have noted few important points. And most important point he informed was that this building is based on national symbols like national bird, national flower, national tree. in most of our buildings, I think we don't give so much time for formulating the theme of the building. So if we inform our client from the very beginning that this is the most important thing. And he also talked about the flow of funds. In this project, there was no problem in the flow of funds, but in most of the projects, CPWD projects are delayed because problem of flow of funds. So if we discuss this thing from the very beginning with our client in writing as well as in conversation, that if there is a problem in the flow of fund, then no matter which model we use in BIM or which networking method we use, we won't get the results. And another important thing in this project is about environmental issues which they have kept in mind, like very small things like anti-smog guns, noise barrier, mist spray system, smoke tower, STP for reuse of water, and use of M sand instead of natural sand, use of fly ash in concrete, etc. So if we use these things, then we can, I feel, we can continue our projects during the ban period which courts impose on us. Of course, we have to go to courts and inform that we are doing this and that. So I don't think that our projects will suffer. And thank you. And our second speaker was Shri R.K. Garg, Chief Engineer, and team from Kalpataru. They talked about workers' housing. I think workers' housing, they have followed what is already written in our books. It is given in detail in clause number 19 and from 19A to 19L. Sir, there are many other things like CPWD, safety code, model rules for protection of health and sanitary arrangement for workers. So in fact, they have actually used those things and they have employed for workers and they have got the results. In fact, I want to inform that TAS unit has already issued a circular for... Okay, TAS... Sorry. TAS unit has already issued a circular regarding the residential quarters to be constructed for workers. And this circular is still not the part of our manual or GCC, but it can be utilized. And I think this team has used that circular and they have got the results. And our third speaker was Shri P.K. Naidu, Chief Engineer. He spoke about pre-engineered buildings. Even the TAS circular which was issued regarding workers' residences, workers' quarters, it was also about pre-engineered quarters, so they can be utilized for different sites. And he has talked about different benefits about pre-engineered buildings like lower cost, easy quality control, saving in the dead weight of steel, about 20%, and 10% in the saving in the cost. So CPWD can use more pre-engineered buildings. We are already using pre-engineered buildings, but now we can use more. And fourth speaker was Shri Anurag Sachan. He talked about precast solutions. He has talked about building constructed within 25 days in the border area, and he has also talked about precast box culvert. So he has requested that he should be given more chance. But I want to inform Mr. Sachan that most of the border road projects are now in EPC mode. So he can easily use his solutions and directly interact with the contractors. Now they have free to use the technology. And fifth speaker was Shri Gaurav Bhetani. He talked about CND waste, net zero, and about underground tunnels for utility. So these are the concepts which CPWD is already using, but we have to integrate these concepts more and more to have more environment-friendly projects. And last, our Anurag Kumar, SE Cum PD, has talked about BIM. In fact, most of the speakers in the first session have already talked about BIM. We have to use this more and more. And I totally agree with Garg sir and Anurag about training. We need training so that we can use this concept in most of our projects. Thank you.
So we can utilize 5 minutes for a few questions. I think the floor is open. Any questions, please? Mic चाहिए? I think just you can introduce the question is addressed to whom? You can use the mic, please. Yes.
Total value of the project is 596 crores. And that to make the infra related to the Vishwakarma Awas and the site and everything, it has taken more than 10 crores.
Okay.
In the labor housing itself, it came around 5% of the contract value. It is not that class 19 what it has specified. It has specified that rooms has to be constructed with the precast elements. Other than that also we have taken care more because of the COVID 2020 June, even though I slipped that it is 3rd June 2019, but it is 3rd June 2020 is the start date. That is the that is the starting, that is the, even the lockdown and everything is there. To arrange the people, to show these things only we have developed that one, then only the people has increased from the initial 100 to 2,500 to complete the project in time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, first period of it.
Is it okay? Yeah. Yeah. So you can borrow the mic also.
I think the same firm might be doing such kind of work in many places. So I want to know how much they have spent in that places on the labor welfare. I am asking only one question. The other places, I think you might be doing so many works at different places. How much you spent there on the uplift? I mean, for the labor facilities.
On different projects. Huh?
What other projects rather than Tirupati?
Sir, before this project, we have the precast element of the structure. So after this project, what are the parts we have created to give the awareness to the workers commune that was implemented in all our projects in the wherever it is moving in the private sector or the government sector. So it is costing around there 2.5 to 3% of the total cost of the value.
Okay, I think we move on to Mr. Manu. He raised a hand earlier. Yeah.
Question is to Anurag. Anurag, so this BIM.
Anurag Sachan.
Yes.
Huh?
So this BIM 360 model, so the cloud you have used, right, in 360. Where did you store the data? Was it on the BIM cloud and where all the servers in India or abroad? That is one. Abroad. So that factor is there always when we go in for BIM cloud. So the mighty guidelines do not permit that. So you cannot have data of your projects stored outside. That is one issue. Secondly, my suggestion to Bhagat Singh ji is that all the specifications we have for his project in the new parliament. So of course there is issues of secrecy and all that. Can we have a generalized specification booklet published so that all of us can use it? Because a lot of very interesting materials and technologies they have used. So instead of referring to drawings and all, can they use a very generalized specifications of their project?
Specification used for new parliament.
For new parliament, so that
can be done. We will make an attempt.
Okay, so he has accepted that it can be done. I think Mr. Rai Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions. One is there any generic amount of the project, size of the project, where BIM becomes practicable or feasible? Because most of our tenders, CPWD tenders, 80% would be in the range less than 10 crores. So BIM there becomes a difficulty, one part. Second part, I tried to make some specifications for providing in the EPC contract for employing a BIM consultant. So are there any specifications available or guidelines available, how to specify BIM, what level of BIM to be specified in what size of project? Because one size fits all type of thing doesn't work.
I think this question will be answered tomorrow.
During the lunch time.
Sir, this is BIM के लिए actually guidelines available हैं sir. जो कंसल्ट मतलब हम लोगों ने सर इसमें जैसे रखा था, L&T ने इनफैक्ट पिनाकल को 4.5 करोड़ का काम दिया, इसमें हमारा 719 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट है सर. हाँ, इवन हम लोगों ने ये भी रखा था यदि एजेंसी काम नहीं करेगी तो किस लेवल पे हम कितना उसका रिकवरी करेंगे, उसका भी एक है सर. मैं शेयर करूँगा उसके लिए जो BIM के लिए इनकॉर्पोरेट करने के लिए चाहिए.
See, no, it's not a final comment. Just talking about BIM. The Bureau of Indian Standards is working on that to answer Rai Chaudhary on it. And so very soon you would be getting a specification and also the whatever standardization you need with respect to introducing BIM in construction activity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we come to the end of this session. I think.
धन्यवाद सर. आज की गई चर्चा कई मायनों में निर्माण क्षेत्र के लिए महत्वपूर्ण रही. हम सभी प्रेजेंटर्स के आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने आज यहाँ अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए. मैं इस सत्र के अध्यक्ष श्री SP चौधरी जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वे इस सत्र के प्रेजेंटर्स को मोमेंटोस देके सम्मानित करें. चीफ इंजीनियर श्री P. भगत सिंह जी, B.V. Raman Reddy, Associate Vice President Project JMC, and R.K. Garg sir, Chief Engineer, IIT Tirupati. Sir, V.V. Raman sir. तालियों की कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए. चीफ इंजीनियर श्री P.K. नायडू जी, इसके बाद लंच की व्यवस्था की गई है. कृपया तालियां बजा के अपनी थोड़ी सी एनर्जी निकालें. श्री अनुराग सचान जी, श्री गौरव भैत्यानी जी, सुपरिटेंडिंग इंजीनियर श्री अनुराग कुमार जी, धन्यवाद सर। साथियों, लंच की व्यवस्था मेन एट्रियम में की गई है। कृपया लंच के लिए प्रस्थान करें। अगला टेक्निकल सेशन 2 बजे से शुरू होगा। आप सभी से आग्रह है कि समय पर इसी हॉल में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। धन्यवाद।
एसपी चौधरी साहब सबसे बोलती रही थी, वो दोनों तो खड़े हुए थे।
नहीं, असल में
सभी अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें, जिससे कि हम लंच के बाद अपना टेक्निकल सेशन 3 शुरू कर पाएं। उम्मीद है भोजन सबको स्वादिष्ट लगा होगा। जरूर हुआ होगा भोजन के बाद नई ऊर्जा का संचार। तो चलिए हो जाते हैं टेक्निकल सेशन 3 के लिए तैयार। चलिए हो जाएं हम सभी पुनः उपस्थित। जल्दी हो जाते हैं आप सब व्यवस्थित। भोजन के बाद निद्रा में न कीजिएगा अपनी आंखें बंद। भोजन के बाद निद्रा में न कीजिएगा अपनी आंखें बंद। विश्वास रखिए, ऊर्जा बनाए रखिए, जरूर आएगा आपको आनंद। बहुत ही इंफॉर्मेटिव आगे सेशन ये होने वाला है, तो ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अनुभद्रा क्रतो यंतु विश्वतः, अर्थात अच्छे विचारों को हर दिशा से आने दो। मैं पुनः इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए तीसरे सत्र का आरंभ करती हूँ और सभी माननीय अतिथियों का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ। अपने लिए आप एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत हम करते हैं। और टेक्निकल सेशन 3 में हम यहाँ पर विशेष महानिदेशक कोलकाता श्री अजय गुप्ता जी, सह अध्यक्ष के रूप में अपर महानिदेशक लखनऊ श्री अनुपम अग्रवाल जी एवं रिपोर्टियर के रूप में अधीक्षण अभियंता श्री आरपी गुप्ता जी को मंच पे आमंत्रित करती हूँ और आगे के संचालन के लिए उन्हें निवेदन करती हूँ कि वे टेक्निकल सेशन 3 को प्रारंभ करें।
हाँ बदला दिया मुझे, कुछ चेंज था ना इसमें, और चेंज कर दिया। अच्छा ये फाइनल है। ये है ना, वो ऑन है, एक ही लीजिए। अच्छा ऑन है, इसको बंद। Good afternoon, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting this session 3. We are already running short of time. So this is going to be very knowledgeable and on different fields. This session will be. The presentations have been prepared quite nicely and very informative in a very, to put these such presentations in a very short, means 15-20 slides only, is quite praiseworthy. So I'll ask now, my co-chairman is also here, Anupam Agarwal ji, और रिपोर्टर साहब से मैं कहूँगा कि स्पीकर को बता के वो इनवाइट करें, रिक्वेस्ट करें कि वो अपना लेट अस स्टार्ट विद सेशन 3.
नमस्कार। फर्स्ट सेशन होगा
टाइम
आइडेंटिटी। मिस भारती घोष, चीफ
आर्किटेक्ट।
Bharatati ji, we have to confine ourselves to 12 minutes, please.
Sir, I am Bharatati Ghosh. इसको बंद कर सकते हैं? शुक्र
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, the topic of my presentation is Weaving Identity, Designing Indian Institute of Information Technology Campus at Ranchi with People, Culture, and Context. Renowned architect Frank Gehry said, architecture should speak of its time and place, but yearn for timelessness. This is the inspiration of our design philosophy, a sincere approach where we tried to sustain the natural landforms, local artworks, cultural footprints through this campus planning. To fulfill our goal, some activities have been achieved. A comprehensive study cum research on local culture, history and surroundings, gathering idea of indigenous architecture and materials, intense interaction with the client for better understanding their desire and need to reflect the identity of the campus and ownership feelings. The project will come up in an area of 51 acres of land, having FAR of 2.25, maximum permissible ground coverage 50%. The project cost is 127.26 crores, and the tender was awarded in EPC Mode 1. The campus has two major activities, academic and residential, along with allied supportive administrative activity and commercial activities. It will develop in phases. In first phase, administrative building, academic building, hostels, and some part of residential buildings shown in red colors will be adopted, and the rest activities will adopted in next phases. The site is located at Sangha village, Ranchi. It is a distance between airport and airport and the site is 31 kilometers, and from nearest railway station, Hatia railway station, is 29 kilometers. Here are some site photographs. As it is seen from the photographs, it is a contour site having a rough terrain with scanty vegetation. The site has a natural gorge in the middle of the site. These natural features are retained in the site planning and utilized in the proper manner so that they become amalgamated in the campus planning. The site has also a limitation, having a narrow strip of land connecting the main approach road. We use this limitation in a positive manner. I will explain it later on. Before starting the design work, site analysis is very much required. We did technical analysis of the site through software programs, which consist of contour analysis, climatic analysis, and shadow analysis. As it is a rough terrain, contour analysis is very much important. For placement of various buildings, the road networks, and services. पॉइंटर नहीं काम कर रहा है। कहाँ से शुरू करें? हाँ, बीच से कर रही नहीं। हाँ? अच्छा। This brown part is the existing gorge having variable depth and these lighter green parts are the elevated areas. This is climatic analysis. The climate of Ranchi is warm and temperate with sizable amount of rainfall from June to middle of September. Because of this high rainfall in these months, compact buildings are proposed. As it is seen from the diagram, the wind direction is from north and south for major part of the year and from east to west for only 2 months, August and September. So, the placement of buildings in north-south direction is better and we tried to do it. The sun path, wind flow is superimposed on this contour map to finalize the building footprints, orientation of the buildings, designing the building envelopes, understand the pattern and density of vegetation to be proposed, and place the buildings and the outdoor activity spaces accordingly. To protect the natural drainage and landform, the existing gorge is preserved as a water body. Now, coming from these analyses, we created the zoning of the campus. This narrow strip of land provides the access to the major axis to the main site, and the circle showing in circle a node has been created. Showing the circle, a node has been created from where the entire site is visible. This yellow line shows the major axis which culminated in the academic zone, which is placed at the elevated part on an existing hillock, which is the highest portion of the site to form the vista of the site. The hostels blocks are placed close to the academic zone, and this is the residential zone, which is placed near the main axis and also near to the academic zone. Recreation and interactive zone is created near the entrance. By placing the recreation zone in front of the residential zone, this will create as a barrier and maintain privacy. This is the shadow analysis. Now, coming from this analysis and zoning, we prepared the master plan of the campus. This is the bird's eye view. As I told, this narrow strip of land provides the access to the site. Provides the access to the site and acts as a corridor where both sides have been creations of regional artists in the form of sculptures, murals, which will foster the cultural heritage of the site. After proceeding through this narrow corridor, we reach the node, which has been carefully designed so that a person entering the site and reaching here will develop a feeling of completeness. Vivid landform, blend of colors, water body with vegetation make it a nature's enclave. This node has been provided with directional signage and beautified with plaques, statues and sculptures. From here, the main road is bifurcated, one leading to the academic complex and the other to the residential area. The academic complex is given, as I told, due importance by placing it at the highest point of the site, so clearly visible and create a vista from the node, thus become the landmark and image of the campus. In the academic zone, these two buildings, academic building and administrative building, are designed in different levels, following the contour so that the earth cutting will be minimum. The administrative building has been placed in the front and academic building at the rear, so that general people can have direct access to the administrative building and the academic building will remain undisturbed. The hostel buildings are placed near the academic building. They are placed at the rear side of the campus so that their activities do not disturb the other part of the campus. From the left side, in the residential zone, director's bungalow, registrar's bungalow are clustered, and other faculty staff quarters has been clustered at the extreme end. This is the commercial area having bank, post office and shopping areas. This is convocation center and waiting. These are placed side by side so that the activity can easily be switched over according to the weather condition. And these are the playground area and playground area. And this is the water body which is retained from the deep gorge. Existing natural gorge which is retained as water body for rain harvesting as well as a place of relaxation and recreation. Now coming to the ambience creation of the site. Okay. The concept of site planning for IIIT campus is a careful blend of nature with built form and tradition with modernity. To create a proper ambience of study for the students, this campus has been carefully planned to introduce and incorporate a number of building elements as built form as well as unbuilt form. The facade treatments, the facades of different buildings has been beautifully treated with local features in the form of murals and artworks like shohrai paintings and cover paintings typical of Jharkhand's natural heritage, cultural heritage. Smart sensors and automation has also been introduced. This is up at the girls' hostel, director's residence, staff quarters. This is the image of the node. As I have already told, this image shows the decorative pathways with sit-out places, sculptures, plaques, and depict the stories of Birsa Munda and other renowned personalities of Jharkhand state and beyond, and about the Institute of IIIT Ranchi, thus creating the identity of the campus. These are outdoor sit-out areas for students. This is the social interaction spaces, thus bringing life to the campus and it becomes vibrant. This picture is the administrative building with its reflection in the water body. Creates a beautiful ambience. This is the Weti design following the contour. Here also the local art form like shohrai paintings, cover paintings are used here also. Sustainable, this is the boys' hostel. This is the picture of the boys' hostel. The entire campus has been envisaged to prioritize inclusivity and accessibility and make it universally accessible as per the present harmonized guidelines. The entire effort and endeavor is to create a sustainable campus taking into consideration the local climate and design elements that creates a proper ambience for students to study and to tell a tale of the state, the glorious Institute of IIIT Ranchi also. Please open the walkthrough, please. Here is a small walkthrough of the site of the campus.
Just to add, this work has just started. Actually, there was some approach problem. So this work was accepted by the G Board, Calcutta. And this sustainable design and integrated nature is really a very interesting subject. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sri Raghu Babu, Chief Engineer. नहीं यार यही दिया ना
Central tensile fabric dome at change हो गया अच्छा fire doors and door set specifications as per IS 3614 by Shri Sayyid Muhammad. I request him to start his presentation. 10 minutes only.
Where's that? I think she was carrying. Good afternoon. This is sorry. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you for the contribution you have made to the department, and I'm really pleased to be here presenting on an important topic like fire door, because if you see, fire door has been a subject which has been less understood and neglected over a period of time. And in the year 2021, when the standard came into existence, then people started talking and promoting the usage of fire doors in a very systematic way, which is in line with the standard. So today's topic, our major focus would be on passive fire protection in that, the fire doors itself. We take a lot of precaution in designing the building. At the same time, we see that when there's a fire accident which happens, we find that a lot of people die either because of the fire or the smoke. And recently we have seen cases where people were trying to escape the fire accident through various openings which is available in the building, like the windows and whatever the opening available in the facade. What is missing is basically a thorough understanding of what a fire door is supposed to do and where it has to be used and what is its own primary objective. If you really look at it, primarily the fire doors are used to prevent the spread of fire as well as smoke, okay? And the major focus when you talk about a passive fire protection system, it all ends up in one single thing which is actually highlighted, detailed in NBC 2016, which is part 4, that is more to do with the compartmentation. If we are able to understand what compartmentation is, I think we have understood 50% of our work. So to make it more clear, we have got a small video here. I would like to play it. This will give you a basic understanding of how the compartmentation has to be done. Might not be typical, but at the same time, it is relevant to the today's context because there are various types of buildings which is coming up, especially when you're looking at a hospital kind of a scenario. If you're designing a hospital building, you have to be very much careful because your mobility of the people is very poor. So this video or the presentation what we have made is on the hospital. It's a 2-minute video. Definitely it will give you an insight as far as the compartmentation is concerned and where and how the fire door is used or defined. Please, can you play this? No, go back. Yeah. So this must have given you a little bit insight about what compartmentation is all about and how it is typically done in a normal building scenario, right? So basically, if you have to classify this, you can classify into three types. One is based on the type of the building. It could be based on the kind of application. It could be electrical room or a AHU, or then lastly, but not the least, is the exit pathways and corridors. So that is what you saw in the previous slide. So if you talk about fire doors, per se, as per the latest standard IS 3621, that's the product standard. And then we have the testing standard and also a design and application code, which is nothing but the NBC 2006. We have seen many times in the specification, people say fire doors as per NBC. There is nothing like fire door as per NBC. Fire door has to be as per IS 3614, right? So just want to clarify that. Second most important thing which you need to understand when it comes to a fire door is we are talking about a complete door assembly. It includes door, frame, shutter, glass, hardware, all put together, tested as a complete assembly. It is not possible that you can have independently tested products and then you say that it's a fire door. Of course, there may be a possibility that there are some manufacturing products which you want to put it onto a fire door. So when you talk about a compartment which is 120 minutes fire rated, the fire door will be 120 minutes fire rated. The hardware and the glass which is going onto the door should also be of the similar fire rating. Yeah. So you understood probably by this time that the basic objective of a fire door is to stop the spread of fire. And I will add that definitely smoke also, because I feel that smoke is the biggest enemy in any building. Accidents are inevitable, but at the same time, we have to take multiple precautions to make sure that, at the design stage, all these problems are addressed, okay? So if you talk about a fire door, in IS 3614, there are two types of fire doors. One is insulated, the other one is uninsulated. This is going to be a little bit more informative from the standard perspective, but I think it is important that when you talk about fire door, there are two types. Insulated doors are basically doors which will not only restrict the spread of fire for the first 120 minutes, but also limit the spread of heat for the first 30 minutes. So basically, if you see the insulated door, the maximum temperature on the unexposed side should not be more than 140 plus ambient temperature. But as far as uninsulated doors are concerned, there's no such requirement. Basically, the heat can transfer, but the integrity of the door has to be for 120 minutes. It should not allow the fire to spread for the first 120 minutes. So where do we use insulated door and uninsulated door in a building? As per the National Building Code, it says clearly that all your exit and exit pathways should be insulated, okay? As per section 2.22, if you go and refer, it says that all your exit pathways should be insulated, whereas all your utility doors and shaft doors could be uninsulated. Now, if you wish to use an insulated door, you can use it, but the mandatory requirement is only for the exit and exit staircases. So this is what the picture depicts. I go to the next step. So let's understand what a fire door is, what are the preliminary basic things which we need to keep in mind while choosing the right product for the project, okay? So if you look at the fire door, as I told you, it has got two types. One is insulated and uninsulated. Basically, the difference between a normal door and a fire door, it's its test certificate. Please understand that. Otherwise, you will not be able to discriminate between two products, right? The test certificates which gives confirmation that, okay, this particular product is tested and certified. Okay, so there are various labs in which these products are tested. Some labs are providing only test reports. There are labs which gives you a third-party certification program, which is more to do with not just testing, but also qualifying the manufacturing, the process, everything. So what is important when it comes to a fire door is all your frames should have a mandatory smoke seal. We have seen multiple projects where, we use fire doors left, right, center, but there's no precautionary measure which needs to be taken when it comes to smoke. The smoke seal has been made mandatory as far as the IS 3614 is concerned. It has to be inbuilt, or maybe it could be surface mounted based on what the manufacturer is able to offer. When it comes to the door shutter, insulated door and uninsulated door, you might have come across different types of proprietary material, infill material, which is being used in the name of insulated door. But one precaution you need to take is you don't know what the door has been originally tested. So you have to be a little bit careful in defining the requirement in terms of your specification and the average minimum thickness of the shutter that is required to meet the criteria, okay? There are different materials which is available as far as the fire doors are concerned. We will not get into it. We'll move to the next slide, which is more to do with the vision panel. Now, this is mostly area of concern, especially when in the current context, because we use various sizes of glasses onto the door. It's not allowed. Actually, if you look at the insulated door, the maximum size of the glass should not be more than 0.06 square meter, which is like 200 by 300. And the glass has to be clear fire-rated glass. It cannot be insulated glass, it cannot be laminated glass or a gel laminated glass or interlaid glass, quite often normally used terminology. These glasses has to be avoided because this is not recommended on a fire door. Oh, sorry. I think, okay. There's one slide which is missing. Anyway, okay, the point what we are trying to explain it to here is there are, in fire doors, you have got insulated and uninsulated. Similarly, when you test a fire door, normally you test it in a latched condition, right? Because normally you use a panic device or a mortise sash lock which is engaged at the time of testing. But if you see, 80% of the application, or maybe more than that, we use normally deadbolts and pull handles. You know the difference, hope you understand, this is a deadbolt and a pull handle. This is how normally a door is tested, because when you're testing a door in a furnace, there is a lot of pressure which is being built. So obviously your door tends to throw open, right? So normally people, when they go for testing, they use a latch condition. But if you see majority of the project, the doors are supplied with deadbolts and pull handle. This is unacceptable. The standard doesn't allow. The standard tells very clearly that if you have tested the door in latch condition, you can supply the latch door into the project. If you have tested the door in unlatched condition, you can supply the door in unlatched condition. This is something which mostly neglected because of lack of awareness. So I thought that it's better we bring it to your phone. Of course, door coordinators are mandatory. We don't see any of the exit doors.
Must request you to wind up in a minute.
Yeah, just another 2 minutes because the video took some time. So, yeah. So door coordinator basically is mandatory for all double leaf doors which is coming in the exit pathway, especially with the panic bar. There are some hardware which is not recommended to be used on fire doors, especially like tower bolts, slide bolts, L drops and padlocks. Yeah. Now this is a very important subject because, as I told you very clearly, the difference between a fire door and a non-fire rated door is its certification. We have obviously chosen this phrase like certification or certification, you know. Majority of the people get carried away and they're misled in the name of certification. I'm not here to advocate any particular case, but end of the day, it is something which needs to be critically evaluated at your end to make sure that the product which is getting into the project is tested properly and has got a proper certification in terms of the type of material, the type of glass, the type of insulation, and also the type of hardware which is used onto the door, whether it is in latched condition or unlatched condition. There is a difference between a test report and certification. Of course, I will just say it in simple words that test report is normally a report of a specimen sample. It doesn't qualify other than that whatever you're supplying into the project is of a similar fire rating or not. But when you talk about a certification, it's a process. Like if you take a ISI marking, it's a process. They inspect the factory, they inspect the material, they inspect how the material is being converted into a finished product, and then they give the certification, test it and give the test certification. Similarly, we have got some international labs which gives you a certification. So there is a difference between a test report and a certification program. And last but not the least is there is a validity of the test report also. Your test reports, whatever you are submitting in a project has got a validity period of 5 years, which means that whatever product you have tested, it cannot be more than for 5 years. So every 5 years, the manufacturer has to test the door to make sure that he is able to qualify and supply material into a particular project. Marking and labeling, BIS has introduced marking and labeling, and they made it mandatory that the stainless steel plate or the steel plate should be used for marking onto the door with the ISI marking, in case if you have a ISI marking. So to come to the most important part, which is that we don't have any ISI marked fire rated products available in the country, and we were the first people to get the ISI marked fire rated door. And this is something which has recently been conferred on us by the Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji. We were the first licensees to get the IS 3614 ISI marking. So it's a very long process, but definitely it was commendable in terms of the achievement in the name of fire door with certification. Last, to summarize the entire discussion, all your fire doors should be self-closing to make sure that the doors close properly when there is a fire. And most importantly, it should come with, whether it's a latched condition or unlatched condition, you have to take care of that. Then the third point is that, of course, you have to have an overlapping astragal if it's a double door. And the hinges and locks, whatever hardware which you're using onto the fire, you should be of similar fire rating. The glazing should be of similar fire rating. And the pair of doors, especially on egress, as I already told you that it should have a door coordinator, and all exit doors should have a panic device. I think with that I can conclude it. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
significance of compartmentation, fire doors, so as to prevent smoke is again quite nicely explained during the breakout fire.
Next topic for presentation is DSU building, first building in line with carbon neutral Ladakh and aspiring the PM mantra of Panch Amrit by Sri Ravinder Pal, Executive Engineer Electrical, and Sri Arjit Ghosh, and Sri Pradeep Gupta, Chief Engineer Ladakh, Leh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pradeep Gupta, CPWD Leh Project Zone, Ladakh. Here in Ladakh, we have very strong challenges due to extremely harsh climate. And the energy requirement, our main challenge is to reduce the energy requirement and finally to... Sir.
आपकी स्लाइड शो है क्या?
हाँ सर, है स्लाइड. That will continue, sir, after 2 minutes. So here we are constructing one district statistical and economic office building of 1,000 square meter, and the entire energy consumption, whatever is there, we are deriving from the geothermal energy mainly, because the HVAC consumption is around 80 to 90% of the building, and this all energy we are tapping from the earth. In Ladakh, there is a shortage of electricity, especially during winters, and then there is embargo of using fossil fuel for heating. But in line with the Honorable PM's directive of carbon neutral Ladakh, we are utilizing the geothermal concept. And ultimately, the energy performance index of the building, what we are reaching is 70 kilowatt hour per square meter per year, which is even 1/3 of the ECBC norms laid down for the cold climatic areas by ECBC, which is 210. So we are achieving at a 1/3, which is much better than the ECBC norms in Ladakh. Even the ECBC super norms, they says that it should be, the EPI should be 110. But here by designing the envelope properly, so that the dissipation of energy is minimum and the heat loss is minimum, we are designing the envelope to that extent that the energy loss is to the minimum. So this is a completely a net zero building that will be the first of its kind in Ladakh. Now my colleague, Mr. Ravinder Pal, Electrical, will take you further.
Good afternoon, sir. So this building design is guided by the principle of the Panch Amrit that was given by our Honorable Prime Minister during the COP26 meeting of the United Nations Framework of Climate Change. The idea behind conceiving the DSCO building was the two prominent issues and the major issues, those were prevalent in the UT of Ladakh. These major issues are the grid deficiency. The overall grid size of the UT of Leh city is only 20 to 25 MVA. And the second major issue was the over-dependency of on the fossil fuel for the space heating. Major source for the space heatings are the diesel or kerosene-based boilers and the wood-based bukhari. Those are very commonly used in the buildings. Thus, we have to reduce our dependency on the grid. The grid dependency being reduced by adhering to the solar power generation, which is renewable energy, and also the phasing out of the fossil fuel-based space heating by shifting towards the renewable heat. The renewable heat is being tapped by geothermal space heating. The basic design intervention for the building was the building physics. In building physics, we use the window to wall ratio, but up to 35%, insulation of lower U values, and the double glaze DGU glasses, and solar passive architecture. And second, for the space heating, we have used the geothermal exchange. During the summer, there is the surplus solar electricity, and in the winter, that is deficient. So, So we have hybridized the solar with the geothermal to achieve the net zero. While preparing the NIT and the tender document, we have taken the principle of the defaulter pay principle, where in case the agency will default the execution of the net zero building, then he have to pay the electricity bill for the 5 year, whatever will be generated. There were a number of issues, those were faced by the CPWD team while designing such kind of building. Like there was no standard EPI for the Ladakh for geothermal interventions, no standard codes were available, no DSR items, no technical manuals, and no such precedent was available in the cold climatic region to build a net zero building. After this building will establish the benchmark for the harsh climate and will also set up the benchmark for the sustainable building across the country, especially for the climatic region like Ladakh. This is the first CPWD attempt to make the first net zero building both in the terms of the energy neutrality and carbon neutrality. Now Mr. Arijit will continue.
Good afternoon, everybody. How this DSEO building was planned, there were three basic guidelines. First was on-site net zero. The second was carbon neutral operations, and the third was actual verifiable measurement. This is most important in our country because we normally go for gradations, and it could only be quantified in the electricity bill because that's the unit that we consume and pay in the same unit. So the desired output was a low energy consumption, low carbon in operations, and no import of energy from outside the building. So we had to decouple the building from the environment, bring in the energy sources that doesn't have carbon, and therefore the ZNEB definition. Because in India, still we have definitions like balance from offset, which is not the correct way of measuring net zero. So the system that was used was production is equal to consumption. And this building started off with the consumption being the credit card for production. That was the starting point, and this building differs in the philosophy and the way it started. What was employed in the design, as Mr. Pal said, the first part was basically the building physics, which was WWR reduction. In a place like Ladakh, it's a misnomer. People think that, too much of sun is good, but then too much of sun also has a problem because the leak is also through the same route. And the daylight study was done. The ethics was used. This building completely has ethics, which is like 40 centimeters, about 400 mm of insulation on both sides. It has dew point study analysis with the climatic conditions because Ladakh has a very typical climate in the winters where the dew point is itself a challenge. The thermal load in the whole building was calculated in WBP, and mechanical ventilation and heat recovery was used. No direct supply of fresh air was allowed. The thermal load study and the geothermal exchange was used. The solar PV generation and hybridization. When we say hybridization, most of us tend to understand that hybridization is between the electricity grid and the solar, but it is not so. The hybridization is between renewable heat and renewable electricity because we must find out energy sources which are carbon free. So this was what was used. Everything was planned here, everything was measured here before actual work could take off. Daylighting, the dew point analysis, the sections, the geothermals, everything was calculated, and therefore we had to reach one particular figure, which was the thermal load, because that's what the energy consumption, 80% to 90% of the energy consumption is. So the final quantification, if we look at Ladakh still doesn't have a proper ECBC norm or a proper state action plan norm, but the proposed one is 201 for ECBC. So when you have a proposed norm of 201 for ECBC, by the sheer gradations, the ECBC super will be 45% less than that, so it comes to around 110. And here, this building, when we look at EZBC as a norm, it still has a very big component of proposed kind of things and not particularly verifiable, quantifiable parameters. And this is where DSO building makes the huge difference, because the entire thing is measurable. Not only it measures in terms of electricity bill, but you can actually see it in the dials in the machine. So, there is no way you can say that this is graded as a gold or a platinum or whatever, but it actually says the number that it is designed for. And that's, I think, a big benchmark for government buildings in India. And I'll just briefly talk about geothermal exchange. Geothermal exchange, it's a thermal energy storage system where the earth is the battery. There is no generation of energy here. It's a transfer between the earth and the building, and the thermal energy is either sourced or rejected, and the same energy that's used for different climates, which means the summer and the winter. And the best part is it can be used for heating, it can be used for cooling, and the domestic hot water. So it can also make the domestic hot water in a Ladakh kind of situation in the summer as well as in the winter. So especially Ladakh summer is not a summer like Delhi. It still requires hot water. So hot water production in the whole world, whatever the technologies are available, you will see that's got the lowest COP, rather, technically, if I may say. So that's a big challenge in Ladakh, and that the big energy consumption goes into producing of hot water, which is completely resolved by geothermal. And this building also follows the most scientific way to approach the subject. It is not something that's been planned out of a hat. There is a proper TRT, a thermal response test, to design the size of the loops, which will tell how much the building should actually drill for to exchange. So the TRT analysis has been made mandatory as a requirement in this building, which all buildings should actually have. Please. And this is the basic concept. It brings in the heat from the bottom, changes it into a mechanical room, and then gives it for further distribution. So basically, geothermal helps in hybridization. It has carbon-free electricity and carbon-free heat, which is actually the first important thing for carbon-neutral Ladakh. And this is verifiable. This is a project that I did in CBRI Roorkee. It has numbers which can be verifiable and checked. And these are numbers which geothermal exchange against a conventional measure is. It is actually half of any conventional system that is available. It can be used not only in Ladakh, but also very much in any hot countries and hot climates. And this also does not produce any heat urban island. So I think what CPWD, this is my experience with CPWD, is that there is no technical manual or a basic process manual, a DSR or standardized item rates, or human resource or knowledge on geothermal and performance buildings. I think this is something we should work on, and thank you.
Geothermal exchange, so as to reduce the carbon footprint.
Next topic for presentation, integrity risk in construction project management by Srimati Garima Bhagat, IRS, Sri O.P. Tripathi, ADG CPWD, and Professor K.N. Jha, IIT Delhi.
इसी से ना अभी तो चालू किया Namaskar and very good afternoon to everyone here. So this topic, as you can see, it's a little off the mainstream current which has been, I believe, flowing through the day. Integrity risks in construction project management. Just to very briefly introduce my involvement in the subject is that I have spent 7 years in procurement related domains, including additional DG in the Competition Commission, investigating cartels, etc., and then almost 5 years as CVO.
where I worked very closely with the CVC, and a lot of investigations, particularly those relating to works procurement, were done by me. This is also the research which I'm almost now at the final stages of my PhD in IIT Delhi with the supervisor Dr. K.N. Jha, and Dr. Tripathi is also involved in this particular paper. Now, we know that works procurement are the very largest share in the overall procurement pie. If just the CPP values are to be seen, then a lack of tenders in numbers relating to works procurement have been there, amounting to over 5 lakh crore of works procurement. And there have been studies more internationally and also nationally that anywhere between 10 to 15, 18% in these works contract leaks by way of corruption, right? So integrity, now when we talk about works procurement, our concerns are mostly time and cost and quality and now safety, but there is a fifth pillar which is integrity. And this affects all of the other four, so which is why it is very important. And now here, you see, I have analyzed the various risks which are present, integrity risks, in the different stages of a typical construction project. There are 55 risks, and these risks have been, they are the culmination of a very, long, not only academic survey, but also practical survey, case studies, practical investigations, and involvement of some of the top anti-corruption experts and procurement experts of our country. The respondents in the survey have been from the biggest public organizations of India, including CPWD. Now, the first stage, I will very briefly touch upon the risks because the time of 12 to 13 minutes is obviously not enough. So but just to give you an introduction to the topic, the paper is there, the technical paper, and then I will also refer some more papers at the end. So in the pre-tendering stage, as we can see, there are many activities in the pre-tendering stage. The first is the needs assessment stage. So here itself, the first risk may be that no proper need assessment of the project has been done. There could be involvement of external actors in the procurement, and sometimes the tender could be tailor-made to suit a particular contractor, suit a particular vendor. Now, please note that these are just vulnerabilities, these are just pointers. They do not by themselves obviously imply any corruption, but these are the vulnerabilities to which we have to be careful while designing a project. Then coming to the procurement planning and budgeting part, a very common irregularity is that a large project split into small to avoid bidding or to bring it below the bidding thresholds. This has been very commonly noted. The DPR is not prepared as per the actual site inspection or as per the actual site requirements. This again is a frequently noted irregularity. Coming to the bid design stage, now the bid design stage is the most technical stage. And you see, for anybody who is investigating, or the CTE, because I work closely with the CTE, I did a lot of investigations with them. So you see, the bid designing stage is the most complicated because it is the most technically intense stage, and it's very difficult for anyone who has not been part of it to point out exactly what is a particular, tweaking in the specification which has resulted in an entirely different outcome. So in the bid designing stage, it could be that the selection criteria for the consultant or the contractor are either too restrictive, which really brings down the number of participating bidders, or they could be, on the other hand, not as per the nature or the quantum of work. So we have seen big projects being given to a particular organization which had no expertise in that particular area. So this is also noted. Then the role and scope of the consultant may not be clearly defined. The selection criteria could be ambiguous or they could be subjective. Going ahead, some more points here. The ambiguity in the nomenclature of items or arbitrary quantity in estimates. This is also very frequently noted. With this, what happens is that a particular bidder who emerges as L1, later on there are a lot of variations and there are a lot of small modifications which ultimately result in the, a totally different picture than what was designed at the original stage. And how this is manipulated, we all, I'm sure, are well aware. Then consultant or contractor fee not linked to the original contract value. There is no upper limit on it. If it's say a 5% percentage, then we don't link it to the original contracted value. And with the result that the scope keeps on increasing, there are variations, and ultimately I have seen that sometimes the specifications are overrich, unnecessary alterations, which result in payments being made much more than what was stipulated. Initiation of tender without availability of encumbrance-free land. This has also been found to be an extremely frequent occurrence in our construction projects, and this is related to a whole lot of problems. So there have been a lot of recommendations from CVC on this point also. Choice of procedure, nomination is now a very rare phenomena. That's a very happy development over the last couple of years. But we note that sometimes the exceptions on the basis of which we can award a contract on nomination, they may be misused. So one has to be very careful about abuse of such legal exceptions. Coming to the tendering phase. Now, the pre-tendering, tendering and post-tendering, as far as the tendering phase is concerned, across various organizations in India, the tendering phase is now very well regulated. In fact, when we study various countries internationally, for any country which is embarking on procurement reforms, it is the tendering phase which is first, it is well regulated. And then the post-tendering and the pre-tendering is in fact the most difficult to regulate. So tendering phase, some of the irregularities you can see on the screen. I will not go through each of them. A lot of them are now very well contained because of our GFRs and our manuals, etc. One particular feature noted is leak of confidential information before bid submission to few bidders. So this is linked not only to collusion and corruption, also to cartelization. I am not going here into any aspect of cartelization, though cartels are very common. And in my experience, because I have taken, cartel bid rigging workshops in I think almost 24 organizations, I feel that the knowledge about cartelization, bid rigging, the red alerts is really low in our public organizations. Whereas we are the biggest victims of such anti-competitive acts, but our awareness levels are also low. And incidentally, I also did a survey, and the percentages were abysmally low of the number of even senior officials who were aware of the various provisions. Then some irregularities in the bid evaluation stage, false certificates provided in bidding, and this happens with in e-tendering, etc. The balance sheets I have seen have been forged, have been fabricated. Zeros have been added to increase the turnover so as to be eligible for a particular contract, etc. Conditions, specifications relaxed in favor of contractor to whom work is awarded. Some more irregularities are that work order, supply order not placed within the justified rates, guarantees not given in time, bank guarantee given is not verified. And these are all real occurrences. These have all emerged from actual cases done. Post-contract involves two very important stages, the actual execution of the contract. So a very large number of things which can go wrong here. Work not executed as per the original sanction or design. Compliance with conditions regarding licenses, insurance policies, renewals not followed. So these, if you are aware that in all CTE inspections, these points come very frequently. All mandatory tests are not being carried out. Even if they are, sometimes we find that the testing equipment was not available on site. Sometimes we find that the calibration of the testing equipment was done many, many years. So even the testing reports may not be reliable. This is a very common noted problem. Proper record of hindrances is not maintained, and when this is not maintained, it again leads to many issues regarding EO extension of time, etc. Technical staff as per tender requirement is not provided. The stipulated number of technical staff is not provided by the contractor. There's a repeated change of technical staff which happens. What are we doing in our tenders to avoid this problem? And because this we have seen in some of the biggest organizations, that there's a big problem because of this point. Performance guarantees submitted are not renewed. Deviations, especially in high-rated and high-value items, are not monitored and verified. So this is an extremely important irregularity and very frequently occurring. Substitution of materials with inferior quality or defective materials or different specifications, commonly noted. Site supervisor neglects duties or poor supervision. Engagement of subcontractors in a non-transparent way. So subcontractors, there have been a large number of cases where subcontractors have been found to be conduits for money laundering, for generating bribe money. And this I have investigated this in some of the very big high-profile cases. I don't have time to share the details right now. Then subcontractors are also linked to cartels. Very often the cartel members agree that a particular member gets the contract, the others who do not, they subsequently become subcontractors on paper, and the goodwill money or the thank you money is exchanged by way of subcontract. Actually, they may not be, physically we have seen that there was no such subcontracting work done. So this also in a non-transparent way could be an indicator of some problems. EOT not granted on due verification of hindrances, necessary guarantees not taken. Coming to the payments stage, payment of interest-free mobilization advances, recovery of which is not linked to time. A common problem. Late payment of invoices. Yeah, to wind up? Yeah, I will do that. So I will skip rest of the risks which are there and just draw your attention. So all these, the 55 risks which are there, firstly, I compiled all of them, and then we ran it through 11 top anti-corruption experts of India, including 2 senior-most officers of CVC. 30 top risks were identified, and out of these 30 top risks, these were evaluated by respondents across the largest public organizations of India. I used the failure mode effects analysis to assess the risk impact. And the criticality shows that there are 10 risks which are highly critical, most unacceptable, 12 having risk priority number between 15 to 20, and 8 which are moderately significant. Just to show you this chart across the various stages of a typical construction project, the risks are highest in the contract management stage. Number 2 is the bid design stage. The second peak which you see is the bid design stage. So the 5 very common top risks are poor supervision, substitution of materials, mandatory tests not carried out, proper record of hindrances not maintained, and subcontractors engaged in a non-transparent way. So with this, I will conclude. The paucity of time doesn't permit anymore. Thank you very much.
Corruption risks in construction projects explained in a very simple way,
Next topic for presentation, DC wiring in buildings by Sri V.S. Reddy, Chief Engineer Electrical.
Thank you, sir. Respected DCs, senior officers on the dais, and my dear friends. The topic which I am going to deal is a topic which is going to be seen by the next generation, maybe the next generations. This is the technology that was there more than a century back, and there is a bitter war of currents that has taken place in the 19th century, And 20th and 21st century, this part of it, we are only seeing the AC, but this is going to be technology that is going to come and probably by 2050 onwards, maybe, by all means. And the lucky ones amongst us will be alive to see this kind of technology coming into the world. So I will continue with the technology with this line because a bit of dullness was there post-lunch, so I thought I'll start with this offline. So I'll continue. We have different types of currents. One was the direct current, which was first started because ever since Alva Edison, other people found out what was the electricity, static electricity. From there, direct current has come. Then subsequently, alternative pulsating currents are also there, which people who deal with the hospital equipment are well aware. And then there is variable currents also. These types of general currents, but popularly the currents which we all know generally as a layman. One is the DC, that is direct current. Another is the alternate current, which we are seeing all around us in this room right now. And this is the interesting battle of between both the currents, DC versus AC. This was known as the war of the currents. And this was the war which was in 1880s between Thomas Alva Edison and Tesla. Thomas Alva Edison was advocating for DC. He says DC is the safest way of using electric technology. And then Tesla was advocating the use of AC. So both were trying to push in their own way of technology in America so that they knew the one who pushes it first for implementation, the whole world would follow. That was it. And the war between these two was so much so that Tesla was finding out the deficiencies in the DC, and Thomas Alva Edison went to the extent of demonstrating how dangerous AC is. In fact, he brought one elephant from the circus, publicly electrocuted with the AC in front of everybody. He killed the elephant to prove that AC is dangerous. He did it in front of everybody, photography. And electricity cars are the ones which we are seeing today, but Thomas Alva Edison, in those years, he generated one electrical DC car and ran it for more than 1,000 miles to prove that DC technology is superior to AC. So to this extent, both the groups were embroiled in the war. This was known as the war of the currents. And finally, everybody had put his own weight on the American government. We adopt which kind of technology? At that time, the Niagara Falls Power Station was the first hydropower station that was going to come in the world, and that was going to, they knew that was going to define the way the technology would be adopted by the whole world. So finally, the then president has gone in favor of AC by adopting for the Niagara Power Station in favor of Tesla. And after that, the whole world never took it back. It looked back, and everybody went for AC. Everybody is following. And this is a photograph of the Niagara Falls Power Station, which was done in 1896. This defined the trend of the world for the current for the whole world, which we are seeing today. Now the part is, why are we thinking of DC again when we are doing so much of AC? And whole world is today, we are working on AC. In this very room, we are having AC, which is running, and we are seeing the electrical equipment running on AC. Our mobile chargers, they are designed for AC. Then why are we thinking of this? This is an interesting battle that has restarted after a gap of more than a century. Now, the major contributors for this kind of scenario are the use of more and more DC equipment, which we are seeing today. One is the generation by the solar in DC, and use of appliances, whether it is mobiles, whether it is computers, whether it is the speakers, whether it is cameras, any equipment which is all around us, it is running on DC. So when so much of consumption is on DC, why do you need AC? So this debate has started after a century right now. And if you see a typical scenario, what we are doing today is this. AC we are getting in a grid from EV, grid we are getting AC. And solar we are generating in DC, coupling with and then converting it to AC. And then wind turbines also from DC to AC, we are synchronizing with the grid and then running into it. And when you want to store in a battery, again you convert into DC, again store. And when you want to bring into your house by EV grid, you are bringing into the house. And after bringing into the house, what are we doing? We are like these LED fittings which are all around us, they work on DC. So we are converting again from AC to DC. And the mobile charger, if you want to store, you are storing in DC. And if you want an electric car, electrical scooter, which you want to store, you are storing in DC. Same is the case with the computers, and then all appliances which are around us, right from the speaker which I am speaking, they are all running on DC. So what is happening in this process now? In fact, there are so many losses. They have defined the new trend of the discussion. The trends that is growing power demand of the DC devices and power generation of solar, and then LED fittings, and then even fans earlier used to be on AC. Now, thanks to the new technology, we are all going back to BLDC fans which run on DC. And then computers, mobile phones, and then, of course, in addition, so much of data centers. Now, of course, world over, the data center power consumption of the general consumption in America is more than 3%, and India it is only less than 0.1%. But India is going to be the world's greatest data center in the coming years to come. So this is also going to happen. And world over also, data demand is more, so there is more demand for DC. So now before I go to this slide, I'll just go to the next scenario. What is happening in this scenario, present scenario? What is happening is when we convert from AC to DC, there are so many conversion losses. Suppose solar to, when we generate in DC, converting back to AC for converting into it, merging with, synchronizing with the grid, we are losing 4 to 5%. Same is the case in case of a wind turbine. And in case when you come to storage also, it is also 4 to 8% in battery. Again, when reconverted back, again 4% back. Like same is the case in case of electrical appliances also. In fact, these kind of fittings is going to more than 10%. And in case of the cars and all, it is going to be 3 to, depends on the type of the battery, type of charger you are using, it is between 3 to 15 to 18% that is a loss. And computers also it is much higher. These are the losses that are incurring. Overall system, we are losing more than 18 to 20% losses when we convert from AC to DC. So that is where the DC scenario has started back. The debate started, why can't we use DC in these scenarios? So let us think of a scenario when we have only DC coming into the building. Now we have a DC bus, which is a DC solar system, which is getting connected into the system, and DC is going into the system, you are connecting to DC straight away, and you are storing into DC battery and reverting back to DC. These conversion losses are minimized. In addition, we have so much of advantages also. One of them is the improved energy efficiency. As I told you, this is to the tune of 18%. And then component reliability. See, let us see a situation, you are driving a car on a road, which is a flat road, which is smooth. And if you are riding a car on a bumpy road, mechanical components or whatever components are subject to a lot of stress. And these kind of cyclic loadings will reduce the stress. Any engineer will understand it. So AC is the one which puts any system to cyclic loading. And when you do cyclic loading, life of the component will reduce. So when you go for DC, life is more. And more flexible configurations. And then any kind of couplings also that is going to, that's what point which I am going to sum up at that time I will tell. But the factual is, whenever you want to couple two different sources of AC, you need synchronization. That itself is a big challenge. Synchronization with the frequency, synchronization with the voltage, synchronization with the vector group. And in case of DC, no, simply match the EMF and voltage, simply straight away couple it. That's the beauty of it. And you can transmit any number of sources you can couple. And then reduce the maintenance costs. As we said, there is less loading, cyclic loading, there is more component reliability, less maintenance. And very importantly, harmonics is the one. This building where we are speaking, suppose these kind of fittings have got which are generating from AC DCs, they create harmonics. And when we call tender, we say THD should be less than this. And harmonics should not be this much more than that. And these harmonics, when they generate back into the system, they go back into the system and then start tripping somewhere else. There are so many industries which have shut down also because somebody else is doing welding machines, somebody else is doing something else. The harmonics created by one factory goes back into the grid, travels to the next factory, and poor fellow's equipment is shut down. He brings an expert to find out what is wrong with my system. And till that is sorted out, his production schedule is lost. I have heard so many cases of this kind of thing. These are the problems in AC, but these kind of problems are avoided. So, and these are the advantages with DC. And DC wiring in the building, this anyway I have explained, sir. Now this is, we have done a mock-up study in IIT Tirupati. It was a couple of years back when it started in the transit campus. Then I thought, since the technology is moving towards DC, I thought I'll take up this technology for a presentation. So we did some hostels, some of the buildings in the IIT Tirupati with the DC wiring only. So there we did this, the fans, fittings, we got it specially made. We did DC wiring as a pioneer of the technology to demonstrate it, and we did it in some of the buildings in the earlier part of the IIT Tirupati. And these are the typical wiring, but in nutshell, what I will say is what we have got AC, we have got a DC controller, we converted into DC, 48 volt, and we choose the fittings and fans which we couple to it depending on the load. And these are DC breakers and all we have used, and fortunately the AC and all water switches, wiring what we have used sufficient for us. We continue with the same setup, we need not purchase any DC switches. Same equipment, whatever is there we have used. Only thing is we used AC fans, AC fittings only, and DC controller. Everything was the same. And this was the typical scenario which we did. These are the buildings which are there, like boys hostel we have done with DC, residences we have done with DC, girls hostel we have done with DC, and then classrooms also. In all these ones, fans, fittings we have done with the DC, and some USB outlets also we have given in case you want to couple. You don't need any stepping down. Simply 5 volt DC to DC is there. From 48 we brought it down to a 5 volt, then connected straight away. But of course, power wiring regular and all, we did not touch it because at that time technology was still developing, and even now, of course, it is yet to develop. So these are the items which we used. And these are the fittings which we use, DC fittings, DC exhaust fans, DC LED fittings, these are the fittings we use. And of course, if you see right now, it looks like a normal building, but what goes into that building, inside what we did is we only knew. A relative comparison between AC and DC. AC was picked up by the people in those days because it can be any time you can step up and step down very easily, travel for long distances. That was the single largest advantage with the AC. But the problem with the AC is, again, as it goes, it involves a lot of cycles, and then coupling, synchronization will be a big problem, and loss of conversion to DC equipment load, again, there is huge loss. And when you need stepping down synchronization, again, synchronization equipment as well as stepping down conversion from AC to DC, you need more equipment. So when it comes to DC, there are very insignificant loss, and long life equipment, as I already told you, and less equipment means less space, so building you can design for lesser equipment, and then more efficient way of generating. And regenerative sources can be all in DC right now. These are the advantages. And AC has got, whenever we find out electricity, there are 3 kinds of loss. One is capacitive loss, resistive loss, inductive loss. When it comes to DC, it is only resistive loss, no other losses. This is one that saves. And yeah, sure, sir. And one is over now, another 2 minutes. And power factor, again, you have to maintain when you connect any equipment to EB, it is 0 to 1. When it comes to DC, it is always unity power factor. This problem of power factor equipment correction is not there. And AC cannot be stored, whereas DC can be stored very easily in our equipment with the chemical batteries. And then very important factor is the skin effect. Whenever a conductor is carrying a current like this, AC it travels only on surface. When it comes to DC, it travels in the entire cross section. So for a given current capacity, I can use a thinner section for DC, whereas AC I need a bigger section. The advantage here is that when you transmit for over long distances, the transmission lines, when you need to go for bigger dia means more wind force, bigger towers, huge capital equipment in the transmission. When you go for DC, thinner line, so smaller towers, that will be economically smaller and economically less costly equipment which we are going to need for transmission. I think so. Yeah, again, this is the last slide which I am going to conclude, sir. And now when you want to go towards this kind of new technology, we have some challenges right now. Now, presently we have equipment which is entire infrastructure in AC. When we want to do, we have to how to integrate. That is happening slowly in a phased manner. So many EB grids are also shifting towards the DC transmission only. And as of now, we don't have standard DC standards. AC, we have a lot of standards. DC, of course, as we start moving, these things will develop. And new people are going to invest now. So they are not sure what will the demand patterns, but these things will come up subsequently as the demand increases. And then sufficient pilot projects, of course, now they are picking up, sir, in the whole world slowly. And standalone, isolated places, they are going for DC projects also. I'm sure this is going to come up with the new technology, and let us see the new technology and be the fortunate ones to see this new technology in the coming future. Thank you very much, sir.
Never-ending debate, DC versus AC. Whole day will less, I think. So now, first we take straightway the few questions, because 7 minutes time we can only give. So few questions we can take. The speakers can come in front, or they can near the dais, at least speakers. Acha, theek hai, okay.
So I have two questions. One question for Mr. Reddy. First of all, I would like to know, when say that system become completely DC, what will be the source of DC? DC. Not transmission, generator. Whether it will be DC generator or AC generator, point number one. If it is DC generator, what will be the challenges? Because you know, the challenges with the DC system. Another is, because in DC system, if you go for the DC generator, there will be your, commutator will come into the play. Commutator have lot of limitations. I do not know what will happen after 10 years from now. So as of now, if I cannot think of generating DC system, DC voltage on a DC generation on such a huge capacity. Point number two, how the transmission will go up. Because if we want to step up the voltage, DC voltage, we need to have a chopper system or something else. You know that if you have the semiconductor based system, it is having a lot of failure rates as of now. Even any system, DC system have a transformer with it, inbuilt transformer with it to build up the voltage, then come into the picture. That also I cannot imagine as of now how this system will work. Latter part of it is okay. Lot of things are there which are working on DC. That part is okay. So transmission loss, generations, these are the challenges as of now. How you think of after 25 years or 50 years, you see to that.
Yeah, actually, these are the challenges. This is what I said. This lack of standards are the one, and the technology is also new. That is going to, and as it comes to the generation and transmission, I agree. These are challenges as of now, but this is where the world is moving on. And we can't, because these are the advantages that we are going to have in the longer run. So yes, these are challenges right now, and slowly they are overcoming. As we come across, people are overcoming these challenges with new and new technologies. Thank you.
And third part is that what will be the size of the conductor? Because when voltage will be down, means 12 volt or 20
No,
volt.
the conductor we checked up actually, the same conductor, because see, what we are doing is each and every DC controller we have gone for a lesser or 1 kilowatt only. And DC wiring, what instead of 1.5, we have gone for just 2.5 square mm wiring only after checking about the voltage drop and other loads also in the same campus. That worked fine. Last 4 or 5 years is running fine.
Another question is for the lay. Yeah. I think it's not working. Hello. Yes, please. I want to know whether that building has been constructed or is still under construction.
No, it's under construction at the moment.
So just I want to know what is the electricity demand in winter and summer.
See, it has a thermal load of...
what is the demand of the building? How you are going to meet, I am not asking that.
No, I am not answering.
What is the demand of the building? I mean, what is the energy consumption? What will be the energy consumption of the building in summer and what will be in the winter?
See, this is a building which is actually decoupled from the outside, ambient. So therefore, the difference between the summer and the winter loads are not massively different.
Not the question.
No.
You are not getting me.
I got it. I'm answering you, sir. I'm saying the difference between loads of summer and winter are not so pathetically different.
That is not my question. Say, I am meeting it through the earth. I am meeting it through the other sources. That's a different thing. I am talking about what is the consumption. Suppose I need a hot water. So how we are producing hot water is a different issue. But I need hot water. So what is the
our
energy
total
consumption of the
consumption for the building is about 45-50 kilowatts.
In summer or in winter?
Both.
In both?
Yes.
So in 45, because you are talking about the
because you are actually changing the summer and the winter in a stable temperature under the earth, so which is actually stable all over the year. That's the difference.
You are using the geothermal energy, am
That's
I
right, sir.
So geothermal energy, you are using, I think, heat pump?
Heat pump is the machine outside. The exchange is in the soil, which is at 120 meters down. So at 120 meters down, summer or winter, it is...
What are the media you are using for transferring of heat?
That's antifreeze fluid. So you need to mix water and antifreeze fluid to bring the temperature out.
We are going to the next question, please. Next question, please.
हेलो, ये फायर डोर से रिलेटेड मेरा क्वेश्चन है.
आपने ग्लेज फायर डोर के लिए तो कुछ बताया नहीं, इंसुलेटेड डोर्स आपने बताया
जी,
पर आजकल तो हम ग्लेज फायर डोर यूज कर रहे हैं।
हाँ मैं आंसर करूँ।
हाँ,
ग्लेज फायर डोर आपके डीएसआर में रहने से आप इतने साल से यूज़ कर रहे थे, बट एक्चुअली देखने के तो ग्लेज फायर डोर का जो स्टैंडर्ड है, इट इज़ नॉट देयर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल there is a testing standard for glaze fire rated swing doors and sliding doors, but there's no standard for a glass fire rated glass which is under circulation from BIS, and there is no standard for insulated glazed fire door or uninsulated glazed fire door. Okay. Second most important thing, we have been using insulated glass fire doors in the staircases and exit lobbies and stuff like that, right? If you open NBC section 3.4.10, it clearly says that you should not be using any glass and glazing material in the staircases. So it's a big question and a topic of debate. Maybe we should discuss it in detail to understand whether whatever we have been doing in the past is right or wrong. Yeah. Hope that answers your question. Yeah, please.
ग्लेज फायर डोर ग्लेज फायर डोर ना फुट 2 और जो रेटिंग, तो बाहर का स्टैंडर्ड यूज कर रहे हैं हम लोग
जी,
उसमें क्या बात हो?
One more question we can take.
हाँ हेलो, मेरा क्वेश्चन गर्मा आपसे है कि आपने जैसे कार्टलाइजेशन बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस में टेंडरिंग में कहीं कोई कमी रह जाती है, कहीं किसी के एवोल्यूशन में सपोर्ट कर दिया, इन सब चीज़ों में आपने काफ़ी बताया। कभी आपने इस पर भी स्टडी किया है कि आज की डेट में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स की पोजीशन क्या है? -25%, -30%, -40%, सो मच ऑफ एक्सेसिव कंपटीशन एंड द हाउ वे द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स आर गोइंग एक्चुअली। तो इस पर भी इसकी रिवर्स स्टडी भी क्या कुछ किया है कि हाउ टू बैलेंस, unless the things are balanced, how the things will go, how the delivery will be ensured?
So definitely reverse bidding जो है, undercutting is also a very big problem, especially noted in services contracts. जो आप लोग ने जेम पे भी देखा होगा, frivolous bids and yeah, in construction also. Ultimately, it results in the contractor running off after 1 year. It could be poor quality linked to all kinds of outcomes. Or it could be they could jack up the project later on. Additional items
ऐसे कोई deterrent measures लगाने के लिए कहीं कोई system develop होना चाहिए, I think.
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए।
Do you advocate for that?
Estimated rate से एक particular नीचे हम bids को entertain नहीं करें।
But it's not that. It's nowhere it's there.
So
we do have, even if it is 80% minus, 90% minus, even then we do have to accept.
But this issue is being considered in CVC. This much I can tell you. This is being considered in CVC.
But nowhere, no such guidelines, nowhere.
No guidelines that is for that, the committee can take a decision, no? We need guidelines in black and white for everything.
Madam,
sometimes,
पूछना चाहूँगा आपसे, कई कंट्रीज में प्रोविजन ऐसा है कि the bidder which is nearest to the mean value, he wins the bid. I don't know the name of the countries. In few countries it is there. So that avoids the particular favoritism also, because no one can find out which will be near to the average. Because this L1 concept, I think this needs to be thought over. Because as you are saying that some percentage down below the estimated cost should not be awarded. That cannot happen in this country.
So this is an interesting thing which you are saying, कि closest to mean value.
Yeah.
We are all aware that expenditure ने भी और भी types of October 21 में जो निकाला है कि भाई other than L1 what are the acceptable methods which are there for selection of the winning bidder. This probably I can pass on this to the Department of Expenditure, like in an informal conversation, but you can also, somebody can also make a formal reference.
Because this will give a fair chance for bidding to everyone also, no favoritism also, and rates also, reasonable rates will get.
Yeah, so but obviously a lot of study has to be done in what kind of context this is suitable for what types of contracts.
No, especially we are talking about construction contracts.
It is a point worth going study further. Thank you.
This week. With this, we come to the conclusion of this session. Thank you all speakers. Thank you.
Thank you to all the presenters. It was a very explanatory and informative session. मुझे सर निवेदन है आपसे, हमारे अध्यक्ष, सह-अध्यक्ष और रिपोर्टियर जी, प्लीज थोड़ा सा शांति का बनाए रखें जरा. अभी हमारे जितने भी प्रेजेंटर्स हैं उनको मोमेंटो देकर उन्हें सम्मानित करना है. तो मैं यहाँ पर हमारे अध्यक्ष श्री अजय गुप्ता जी, एसडीजी कोलकाता जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे श्रीमती भारती घोष, श्री सैयद मोहम्मद और श्री बीएस रेड्डी जी को मोमेंटो देकर उन्हें सम्मानित करें. सर. श्रीमती ब्रताती घोष, श्री सैयद मोहम्मद, श्री बीएस रेड्डी जी. तालियों के साथ. हमारे सह अध्यक्ष जी से भी मेरा निवेदन है कि वे श्री अरिजीत घोष, अरजीत घोष, श्री रविंद्र पाल, श्री प्रदीप गुप्ता जी, श्रीमती गरिमा भगत जी को सम्मानित करें.
गरिमा भगत तो पहले मेरी ब्रताती घोष है अभी, कोई बात नहीं, उनका ध्यान रखो. देखो ना यार, उधर ध्यान दो जो बोल के आए हैं, जस्ट आपका ध्यान उधर होना. प्रदीप गुप्ता है,
ठीक,
उनकी टीम, उनको बोलो प्रदीप गुप्ता.
श्री प्रदीप गुप्ता जी, अर्जित घोष और रविंद्र पाल जी. श्री बीएस रेड्डी जी. श्री सैयद मोहम्मद जी. धन्यवाद आप सभी का. आप सभी के लिए अब हाई टी का प्रबंध किया गया है हॉल नंबर 6 के बाहर लॉबी में. तो आप सभी से निवेदन है कि 10 मिनट बाद पुनः अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें, जिससे कि हम आगे जल्दी कार्यक्रम को बढ़ा सकें. धन्यवाद. के रूप में अधीक्षण अभियंता श्री दिनेश उज्जैनिया जी, आपका भी स्वागत है। तो हम आगे समय ज़्यादा ना व्यर्थ करते हुए बढ़ते हैं और टेक्निकल सेशन 4 की शुरुआत करते हैं। मैं आगे के संचालन के लिए मैं अनुरोध करती हूं आप सभी से जो मंच पर उपस्थित हैं कि टेक्निकल सेशन 4 शुरू किया जाए। सर।
So everybody is welcome in the last and fourth session, and there are 6 presenters and we have limited time, and therefore I think we should restrict to 10 minutes, each presentation 10 minutes. And Ujjainia ji, the reporter, he may call one by one and let us start.
सभी प्रेजेंटर्स तैयार रहें, सभी के पास 10 मिनट का समय है, कृपया समय का ध्यान रखें और उसी समय के बीच ही आप अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन पूरी करें। धन्यवाद।
के समय के बाद में श्री हर्षा कवि जी को आमंत्रित।
Moving ahead, though Fosroc is no name in the industry, but I will still quickly brief it out for you. Fosroc is a pioneer in construction chemical industry with presence known in Indian market for over 4 decades. Fosroc is known for quality, consistency, and innovation. We have 4 manufacturing units, 1 R&D lab, which is of international standard, and 3 experience centers with models depicting each minute details in product application, which is very crucial. We provide service in following categories. I'll not read it out. It is adhesives and concrete repairs, waterproofing, protective coatings, industrial floorings, grouts and applications. Now the cool roof system. Now the cool roof system, need of the hour. I would call upon my colleague Harsha Kavi to take us through to the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Today we are discussing about the cool roof system, which is the talk of the town. How we are going to reduce the energy consumption, which is especially for the non-renewable energies, how we are going to miss, especially electricity. Now, India is going towards the infrastructure. Now, we are focusing more on the infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure, how the electric consumption is going to reduce. We can reduce as a Fosroc, how the chemicals, what you are going to produce, how the system, what you are going to adopt for the building, how it is helped to reduce the energy consumption. Just to give a background of it, majorly the sunlight, which is it is a heat production inside the building. So just to give an example, we have a different rays which is going to come from the sunlight. So in that, IR and UV is the most important rays which is going to impart the heat. Just to give an example, when we talk about the building which is going to absorb the heat from this particular sunlight, that has to emit immediately, or else it is lead to energy which is going to be captured by the building and it is not going to emit it out. Automatically the heat is dissipated inside the building. How to overcome that particular situation? To give a glimpse of it, when the infrastructure is going to develop in India, it is lead to the urban heat islands. What is meant by urban heat island in the sense? When the buildings are constructed inside when we take out the vegetation, when you do the building construction activities, when the building is constructed, due to the heat which is absorbed by the concrete, which is not emitted back to the environment, that lead to the lot of heat generated inside that particular urban sectors. How, as a chemical industry, has people here, Indians, how to generate a system which can reduce the heat absorption inside the building, and that lead to the less usage of ACs, electricity, that will maintain the normal ambient temperature inside the building. To that, as a Fosroc, we are discussing about 3 systems. One is called green roof systems, where we are going to have a green roof or landscape areas about the roof. The second point is insulation system, which is on the roof we are going to do the insulation system. The third one is solar reflective coatings. Just the most important thing is now everyone knows about SRA coatings. What is meant by SRA coatings? This SRI coatings is going to coat on top of a screed, below which we are going to do the waterproofing system, and above that we are going to do the SRI coating. Just to give details about what is SRI coating. This SRI coating is a sense, it is not only reflect the coating, it is also emit the thermal emittance, in the sense, when we talk about the SRI coating, as I explained in the earlier stages, when the light fall on the substrate, the visible light which is going to reflect, or as IR and UV, it is going to impart the heat onto the substrate. When the heat is imparted, automatically heat is going to communicate. It's very simple. The heat is going to communicate from atom to atom. It is not going. When we talk about this particular coating of 1 mm thickness, how it is going to work as an insulation system. It is not going to work as an insulation system. It's going to work as a reflectance and also allow the heat which is absorbed inside the concrete to emit immediately. If the coating is a non-breathable coating, automatically lead to the lot of heat dissipate inside the building, because it is not allowed the heat to go out of the particular building. So to give an example, we have to have a coating which is going to have both the system. One is a reflective, another one is thermal emittance. That particular both the properties has to be there in the particular coating. That is where the SRI index come into the picture. The most important thing is, like, when you do the coating, it has to be very clean. But after you say, suppose of 2 years or 3 years, when there is no maintenance, automatically dust accumulation happens on top of the coating. Then in the dust accumulation happens on top of the coating, how this SRI which is going to work? As we are consideration, it is going to reflect the heat and automatically the reduction is going to happen inside the building. So that is the most important thing. And one more topic, what I'm talking about is, like, as we discussed most of the things, it is going to work when the temperature goes higher side. What about when the temperature goes down? How we are going to maintain the ambience temperature? That is where the combo system of also come into the picture. Insulation cum waterproofing system, what you are promoting right now, it is having an insulation system of a puff, on-set spray applied insulation systems, which is not going to be prefabricated boards. What is the difference between prefabricated and insulation boards? When the prefabricated boards are installed, it comes in a 75, it is in a 1 square meter by 1 square meter, and you are going to place side by side. When placed side by side, automatically thermal bridging is going to happen, because it is not going to be a monolithic structure. There is one board to another board, there is a gap. Through gap, there always a possibility the heat is going to be enter, or the air is, when the circulation is going to happen, automatically the dissipation of heat is going to happen. So to that extent, and second point is, like, whatever the insulation system what we are going to propose, that has to be protected by the waterproofing coating. Or else any insulation system what you are going to propose, it is having a tendency to absorb some kind of a moisture. When the stagnation water is going to happen. Suppose I just go to the system build-up of, just go to the system build-up of insulation. When we talk about system build-up of insulation, if we see first we do the waterproofing coating, above there is the insulation. Normally what we do the slope to screed. When do the slope to screed, we always know that when rain happens, any water stagnation will happen on top of a screed, automatically it goes below the screed, because screed doesn't have any kind of water resistant in it. When it goes below the side, it is going to stagnate on top of insulation system, because there is no slope provided on top of insulation system. Insulation system is flat, only screed is in the slope situation. So to overcome that, we need to have a kind of a sealer coat, what we're talking about. It's a waterproofing coating has to be proposed on top of insulation system to maintain the insulation property of a insulation system for the longer life. That is the most important point. The same way, when we talk about the green roof systems, the most important thing, we also know that when you do the green roof and landscaping on top of a roof, the root which is going to be there in the plant, that should not penetrate through the waterproofing system. So the most important point is, whatever the waterproofing solution, what you're going to decide, that system have a very proper root resistant property in it, or else whatever system we are going to finalize, again that will lead to the leakages. So that is what I have to communicate on the cool roof system. Just to give one more thing is that the most important below ground structures. One more topic what I want to communicate over here is, the below ground structure was the most important thing, because once we constructed, we cannot go back do the repair work of the below ground structures. So whatever below ground structures are there, as per BS 8102, there are 3 norms what you are talking about. 3 situations. One is a zero tolerance for the moisture. The second one is sometimes if a leakages or dampness are accepted. The second one is dampness should be accepted. It depends upon what kind of to what we are going to use those particular locations, whether it is going to be office space, it is going to be car parking, storage areas, for what we are going to use those particularly below spaces. Based on that, we are going to design our waterproof system. So what is most important thing is like, there are two situations. One is confined space, another one is unconfined space. Some confined space in the sense we don't have any space to do the waterproofing after you do the retaining walls, construction. The second point is unconfined spaces. There is always possibility we can do the particular waterproof system after you construct a retaining wall. These are two situations what we are having right now. Now, what is the deep basement challenges are? So there is a challenges are like one is upliftment pressure, soil contamination, what is going to be there. One is dynamic load, what is going to happen onto the retaining wall. There are different types of challenges what is going to be there in the below ground structures, and the other is settlements. So to overcome this, the property of a waterproofing system should have all these properties. One is should be bonded system, rather than there are a lot of systems are available which is get bonded to the PCC and not bonded to the RCC. There are different systems are available, but what I'm talking about bonded system, it should get bonded to the raft. The second is you should have a strong puncture resistance, because whatever system what we are proposing right now, it doesn't require any kind of protection. Above this waterproofing, you directly lay in reinforcement. Third is you should have a strong tensile strength. Overlap bending addition we should be strong. Bond strength with the concrete should be strong. And the most important thing is water vapor transmission. I'm not talking about water which is going to percolate. The water which is going to in the form of vapors, that should not come in contact with the concrete itself. That is also most important, which we are not discussing right now. So that is where we are focusing on. To overcome these situations, we have a two system. One is fully bonded, mechanically anchored waterproofing system. Other one is STPEP, which everybody knows over here, is a chemically bonded waterproofing system. Now, there are the situations where this is a common phenomena of underground structures, where the water table is too high, be it be one basement or two basement or three basements. If the dewatering sums, if it is maintained, still if it is rains, automatically this kind of a situation will be there on the below ground structure. What is going to happen if it is going to be bonded system kind of STP membrane? If this is a situation, if you see the sludge is totally over on your waterproofing system, and how we are going to do this? We have to mechanically take out the system, and you have to do the water jet to take out that particular slurry which is going to on top of it. When you do this exercise, automatically the chemical adhesion which is going to be there, adhesive which is going to be there on HTP membrane, that is going to be lost out. Then how the membrane is going to get bonded to the concrete? That is what the question mark all we are having. So to overcome this, you can see this majorly, you can see this is a live example of a site where due to the rain, total sludge is on top of the membrane. Now this is how they are doing the washout of this particular sludge. Whether 100% sludge is going to wash out? No. Whether the adhesive, when this kind of a high pressure water jet when we do, the adhesive which is going to be present on the waterproof membrane that is going to be there is a question mark. How this membrane, concretes get bonded to the concrete, that is also a question mark. To overcome this situation, we are going to have a system called Perfect Engage, which is mechanically anchored to mechanically get bonded to the concrete. Wherein, what are you talking about mechanically anchored? Done. That's the last two slides, sir. So this is what the mechanical one, which is having a 4 mm thickness, where a 3 mm is this particular mesh is there, which is get bonded to the concrete, and it is every overlapping which is welded, totally weldable system, become totally monolithic in underground structure, and it is totally get bonded to the concrete. And when we do the, and it is fully bonded, and when there is some kind of a settlement is also going to happen also, it is fully bonded, it is now going to leave out the concrete. So as it is a zero VOC product, very easy to do the installation, no need to worry. And it is also having a very good crack bridging ability in it, 3 mm crack bridging ability after bonded to the concrete. These are the features which are all available in the concrete. See, what I'm talking about is like when you talk about the water table, it's very higher side, it is above the raft level. When this particular situation comes to the picture, you can easily take out the sludge which is going to come on top of it, do the proper water jetting, clean the material and do the concreting. It is very to do in this kind of a materials. So it is also have done, we have the analysis, it is having a durability test of 125 years, which is most important, and everybody asking for this particular durability test. We have done this durability test. This membrane is going to be stored for 125 years. We have a certification for this. And this is how the system build-up look like. It's unconfined and confined space. And last, just a small video about the force rock. Thank you so much.
मैं नेक्स्ट स्पीकर श्री मोहित मुंशी जी को आमंत्रित करता हूं। उनका विषय है अकॉस्टिक्स इन बिल्डिंग एन एसेंशियल रिक्वायरमेंट।
Audio. Okay. And good evening, everybody. Good evening, Tripathi ji, and all CPWD family. So I'm going to talk about acoustics, soundproofing. So as the name suggests, Himalayan acoustics, we are from the foothills of Himalayas based in Himachal Pradesh. It's a totally made in India product. It's in fact one of the greenest products in the world. Why I say greenest? Because it's made of natural materials. So first I will, though 10 minutes are very less for acoustics, it's a very wide topic used in everyday, day-to-day's, every person's life. But in 10 minutes I will like to brief you on what acoustics is actually. So we have 15 years of experience. Our brand name is called Himalayan Acoustics. All are lab certified excellent products, green certified sustainable products. We have an acoustical research and development, product design, our own team of engineers, our own team of installers where we help contractors install the products in the right possible way. We have acoustic measurements, testing, commissioning, also handover and product familiarization programs. Wide spectrum of product solutions, 500 plus delivered projects and still counting. Global OEM and export collaborations made in India, specializing only in soundproofing. We are available in all the cities in India mostly. In fact, the IIT project they were talking about today, the Kalpatru, entire lecture halls are being done by us over there. The entire ceilings and walls. And in fact, they had coffers. So it was a challenge to treat the coffers, keeping the aesthetics and the architecture intact. So what are the symptoms of poor acoustics and what can it lead to? Poor sound and poor noise levels and acoustics can lead to blood pressure, annoyance, hypertension, anxiety, blood pressure, sleep deprivation, stress, heart diseases, breach in privacy, hearing loss, poor communication, less efficiency. What are the benefits? Improves health, spiritual healing. हम सारे meditation अगर जितने भी लोग करते हैं, yoga करते हैं, it is the best way to concentrate or increase your concentration. It reduces stress, reduces hypertension, reduces miscommunication, reduces heart diseases, distraction, improves speech clarity, improves communication, increases concentration, improves listening, productive learning, and complying with building norms. Also, it is a very big source of entertainment. Now, acoustics is basically divided into three major concepts. But we have shown 4 concepts here. The 3 major concepts is first, the biggest problem in major halls and spaces is the reverberation, echo. So that echo is basically dependent on the shape of the hall. For example, if I make it like this, my sound will increase. The shape may be rectangular, it may be square, it may be in a loudspeaker range. It depends on the volume of the space. Now, how do you make the speech clear? To make the speech clear, it's a combination of absorptions and diffusion. Absorption means we have to put higher absorption materials. Today, everybody knows absorption only by the terminology NRC. But NRC is only at 4 to 5 frequencies. That is from 250 Hertz, 500 Hertz, 1000 Hertz, 2000 and 4000 Hertz. Not below that, not above that. So NRC is not a very relevant figure. It is only a method to basically understand the absorption of the product. But when we talk about the audio system hearing range starts from 20 Hertz, goes up to 20,000 Hertz. So what about the frequency absorption below that range and higher than this range? I will give you an example of this conference hall. The audibility in this conference hall is also much lower than what it should be. It could have been even better. And especially when I am talking at a mid frequency, this is the speech clarity. If we play an audio, the speech clarity will further reduce. Reason because maximum woods have been used on the sides. Only the carpeting has been done and simple gypsum has been done. So if we have a correct combination of absorptions and reflections, which is diffusion, we reach to a conclusion called reverberation time. Reverberation time is RT60. That means time taken for sound to die down by 60 decibels, which is measured in reverberation time. मतलब कितनी देर में sound die down हो रही है. So every space has a particular standard internationally for a reverberation time. For example, a studio will have a reverberation time of 0.4 seconds, यानी कि 0.4 seconds में आवाज die down होनी चाहिए. A lecture hall, as per American standards, will have a reverberation time of 0.7 seconds. यानी कि 0.7 seconds में आवाज die down होनी चाहिए from the moment it has been generated to have absolute speech clarity. Similarly, if I talk about auditoriums or a space like this, it should have a reverberation time between 0.8 to maximum 1.2 seconds, even if the space is large. Now, where does diffusion comes into picture? For example, this hall was even double the size. So my voice may not be clearly heard to the people sitting behind or on the sides. So I have to put some diffusion, or the designer has to put some diffusion also, so that the sound is clear and not fluttering. I could easily hear when people were talking from here asking questions, it was not heard on that side. See, the concept in a hall is that the first bencher, middle bencher and the last bencher should be able to hear the speech clearly. That is called STI, Speech Transmission Index, speech clarity. Second point is the insulation. Now, what is insulation? So, for example, we don't want sound transmitting to the hall outside, or there is a cabin. We don't want our sound to be transmitting from one wall to another wall, or even a door to door. So, to block that noise is called insulation. Now, what is insulation? Materials for insulation are totally different from absorption. The densities are different, the structure is different, the purpose is different. But we confuse it with soundproofing. So the second part, insulation, is very technical and important because we ultimately, anybody needs to make airtight walls. The products need to be different because there may be low frequencies on the other side. So this terminology is measured in called STC. STC means sound transmission class. यानी कि जब आप प्रोडक्ट लगा रहे हो उसका STC लेवल कितना है, कितनी आवाज वो रोकेगी, कितना साउंड ट्रांसमिशन वो रोकेगी. Third is the isolation. Now what is isolation? This is another different technology. Isolation means आपका यहाँ पे banquet hall है, ऊपर कमरे हैं होटल में, and you don't want sound transmission from your banquet hall or floor to the top floor through structure. Maybe it is through beams, through pillars, through floors, through walls. आजकल जितने भी हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स बन रही है, फ्लैट्स बन रही है, इतनी कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं, इवन इन लग्जरी फ्लैट्स, बेस्ट ऑफ द फ्लैट्स, 4-4, 5-5 करोड़ के फ्लैट्स में कंप्लेंट्स हैं कि ऊपर से नीचे आवाज आती है जी. वो क्यों है? वो चेयर हिलती है, नीचे आवाज आती है, बिकॉज स्ट्रक्चरल आइसोलेशन प्रॉब्लम है. सो आइसोलेशन इज, insulation is also part of isolation. When we do that, for that we have to make floating floors, floating walls, floating ceiling. That means there is no connection to the walls and ceiling, but how do you do that? So we have separate some materials where we connect, and it is insulated from the existing walls, floors and ceilings. So this is called isolation. What is the end result we'll achieve? We'll achieve correct SPL levels. Now what does SPL mean? Sound pressure levels, which you also call dB. This is called the ambient noise. मतलब आपके surrounding में आवाज कितनी है, which is called ambient noise levels. So this is the SPL level. So like the terminology said, NRC, reverberation time, ST I have explained, STC, sound pressure level, SPL, dB, vibration, and HZ is the hertz. Now sound has various frequencies. Sound is basically, sound waves are divided into 3 frequencies. Low frequency, which has a very long wavelength, जो walls भी cross कर जाती हैं. Second is the mid frequency, what I am talking at, 500 to 4000 hertz. And third is the high frequency. So anywhere, wherever you're designing sound, you have to consider what is the source of sound generating. Is it a low frequency, mid frequency, or a high frequency? Keeping that in mind, the acoustic is designed. आजकल basic concept है perforated tiles लगा देते हैं, जैसे वो, for example, the helicopter shed we saw earlier in the morning. If it could have been, because the helicopter will always have a low frequency noise. It's a metal, so perforated will not work much until unless there is only a speech. So provided if one treats it with a low frequency absorption material or a broadband frequency absorption, the results will be far, far, far better. So I will explain you now the decibel levels, which is a very common terminology, and the ambient noise level that is normally prevalent in our day-to-day life. So 35 dB to 40 dB is like almost pin drop silence. 35 dB is normally achieved in a studio. Around 60 dB, 55 to 60 dB, just 3 minutes? 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, so 60 dB is normal, traffic noise is 100 dB almost, and then aircraft, gunshot, any exposure more than 70 dB is very high. आपका एक ही पार्ट जो है कान का पूरे शरीर में जो रिपेयर नहीं हो सकता, कान का पर्दा, बाकी सब कुछ रिपेयरेबल है. और with the age, when you are exposed to higher sound levels, तो ultimately hearing loss हो जाता है. नीचे हमने ग्राफ दिखाया, RT ग्राफ, how it is calculated, and then उसमें हमने frequency range बताई है कि humans 20 हर्ट्ज से लेकर 20 हर्ट्ज तक सुन सकते हैं, whales की lower होती है, बाकी bats की high frequency होती है. फिर what is NC noise criteria is the measurement of ambient noise level. It's a graph basically. So that we have explained. So what are the kind of projects that can be done? Auditorium, corporate offices, multi-purpose hall, education lecture halls, newsrooms, studios, sports complexes, convention halls, home theaters, healthcare, hospitals, we have antibacterial panels, convention centers, worship places. अब आप डिजाइन कैसे करेंगे, कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट आपके पास आता है तो तीन चीजें उसमें देखते हैं. कॉन्सेप्ट, फॉर एग्जांपल ताजमहल है, ताजमहल जैसा डिजाइन चाहिए, ताजमहल बनाना है, रेप्लिकेट करना है, तो ताजमहल का डिजाइन हो गया कॉन्सेप्ट. सेकंड हो गया कि आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, वहां पे हमें एब्जॉर्प्शन चाहिए, आवाज रोकनी है, एब्जॉर्प्शन यूज करनी है, इंसुलेशन, वाइब्रेशन मैनेजमेंट रिक्वायरमेंट होगी. तीसरा हो गया बजट, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, बजट कितना है, प्रीमियम है, मीडियम है, किसने यूसेज करना है. कीपिंग दैट इन माइंड, तीनों फैक्टर्स के हिसाब से डिजाइन हो जाता है. वी आर acoustic in acoustics since 15 years. ये सारा मैंने बता दिया आपको. एंटी फंगल सारे लैब सर्टिफाइड है, NPL से गृह सर्टिफाइड मटेरियल्स हैं. सबसे बड़ी बात, it is also carbon adsorber. It absorbs air pollution. It absorbs nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. And we also use it, we have a new product which we can also use at facade. We have also been empaneled in MES, we are in the SSR already. We are applying for the DSR also, and we are already empaneled in few buildings for facades, Indian military buildings, which is next to the highway, because there is so much of noise pollution. Also it absorbs air pollution. Done. So we have various finishes, fabrics, woods, seamless finishes, non-grid finishes. So this I am Ahmedabad, this triple IT, we have acoustical doors as well, even fire rated acoustical doors. This is a complete, this Woodstock school जहाँ पे doors लगे हैं, acoustical and drywall partitions. Home theaters, simple budget में भी बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं और premium में भी कर सकते हैं. This IPH hall, this is different Calcutta project. So I'll just, we can have any kind of designs. So what is the conclusion? Crystal clear communication, heightened focus and productivity, acoustic design, elevating music, artistic performances, and it promotes well-being and good atmosphere. And thank you so much.
धन्यवाद मोहित जी. हमारा नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है न्यू कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी 3D मॉड्यूलर प्रीकास्ट. श्री सिद्धार्थ शर्मा जी.
Changes कैसे होते हैं? Next and back. Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Can you go to the first slide? Second slide maybe. Okay. I'll change, no problem. Yeah, good evening everyone. So I represent a company called Magic REIT, and what we do is we help people build their homes better, cheaper and faster. And we are a young company, almost 13 years old now. And we have been invested by private equity investors, Motilal Oswal and India SME. So we operate in 3 verticals. One is walling solutions, where we manufacture AC blocks and wall panels. We are the largest manufacturer of AC blocks. Second is construction chemicals, and third is precast business. Precast, I am personally handling the precast business. And yeah, so talking about precast, any building can be broken down into precast elements, as we can see in this picture, comprising of 2D as well as 3D precast elements. By 2D, I mean wall, columns, slabs, and staircase, which are planar elements, and 3-dimensional elements like kitchen pods, bathroom pods, or bedrooms. So, what are the, let's say, we call it third generation technology because, let's say, first generation is something which we are doing on site, cast in situ. Second is 2D precast, and third generation is modular construction, where we are casting volumes instead of planar elements in factory. And the benefit of casting volumes is we will be able to do finishing also in factory, finishing as well as MEP jobs also in factory. So these are Lego-like plug and play modules, as you can see in the photo. The crane has lifted a kitchen pod, and these are casted in a factory, finished in a factory, and then shipped to site for assembly in a building. And we can do, let's say, 70 to 90% of the work in a factory. Video, can you play the video quickly?
After a decade of empowering the nation to build faster, cheaper and better homes, revolutionizing modern construction technology, pioneering green building material, impacting millions of lives, we are back with third generation building construction technology, 3D modular precast. Why choose 3D modular precast? 3D modular construction technology helps modularize the final structure into components called pods, which are manufactured and finished in a factory and engineered to be shipped to the site for assembly. Magic REIT's 3D modular precast construction technology is designed for speedy installation, modular architecture, stringent quality control, durability, structural stability, efficient use of resources. What's more is its efficiently defined interpod connections are suitable for high seismic zones and hence are designed to resist earthquakes. Lighthouse Project Ranchi. By leveraging its 3D modular precast technology, Magic REIT is set to build 1,008 dwelling units in G+8 configuration, along with all basic and social facilities at the light.
Yeah. So modular construction can be of 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional both. 2-dimensional we have already seen happening in India, and 3D is now picking up the pace by private as well as government players. And 3D can also be done in various methods. It can be done with concrete, by steel, by using wood, or a combination of these materials, which can be a hybrid pods. So why do we need modular construction? You can see this graph. The red line is the labor productivity for all the industries. This is the data for US from 1964 to 2009. And blue line is the labor productivity for construction industry. So this identifies the gap between other industry and construction industry. The labor productivity is very poor in construction industry, which forces us to, let's say, adopt more industrialized construction technologies where we can improve or, let's say, bridge this gap. So the benefits are reduced labor cost and much lesser material wastage, because we are working in a factory. We can optimize our material usage, and high quality structures. We are using higher grade of concrete, lesser site disturbance.
almost 1/5 of the manpower is working on site compared to conventional construction. So for example, if 1,000 numbers are working in conventional construction, only 200 to 250 people will be working in a precast site or 3D modular site. And the systems are flexible and adaptable. We can have an option of movable or permanent, both kind of buildings, depending on what is our end use. These are earthquake compliant buildings. We are following IS codes. And now there are IS codes in draft stage also for modular construction as well as 2D precast, which will be out soon. So how do we approach a building, let's say, to be built in modular? For example, if you have an architectural plan, what we try to do, we try to break that architectural plan into modules called pods, and we try to break it in such a way so that they are easily handleable, transportable and shiftable, and also they should be structurally stable in itself. So because we have to lift them, shift them, so they have to be structurally stable in themselves also. And when we assemble all of them together, they should form a structurally stable system. For example, if I have to break this 2 BHK flat into modules, so it will look like this. So a module comprising of bedroom and a kitchen, a balcony and a kitchen, a bedroom of small bedroom and utility area. Like this, we can divide it into various modules, considering we should also get the repetitions, because in precast the mold cost is high. So we also need to see how we can achieve maximum repetitions of the elements. So to summarize, not all areas we want to achieve go for modular. The passage area, the core area, the lift area, the staircase area can be done with either jump form in tall buildings or with 2D precast, and the repeatable members can be made with modular construction. Production process is like we process the steel first. We can also use welded wire mesh instead of normal TMT. Then these wire meshes are placed in 3D molds made of steel, and then post that we do conduiting and box placing, and then we pour self-compacting concrete. And after, let's say, initial setting time of concrete, after initial setting time of, let's say, 2.5 to 3 hours as per design, we start the steam curing for 12 hours, and post 12 hours, we get the stripping strength of, let's say, around 21 to 24 MPa. And that is true we are getting with slag cement. And once the elements are removed from the mold, we shift them to finishing line, and where we do waterproofing, plumbing, electrical, and sanitary ware fittings, and then shift it to site for erection. So types of pod by form can be a pod with wall, roof and slab, a pod with walls and roof only, and a pod with base and walls. So in Ranchi, we are using the third category, walls plus floor, because it gives us advantage to do finishing work also in factory. So another category can be, let's say, if we don't have repetitions, we can cast 2D wall panels, assemble them in factory, finish them and send to site. So this is something which is where repetitions are not there, we can use this methodology. Another method, whereas we need variability in terms of length and breadth of the module, we can cast it in two components. It is called two-part system, so that we can have variable sizes molds possible. And third category, which is the fastest, which we have adopted in Ranchi, is when we have more number of repetition, we can go for monolithic casting, which is like in single pour, we'll be casting the slab or the base and the four side of the walls. So these are some images from Ranchi, casting line, casting of bathroom pod, kitchen pods and bedroom pods. And we are casting the sunshades along with the, we are casting sunshade along with the casting. Sorry. Yeah. So we are casting the sunshades also along with the casting. They are not casted separately. And then we shift the element to finishing line, where we do all the finishing activities and then send it to site. Some more images, installation images from site. So this is a small project we did in Dahej. It's a hybrid pod where I say we casted this in 2D panels, assembled in 3D, finished it in factory and sent to site. It took us only 2 days to erect the structure on site and another 7 days to finish it and deliver to client.
सिद्धार्थ जी, टाइम ओवर हो गया, थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट. Yes.
So transportation images. So all these are concrete elements which we have to lift with lifting frames because we don't want unnecessary tensile forces on the element. So there are specially designed lifting frames to lift these elements. These are heavy elements, 15 to 20 ton measured. So advantages are like resource efficiency is almost 60% better, time is 50% lesser compared to conventional construction. Cost reduction, if we see time also as a cost, it is 10 to 15% cheaper. This is much safer compared to conventional construction because much less manpower is working on site and at height also. I'll skip this. So Singapore has mandated that most of their government projects will be using bathroom pods. Bathroom pods can be of 3 types. It can be normal concrete pod like we are using in Ranchi, which are load bearing pods. Second is lightweight concrete pod. Third is drywall pods. Installation method can be drop-in, what we are following in Ranchi. Another can be slide-in, wherein from a building opening we can take the bathroom pod inside just like a modular furniture. Yeah, if we are talking this as a new technology, but it's been put to use since 1968 by Hilton and many other examples are there. Habitat 67, Nagakin Capsule Tower, Japan, Philadelphia, Wembley. Singapore is the leader in adoption of this technology. 40% of their construction is off-site and they have targeted to take it to 70% by 2025. They have already delivered 56 to 60 story high towers with 3D modular precast buildings. And this is a classic example, Australia, of factory-made buildings. This building was manufactured in China but erected in Australia, just like any other factory-made stuff. Case study in India, what we are doing is the tallest modular precast tower in Ranchi. And application-wise, any kind of architecture or use of building can be done with either precast or modular precast, be it hotels, hospital, offices, commercial villas, etc. And some of our clientels. Thank you.
Topic in this session are really very important and very interesting also. So little bit more attention may encourage the speakers and maintain the required tempo for this session. We have 3 more presentations.
Next presentation is by Sri Akhilesh Kumar ji. New technology, pre-engineered buildings, arrival of future.
So good afternoon everybody. I think everybody is awakened and not in a slumber after a very, very good lunch and the break, tea break. Yes, I'm right now representing some other company, but I have been the part of the CPWD for good 40 years and I have been given the opportunity to do more challenging jobs. So when the Central Vista came, when the Central Vista came, we were in CPWD not only full with the joy, rather we were in the huddle because we were given 2 tasks. The buildings should be of 250 years of the age, should last at least 250 years and should be constructed as fast as possible, not in a lethargic way of doing. The CPWD is already having, we are having bad name for delaying the projects, though we are not bad with the quality as far as I conceive. As we all know, India is aspiring economy in the world, and day before yesterday, America has given a forecast that we will be the second largest economy in the world in the next 30-35 years. So obviously engineers have a bigger task to deliver the projects at a much faster pace with a better quality. So pre-engineered building is one of the solution. In the morning session, you have seen the pre-engineered building, particularly used for the logistic purposes and for the storages, hangars, and probably for the auditoriums, etc. But when we started thinking and to decluster the south block area of the hutments and the north block area of the hutments, so we were having a Herculean task to construct the buildings in good 13-14 months, and the कहते हैं ना कि उससे मुड़ाते ही ओले पड़ गए. The moment we gave the award letter to the company, right after 7 days there was a COVID and it was a complete closure in the country. Everything was planned through online consultations. All our consultants were there and we designed that. So I'm going through this because this chapter has already been why engineered building. As you all know, already we have been using pre-engineered building, but most of the pre-engineered building are taken differently. When we do the welding work at site, it is not considered to be a pre-engineered building. In my opinion, if the welding work is zero at the site, only then it is a pre-engineered building, because the quality of the welding is very, very horrible and does not have that strength which we actually require for the pre-engineered buildings. So the history is very old. In the World War II, many precast things, structures were erected at an emergency basis just to hospitalize the people, give the accommodation to the wounded soldiers. And Mussoorie, I have seen many pre-engineered buildings that were made with the mixture of the material, some wood, some steel, and more so like that. So this you have seen, and all of you are the engineers. Foundation, I can just run through with that because everybody understands what it is. So right now I'm going to do that. This is called LGSF. LGSF is a light gauge steel frame. So this is made as per the order with the galvanized sheets. So there are plants, but the low gauge frames are made and rolled out in the plant, while the sheets come from the bigger companies like SAIL, Rourkela Steel Plant. They are manufacturing it, and Tata is also making, and some other companies. So up to the level of 2-storied building, ground plus 2, we do not require any hard structure. We can construct it with the LGSF only. But if you want to go above than that, we require hard structure, hard framework of steel, and then in between LGSF. Okay, so this is the, I'm sure, can you identify that? It is a profile sheet. On that, studs are provided. We call them a shear studs, and the nominal reinforcement is laid, and the concrete is done on that. So this concrete has nothing to do with the structure part. It is a filler part. We were not having the time, otherwise we were having an intention to use the precast tiles in place of cast in situ steel, which can save the time and can reduce the pollution at the site, because that was also very challenging at that time in India. So structural benefits are these buildings in a long run, pre-engineered buildings in long run are cheaper than the conventional building. A few people may ask me how it can happen. And when we were constructing this pre-engineered building, another task was that if sometime we want to move all these buildings from here, we can move them. We can transport the building. So believe me, more than 70% part of our building which has been constructed can be moved anywhere. Only the foundation part is to be reconstructed wherever you want to shift them. So that is why I say this is 30% cheaper than the conventional building, because when you demolish the conventional building, you do not fetch any kind of value for the debris, while here you get more than 40-45% cost. Sorry. And one more thing is also that such kind of building can be altered very easily. Any augmentation, any structural changes can also be done without doing much hassle. Pre-engineered steel building can be expanded. Pre-engineering building cost lesser than the structural frame are built in large number, whereas the component. Just earlier presenter was showing you the precast RCC part. So that is used when you are reusing many a times, because the molds and everything require repetition. In steel structure building, that is called PEB, you can even build one tower also. So we constructed these buildings at two places, one at Africa Avenue and one at KG Mark. I request to show the clipping, please, what we have really constructed. Because it is all internal and everybody knows how. Yes.
Meaning only 2 minutes.
Bas 2 minutes, sir. But I'm not going to compare the pre-engineered and conventional. I'm just going to tell you how we use the technology to increase the life cycle of the RCC, which we used for the foundation. Because there is a mismatch in the pre-engineered building. If the pre-engineered building can last even for 250 years or more than that, because steel has a very, very long life. You know, the railway bridge on the Yamuna is still standing and the trains are passing on that. So that was the major task. So we all sit together, and because from the top management of the government, there was a task that the building should last for at least 150 years. So we used 3 materials, that is called use of crystalline admixture. Before Parliament, it was used here in the pre-engineered building. We used the proving sacrificial anodes. we use the sacrificial anodes which are generally used for the ships. And the third one is adding inhibitor admixture. So I'm going to just explain you in 2 minutes what it is all about. So this is the crystalline which reduce the permeability of the RCC, and many of us know about the crystalline. And here we use not for the purpose of waterproofing, but to reduce the permeability of the RCC. So this is the sacrificial anode. One mass of zinc is attached somewhere within a 1 square meter of reinforcement bars, so that the corrosion action happens to them, not to the bar. So that is a different kind of an electro path created there, and the bars can be saved from the corrosion. So this is a very important factor we used first time in government, though it has been used in a Prem Mandir in Vrindavan, and the consultant was from US, and they claim that this building will last for 500 years. Yes, but just last. How do artificial anodes work? And this is the inhibitor. Inhibitor, we know it is mixed with the RCC just to create a layer on the reinforcement so that it can be protected from the inhibitors. Due to paucity of time and such instructions, I cannot prolong it because I can give a long so these are the things. I'm just going to show you how it works. This is like that, and I would like to show you some photographs of the buildings. These are the buildings which can only be created through pre-engineered building. This is in Patna. This is a convention center there, and this is the building of the pre-engineering. Thank you very much.
हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हैं मिस्टर राजीव नैयर. सब्जेक्ट है उनका मॉड्यूलर वायर मेश फेंसिंग सिस्टम फॉर पेरीमीटर सिक्योरिटी.
First of all, thank you, CPWD, for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation. I'm trying to use the 10 minutes that I've been given to leave you with one single idea, which is about standardizing the approach to fencing selection and design. Because fencing is a very big subject for us, though for most people in the construction industry, it's many a times just an afterthought. So as you can see, the usage and deployment of modular weld mesh fencing is in border security applications is now more or less near standardized, I would say. It's well established. These are the corrosion standards, ISO 12944-2. And we have successfully executed projects at C5M and CX also in India. In fact, we had done a project in Bhuj with CPWD which in fact withstood the recent cyclone Biparjoy quite successfully. And even areas with very high salinity, high wind speeds, and corrosion, we're managing to put these fences up. The compelling reasons why there's not much of a debate on why such fences should be used in border applications. One is are listed. These fences are anti-climb. The dense mesh makes it very difficult to climb. As a person's fingers and toes don't go inside. They're anti-cut. So the same density also makes it very difficult to put tools to cut the wire. They're modular. So easy to install and fairly fast to install. Yet they're not easy to dismantle. There are security bolts in place. So once the fence is installed, it's not easy to dismantle it as it is to put together. They're modular, so they're also designed for slopes, for the topography, slope, and we can easily manage curves, slopes, etc. They're also transparent, so they provide visibility across the fence, which is sometimes quite a requirement in security for security teams to respond fast and to provide that kind of a visibility. So even though the mesh is quite dense, it still provides good visibility. Very low wind resistance. Again, in spite of the density, the overall open area of the fencing is quite high because of the thin wires that are used, and so they withstand very high degrees of wind. So as I told you, it withstood the cyclonic winds in Biparjoy. Extreme durability is built into the design. We use galvanized steel wires, which are then pre-treated, and superior thermoplastic coating is applied on that to ensure that our fences typically withstand more than 15 to 20 years and look, almost as good as new. In very harsh climatic conditions like Bhuj, Himalayan borders, where it's icy, snow, windy, sub-zero temperatures, and the northeast where there are extreme rains and wind. Key, of course, from an engineering point of view is the coating process. It's important for suppliers, for buyers of fencing to ensure that robust coating processes are incorporated into the manufacturing and with stringent quality checks. These processes preferably should be third-party audited. Coating standards that should be followed are listed. BSEN 13438 for polyester coating, and for thermoplastic coating BS 1722. But usage of weld mesh fencing in non-border applications is not yet similarly evaluated, on a large scale, and established as being a reasonably good choice. There are differing viewpoints, and options are often evaluated on a case-to-case basis. So a framework to, figure out a framework to decide on what is the most suitable option for typical fencing applications is desirable. What input parameters you could consider? One is security requirements. So security requirements are pretty clear in border security. You have to prevent Pakistanis to get in. But in the case of non-border applications, it can vary from site to site, depending on the sensitivity and criticality of the need. Intrusion threat assessments like human, sometimes animal, if it's near a forest area, and hostile intrusion, all of these threats need to be assessed, and before deciding what kind of fencing would be suitable. Another related factor is disruption, and this is a little bit non-obvious. In VIP sensitive premises, we cannot afford repeated disruption and prolonged disruption which usually is required for installation, especially if you're doing it in a brownfield project or for maintenance. So this is something that one should consider when looking at fencing as a choice. Privacy versus visibility. Some sites require privacy, especially sensitive residential sites, versus certain other sites which require visibility. So this is another factor that is worth taking into account. Aesthetics and beautification. Certain sites like diplomatic areas, VIP residences, all while needing to be secure, also need to look elegant and pleasing to the eye. You don't want to make it look like a jail. So, the concertina coil and things like that, which are pretty formidable looking, may not be the right, best, thing to choose. Cost. This is often an important consideration because sometimes fencing is placed for temporary periods, like 3 years or 4 years. So cost can become an important consideration. or when the perimeters are large, the cost per kilometer, cost per meter becomes a deciding factor. And of course, maintenance and life. How long is the fencing going to last, and how often does it need to be maintained? For many applications where moderate security is required, we find that the default choice is often the chain link fence, and we sometimes attribute it to lack of awareness of options, because it also checks in most of the boxes, or that's what the engineer, the design engineer thinks. This is not, the premise of this, the paper that we put in, is that this may not always be true. Typical issues that you face with chain link is sometimes rust. This is also because chain link is now almost a cottage industry, and it's very difficult to control the procurement and what quality of material actually reaches the site. But with good procurement practices and ensuring tough specifications, you can minimize or eliminate rusting. But fencing is kind of like a fabric, and cutting off any one particular wire kind of disarms the entire fabric. So this is one of the disadvantages of fencing, and also it needs to be tightened during installation, and over a period of time it kind of loosens. Privacy is not very easy to achieve with chain link fencing. Aesthetics, because of, chain link is not the most, it can be made to look aesthetic, especially if you use pleasing colors and if it is nicely put together, but more often than not, chain link has a kind of a low-cost industrial look and is not really aesthetic. Maintenance requirements are the key factor in chain link fences. You almost every year need to replace some amount of the fencing or make repairs. So if, coming to the end of my presentation, the typical man days required for the installation, of course, which can be to some extent mitigated by using more people and other things, but otherwise if you look at it, well mesh systems, modular well mesh systems require just half the time that are required for the installation of a chain link fence. If you do a cost benefit analysis of definitely well mesh is, at the procurement time is more expensive. But you look at the cost of maintenance, which can be like about 5 to 10% replacement per year, and the life duration of a typical chain link fence is about 5 years versus at least 15 years or more of well mesh fencing. The lifetime cost per meter per year is, at least half of that in terms of chain link. So in conclusion, modular well mesh fencing can be a superior option, or at least an option that you might want to consider when making, when deciding on fencing. The modular designs enable, very quick installation. The high quality of coating and welding ensure a zero maintenance fence. Privacy is a very easily manageable option with, modular slats which can be incorporated into the design. Variations and designs are also available off the shelf, because it's more of a factory produced product. And even from a cost point of view, these fences provide a better lifetime value. Thank you.
इस सेशन का लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन हम लोग देने जा रहे हैं इलेक्ट्रिकल सेफ्टी पे मिस्टर गोपा कुमार.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Normally, electrical system in a building is the item which is last thought of. Similarly, in most of the seminars, the electrical safety will be the last subject. So, hello, my name is Gopa Kumar. Thanks for inviting me for this program and giving me 15 minutes to make a presentation. I am from National Federation of Engineers for Electrical Safety. We are an association of about 3,000 electrical engineers working for electrical safety. Unfortunately, I put as managing director, sorry, it's president of NFE. So I'm a member in IEC TC64, which is taking care of global standards on IEC standards on electrical safety. I'm also in TC81, lightning protection, SC37, protection of electronics, plus I'm a member in the National Building Code of India, Electrical Committee, National Electrical Code of India, IS 3043, and so on. So I'm trying to reflect from my experience in the standards making as a presentation and try to find out how we can improve. Also, I wanted to ensure that in the next year presentation, electrical safety is put at the first presentation out of all. So, first of all, because of the least importance given to electrical safety, as per the Japanese study, India leads the world in the number of people, those who are dying due to electrocution, which is about 723 out of 100 million population per year. You can see the average. Japan is 12. We have 723 out of 100 million population. The same Japanese delegation out of G20 nations, India got the least score in electrical safety, which is 16%. In comparison, you can see the other countries, the South Korea about 81%. So electrical safety is a system which we generally think normally at the fag end. I'm not saying with respect to CPWD, generally in a construction site, the last end electrical is thought of by the time there is no money, there is no space, there is the panels are kept under staircase, there is no space for transformer, and so many challenges. So with this, because of these reasons, the amount of accidents happening in India. If we look at the statistics, Bombay Fire Department says approximately 70 or 80% of the fire accidents in buildings, high-rise buildings in Mumbai are due to fire. And you can see these examples every day in newspaper. The latest example is the young lady who got electrocuted in Delhi just outside the railway station. Now, you can see this particular live video of an operation theater or an ICU. You look, there are patients, those who are connected to biomedical equipment, not one equipment, probably several equipment, and the nurses started running, and because they found something wrong in some of the machine, you can see, on the round, if you look at what you are seeing is a fire accident. You see they are trying to rescue the patients. In a hospital, we must understand that the patients are in an unconscious situation. They cannot run away. They are unable to see. Now you see here the machine started burning. And within 90 seconds, 1.5 minutes, the whole room was full of smoke. People say smoke kills. Of course, yes, but it is not the smoke, but the electricity generates this. We have to be very careful. Now, how the legal system works. In India, we have the Electricity Act 2003, which is at the top of the constitution, or to protect the people's right. Then we have the regulations by CEA, Central Electricity Authority, measures relating to safety and electric supply. Then we have the code of practice. Then we have the standards. Then we have operational documents. Now, out of this, there are two interesting documents which is published very recently. One is the National Electrical Code of India 2023, which is published on January 6th, 2023. This was outcome of our committee. I am a member in ETD 20. This code, which was about a 740-page document, which was made by us. Also, recently, 15 days back, or 15th or 8th of June, the Central Electricity Authority made or changed the regulation. The electrical safety rule in India has changed, which has brought a lot of new things. And if you don't follow the rules and regulations, Section 146 of the Electricity Act applies, which means whoever found guilty of not following these rules and regulations, he can be punished in jail as well as in penalty, penal as well as, you can see attract Section 146. Be careful. A lot of governments or a lot of police and other departments started acting on these provisions. Very careful. Now, with respect to the new regulation, I would, it's a big subject. I would like to touch upon only one subject, which will be easy for you to catch. The first subject, earthing, we had some ideas about earthing, whereas in the new regulation, the whole idea is changed. You have to look at the definition. New definitions are given. That means this is going to bring a lot of new changes. Regulation 12, National Electrical Code and National Building Code has been made mandatory. In order to ensure the Act, NEC is made mandatory. You can look at regulation number 14. This is actually new. Until now, NEC was a recommendation. It was not mandatory. So now it has become mandatory. Then similarly, provisions for buildings more than 15 meters height, regulation number 38. All buildings more than 15 meters height and buildings such as hospitals, hotels, public buildings, offices of any height, irrespective of height, the regulations are applicable. It means you have to do a lot of new things. All the old things which we were doing, you have to be careful. If you follow in future, this becomes non-compatible or compatible. For example, I am putting on the last line verification of the electrical building as per the new regulation, or I will go through it a little bit on the later stage. Most of these accidents, if we look, the accident report says the accident is due to old wiring, aged wiring, then overload, and all these excuses are there. But as an electrical engineer, what we ask is, what happened to the protective device? We have so many protective devices which is supposed to trip. If there is an overload, the device should trip. Your wiring is not supposed to catch fire. Wiring is not supposed to catch or to make shock. Impossible. Your device should trip. That is the way we are making standards in association with several research organizations all over the world, and a lot of things are included in the standard. Once when we look at what is written in the standard and what is followed, then we come to know the problems. Lot of problems starting with selection of protective device, sometimes overrated device, sometimes underrated device, sometimes the wires are not proper. For example, I skipped this. Only one subject which I wanted to tell you. The last one, you see copper conductor, class 2, copper conductor, class 5. For conduit wiring, that means from the MCB-DB to the last socket, we are pulling wires through the conduit. So here, for example, a wire, the manufacturer says 14.5 ampere. We are not supposed to use it for 14.5 ampere. We have to derate it based on several calculations, for example, the filling factor, the number of wires on a conduit, size of the conduit, the amount of the current, and so many factors. So we have to derate it. And all these derating factors are based on the heat produced by the wire, copper wire. Now, there are two types of copper wires, flexible wires available, class 2 copper and class 5 copper. Class 2 copper is the wire which has to be used in fixed wiring. Unfortunately, this wire is not available in the market. The wire which we have to use in our house, the wiring, class 2 copper wire, is not available in the market. This shows the pathetic situation of electrical safety. Now anyway, now class 2 we have made in the regulation as well as in the standards very clear that if you put class 5 wire, then your building is not in compliance. So next tender onwards probably you have to write that all copper wires used should be of class 2 copper. Similarly, the disconnection time, the standard recommended maximum disconnection time of a circuit. Once when we analyze the accident, most of the time, the protective devices are not, it's strong, very strong, it never disconnect. So most of the time, not disconnection of the protective devices are the reason for the accident. And here we introduced a new concept, which is the impedance of the loop. Every circuit you are supposed to calculate the impedance of the loop, which is actually a new concept in India. Similarly, the regulation included RCDs. Here, RCDs, you know very well, earlier we were calling as ELCBs. RCDs, there are 4 types, type AC, A, F, D. We are supposed to use minimum type A RCD. Please, in your future tenders, probably you please seriously look into the subject. 30 milliampere RCD protects people from shock. But it is not the type AC RCD, you should put type A, because nowadays we use a lot of electronics, including LED lights, and LED lights need type A RCD, because pulsating DC is created by the LED lights, which will kill people. So we have to be careful. Similarly, the next situation or the next measure is earthing. All over India, we have a very, very bad idea of earthing. We think that 2 plate for the neutral, 2 plate for body, 2 pipe here, 2 plate there, UPS separate, lift separate. I don't know from where it came. We made a research in our committee, tried to find out from where this information came, but unfortunately we could not find it. This is a wrong method. And this is one of the main reasons for 2 minutes. This is one of the reasons for all the accidents. Similarly, separate grouping of the items, clean earth, power earth, and separately connecting it and making these earth forms. Most of the modern buildings, if you look outside the building, you can find hundreds of earth bits. So my style of making an electrical safety audit is go outside, have a look. If there are a few earth bits, tell them that I don't need to test it. Your building is anyway going to fail. So this is actually a very wrong method of earthing. Of course, you will have a lot of questions to ask me, but before asking the question, you should look at the figure 14 of your CPWD manual 2013. 2013, the internal manual, figure 14, you look and then you can ask the question. There it's very clearly written. Now, the concept of this earth electrode has been thrown away from the standard. The testing has been thrown away from the standard and regulation. The new concept of impedance of the circuit has been included. Say, for example, what does it mean is every metal part in your building must be interconnected. Every metal part, dead metal part in your building must be interconnected so that simultaneously accessible metallic parts doesn't have any voltage to create a shock. For example, firefighting pipe, the handrails, the metal facades, and so on. Also the rebar, very important. So this picture which I am showing, you can see this is the picture 14 of your CPWD manual, the 2013 manual. We took it from CPWD manual. Thanks for the picture because this was preserved as a treasure for us. A lot of information got from this picture. Also, you can find such pictures in the IS 3043 standard. Nowhere it is written to put a separate earth pit in soil. Now, with respect to the regulation, let me quickly go through. So, if you go for a modern building, this is a modern building, your rebar is your earth. Your steel is your earth. You don't need to put the plate and the pipe in your soil because you have so much big mass of steel in your building. So you can make use of it, and your transformer, neutral body, or your the UPS lift, everything can be met in a very good and efficient way, and this is the modern way. So in order to ensure that, we have included a new concept which is called as fault loop impedance. I am just going it quickly. I will show you what is written. For example, here, this is the regulation number 43. The earlier concept was earth electrode resistance. This has been removed. The earth fault loop impedance has to be sufficiently low. That means the circuit impedance has to be sufficiently low. And now this impedance, circuit impedance has been included in several parts of the regulation. Now the danger is, if you go for separate earth electrodes for each of these electrical installation, you will not pass this test, and if you are not passing the test, you are not in compliance with the code of practice, and if you are not in compliance with the code of practice, you are violating the Electricity Act 2003. Be careful. Similarly, there are 11 inspection and 10 testings included in the standard. This is from the IEC, European nations, Americas. These were followed for the last 30 years, but in India probably, even though it was included in the standard, nobody followed. But now in the regulation, this is asked or requested to make it. Now, if like the wires or the earthing, if these are not correct, then your building may not pass the electrical safety requirement. Of course, it is not a subject to discuss in a short time of 15 minutes. Probably several hours are required. I conducted a training for your engineers in the training institute in Faridabad, which was for 2 days. But then we had a lot of discussion, and all these are discussed well in very well. Similarly, hospital buildings, which is made, I'm sure CPW also make hospital buildings. Be very careful. The medical location called as Group 1, Group 2 medical locations, which is inside the ICU or the operation theater, we have to be very careful. The resistance between each and every metal part must be lesser than 0.2 ohm. So full lot of new methods are being included in the new regulations and code of practices. Please follow it and make buildings safer. Thank you very much.
He was the last speaker of this session and of this day. CPWD, needless to say, is very conscious about the E&M services and its importance, and understands that the building efficiency and buildings functionality is largely dependent on E&M services. Those days those days have gone where this internal electrification was only possible, but nowadays, as our secretaries have also stressed on the importance of E&M services in the morning, so we all understand it. Electrical safety was the last because it was the most important factor, and it's just a coincidence. The presentations in this session were very interesting. They only gave the glimpse of what is to be learned in detail, and we got that lesson, and those who are interested in any particular subject, they can learn it and deliberate on it in detail. I would request our report here to briefly summarize it, this session.
इस सेशन में हम लोगों को 6 प्रेजेंटेशन हम लोगों को देखने को मिले, और सभी प्रेजेंटेशंस का जो सब्जेक्ट था वो डाइवर्स सब्जेक्ट था। पहले वाले जो प्रेजेंटेशन था उसमें केमिकल्स जो कंपनी बनाती है वो ग्राउट्स एडहेसिव फ्लोर एप्लीकेशंस के लिए बनाती है। उन्होंने बताया कि सोलर रिफ्लेक्टिव कोटिंग्स जो टेरेस पे करनी है वो 2 तरीके से यूज़फुल है, एक रिफ्लेक्टिव होनी चाहिए और साथ में रेमिटेंस होनी चाहिए। एकॉस्टिक के बारे में बताया कि पुअर एकॉस्टिक होने पर बहुत सारे एलिमेंट्स के चांसेस हैं, अगर वो प्रॉपर रहेगी तो हमारा हेल्थ जो रहेगी वो ठीक रहेगी। और एकॉस्टिक की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो 3 कारणों से उनको ज़रूरत समझी गई, रिवर्बरेशन, इंसुलेशन एंड आइसोलेशन। उन्होंने बहुत सारे टॉपिक्स के बारे में बताया जिनके बारे में उन्होंने कहा कि एकॉस्टिक्स और साउंड इंसुलेशन की अलग अलग जगह ज़रूरत है, उन ज़रूरतों को हमको ध्यान में रखते हुए ही उसके बारे में आगे काम करना चाहिए। थर्ड टॉपिक न्यू कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी 3D मॉड्यूलर में उन्होंने बताया है कि अभी तक हम जो काम करते रहे हैं वो 2 डायमेंशंस में काम करते रहे हैं, पर उन्होंने बोला कि 3 डायमेंशंस में काम करने से एक तो सारा काम मैक्सिमम काम है वो असेंबली आपका फैक्ट्री में होगा, और लाइट हाउस प्रोजेक्ट जो रांची में कर रहे हैं वो उस वाले सिस्टम को अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं। इसको अडॉप्ट करने से एक तो रिसोर्सेज की बचत होती है, एफिशिएंसी आपके मैकेनिकल सर्विसेज में आती है और साथ में टाइम रिडक्शंस भी रहता है। जो न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी प्री इंजीनियर बिल्डिंग के बारे में बताया कि ये वाला जो प्री इंजीनियर बिल्डिंग्स का जो टाइम रहा वो टाइम रहा हम लोगों के वर्ल्ड वार टाइम के टाइम पे जब बहुत बिल्डिंग्स बनानी पड़ी तो उस दौरान में इनकी ज़रूरत पड़ी। इसका बेनिफिट उन्होंने बताया कि ये चीपर है लॉन्ग रन के अंदर, इसकी लोडिंग कंडीशन के हिसाब से इसको अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं, अगर चेंज करना हो अडॉप्ट किया सकता है। इसका रेजिस्टेंस जो है वो अर्थक्वेक फोर्सेस के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा है। इसकी लाइफ साइकिल कॉस्ट ज़्यादा है, पर उन्होंने कहा कि स्ट्रेस दिया है कि इसकी फाउंडेशन, क्योंकि स्टील की टाइम पीरियड उसका लाइफ साइकिल टाइम पीरियड ज़्यादा है, तो उसके लिए फाउंडेशंस को टाइम पीरियड बढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने उसको मेथड्स को यूज़ करने की ज़रूरत बताई। मॉड्यूलर वायर मेस वेल्ड मेस फेंसिंग सिस्टम के लिए उन्होंने बताया है कि जो मॉड्यूलर टाइप की जो बॉर्डर फेंसिंग में यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसका सिलेक्शन का कारण उनके पास रहा कि अभी तक जो कन्वेंशनल सिस्टम यूज़ करते थे उसमें एंटी कट और एंटी क्लाइम की जो फैसिलिटी वो खुद दे रहे हैं वो वाली उनमें नहीं थी। ये मॉड्यूलर है तो सेगमेंट्स में लेकर के आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं। ये ट्रांसपेरेंट है, उसकी ड्यूरेबल ज़्यादा है, हार्श क्लाइमेट्स में वो यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और साथ में उसका जो क्योंकि उनमें पोरोसिटी ज़्यादा है तो उसके विंड रेजिस्टेंस भी काफ़ी कम है। उन्होंने स्ट्रेस इस बात पे दिया कि उसके कारण से जो मैन डेज में जो सेविंग है कंस्ट्रक्शन करने में वो बहुत ईजी है। इलेक्ट्रिकल सेफ्टी के लिए उन्होंने बोला कि नेशनल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कोड ऑफ इंडिया 2023 जनवरी 23 में आ गया और इसको मैंडेटरी बना दिया गया है। साथ में उन्होंने बोला कि सेंट्रल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एक्ट भी अभी मॉडिफिकेशन करके उन्होंने बना दिया है, तो इसके साथ में ही नेशनल इलेक्ट्रिकल कोड ऑफ इंडिया 2023 और NBC 2060 वो हम लोगों को बिल्डिंग में मैंडेटरी है। उन्होंने बोला कि प्रॉब्लम्स जो फायर की है वो मेनली वो उनका ध्यान नहीं रखने करने के लिए किया गया है, परंतु उसमें उन्होंने बोला है कि जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कोड ऑफ इंडिया है, तो मैं अब सर को अपना वो देता हूँ।
Shall we close the session? Thank you for giving me the opportunity. It doesn't look nice that if you're a co-chair sitting on the stage, then actually you should share your views as well. I mean, I represent an institution, and I expect that we will bear with the time. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Congratulations to the CPWD for doing a great service to this nation. The nation will always be indebted to the engineers, and they do a great job. Just a few points that I would like to kind of share from my perspective on the topics that have been discussed. Roof technology is an order of the day now, because they work very well. They've been proven, and I think that the technology should be given more opportunity to be adapted with the practices that we need to do. Conventional terracing is probably far more cumbersome, and if you have something which is quicker and less work involving on site, it will always work. Acoustics, the very important point was mentioned. It's a very, very badly treated subject. My chair mentioned that kaise ab aapka subject aa gaya. Probably, I belong to a species called architects, but aisa nahi hai. Believe you me, acoustics, noise in buildings is going to be a very major problem for all of us. Our generation has been exposed to noise in a far, far more, rigorous way. Our human body does not have that kind of evolution or adaptation for this level of exposure. My understanding by talking to the ENT specialists for a very long time is that the number of problems associated with hearing loss and associated problems, hearing nobody gets to know for a very long time, and people shy away from telling. If we are sitting here, really, if you do the audiometry, I don't know how many people will actually qualify to have a good audio capability. I look quite normal, but how do I know that? How many problems do I have associated with my ears? And in fact, I am scared to go for an audiometry. I mean, we don't know how many problems we have. I have a problem called tinnitus. Huge number of people in this world are associated. कान में सांस होता रहता है. इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है. कान में एक दफे हो गया तो इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है. And acoustics is the answer for our buildings. Last, I would like to mention about the electrical safety. Very important. I have been associated with the fire safety for a very long time, in spite of myself being from a different species, as I mentioned. But we have seen electrical safety. I'll just add another dimension, that it's actually in two components. One is the system safety, the other one is the appliance related safety. Many times we have good system, but we pick up a non-standard appliance, or we do not maintain the appliances, and as a result we have a lot of problems. So my suggestion is that one need to see these two things in a different way. Rest of the things I've just like to leave, and thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. God bless all. Thank you.
धन्यवाद। ये सेशन भी बहुत नॉलेजेबल रहा और धन्यवाद सर आपका अपने सुविचार हमारे सामने रखने के लिए। अब मैं सबसे पहले हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि आज के हमारे जो भी प्रेजेंटर्स थे इस सेशन के, उनको मोमेंटो के साथ उनका हम धन्यवाद करते हैं, उनको सम्मानित करते हैं। श्री ओपी त्रिपाठी जी, श्री हर्षा कवि जी, प्लीज आप आए। श्री मोहित मुंशी जी, तालियों के साथ इनका धन्यवाद करते हैं हम। श्री सिद्धार्थ शर्मा जी, श्री सिद्धार्थ शर्मा जी, कृपया हम तालियां बजाते रहें इनके लिए। हमारे सह अध्यक्ष जी से भी मैं निवेदन करती हूं कि वे श्री अखिलेश कुमार जी, उनको सम्मानित करें। श्री राजीव नायर जी, तालियां बजती रहें।
इसके बाद में जी साहब को आग्रह करेंगे कि चेयर को दें, इनको भी दें और जो बाकी उनको भी दिलवा देते हैं। अभी खड़े खड़े चलने दीजिए।
श्री गोपा कुमार जी, प्लीज आप आए सर। धन्यवाद सर। साथ ही मैं डीजी सर से भी अभी निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि हमारे आज के अध्यक्ष, उपाध्यक्ष और रिपोर्टर जी को भी हम सम्मानित करें मोमेंटो के साथ। सर प्लीज। हमारे अभी इसी सेशन के श्री ओपी त्रिपाठी जी, वीके पॉल जी और दिनेश जैन सर जी। हमें संचालकों का भी तालियों के साथ इसलिए धन्यवाद करना होगा क्योंकि उन्होंने समय का ध्यान रखते हुए लगभग 20 प्रेजेंटेशंस आज एक दिन में प्रस्तुत हुई हैं। ये उन्हीं की वजह से। सेशन 3 के श्री अजय गुप्ता जी, एसडीजी कोलकाता, श्री राजेश धीमन जी, अनुपम अग्रवाल जी, श्री अनुपम अग्रवाल जी और श्री आरपी गुप्ता जी। हमारे सेशन 2 के चेयरमैन श्री एसपी चौधरी जी, कृपया सर आप आए। श्री मयंक कुमार तिलक जी और श्री वीपी साहू जी। श्री एसपी चौधरी जी, श्री मयंक कुमार तिलक जी, श्री वीपी साहू जी। अब सेशन 1 के हमारे चेयरमैन श्री रंजीत सिंह सर जी, कृपया प्लीज आप आए, तालियों के साथ इनका हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। हमारे को चेयरमैन श्री कमाल अहमद जी और हमारे श्री देवेंद्र सचान सर जी, तालियों के साथ हम सभी संचालकों का, सभी प्रेजेंटर्स का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं। आज के टेक्निकल सेमिनार जो बहुत ही शानदार रहा, धन्यवाद। जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि हम 169वां हम वार्षिक दिवस समारोह मना रहे हैं, तो मैं CPWD के लिए ही कुछ लाइंस बोलना चाहूंगी। वो खुद ही नाप लेते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, वो खुद ही नाप लेते हैं बुलंदी आसमानों की, परिंदों को नहीं तालीम दी जाती उड़ानों की, परिंदों को नहीं तालीम दी जाती उड़ानों की। महकना और महकाना तो काम है खुशबू का, महकना और महकाना तो काम है खुशबू का, खुशबू होती नहीं मोहताज कद्रदानों की। तो जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि CPWD को किसी कद्रदान की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि CPWD निर्माण कार्यों में अपना अभूतपूर्व योगदान देता रहा है और इसी तरह आज हमारा विभाग निर्माण के क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा है और अपनी महक से देश के हर कोने को महका रहा है। अब अंत में मैं हमारे DG सर से अनुरोध करती हूं कि इस सेमिनार का समापन करते हुए सर हमारे सामने कुछ शब्द इस सभा में रखें। प्लीज सर।
Namaskar, very good evening. Today technical seminar में there are total 22 presentations have been made by the various speakers. The subject matter is very diverse from ERP collaboration tool, BIM, new technology, electrical safety, fire doors, etc. So I thank all the presenter for making these technical seminars. We having a great knowledge, sharing opportunity from architects, engineer of the CPWD. Due to some pre-occupancy, I have attended few one, and I find really a good one. And we have planned for one day. Earlier we used to have during the main function actually, and the presenter couldn't get time properly to present their things. So this is 23 is the biggest numbers. And we have given, it is decided that we will give everyone to present their presentation properly and enough time. That was the motto actually, and hopefully all have shared this very good dissemination of knowledge from one to each other, all parts of country actually. So our secretary sir has desired that CPWD should lead the digital technology revolution in the construction industry by using BIM and common data environment. So today he was little more this ERP implementation. So please make note of that also, that he wants review on ERP and this BIM also. So and he wants that I will review that while when we went to for CM off. So you want this. So please take it this seriously, ERP implementation, and our teams are already with. They are we are giving fully training to trainer also. That is also going on. Only we need to will to implement this. And now this has come notice to the ministry also. Ministry is also watching it also. And once you start using it, it is there is a transformation from manual to digital. It will take some time. We know that. But we have to do really push it, such type of, and make it our organization a paperless office, and it bring more transparency also. And it is very used. I have used it also, and I've been told that our SDG Mumbai, Peep Singh Saab, is really done wonderful thing in implementation of this thing. So, because there is a e-Sanchar is there, that is very wonderful also. I have used it also. You just click of a mouse, you press the name and the name PMs comes and then you send the mail. It's so useful. Internal communication. It's very good actually. So those are the things. And even capacity building, there was a meeting chaired by our Honorable Minister today also. So he appreciated our training, this thing, academy also. We are doing good thing. But again, we have to go to the IGOT platform for that. So because whatever we are doing, because other organizations are not doing so, so they said CPWD is having a good this standard for training also, and they are training their officers regularly, whether it is a foundation training or mandatory training or refresher courses. So we are doing good thing, and our Honorable Minister has appreciated this task, and they want our things to be on IGOT this thing module also, so that the dissemination of knowledge spread all over in other ministries also. So that we are going to register on that also. So again, I thank all the presenter and the team of CPWD organizers for making this technical session a grand success. Let's all join culture evening scheduled today at Manaksha Auditorium, Delhi Cantonment, which will be start at 6:30 p.m. onwards. So Jai Hind, thank you.
धन्यवाद सर। तो आज का सेमिनार यहीं समाप्त होता है और
दो इन्फॉर्मेशन में बात बता दूं।
और सर दो इन्फॉर्मेशंस आपको भी देना चाहते हैं। यहाँ ये सेमिनार समाप्त होता है। एक बार मैं फिर से सभी माननीय अतिथि गणों का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करती हूँ, जिन्होंने इतना धैर्य बनाए रखा और अंत तक जो यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, उपस्थित हैं और इस आज के सेमिनार को सफल बनाया। एक बार आप सभी के लिए जोरदार तालियां। अब सचान सर जी को मैं बुलाती हूँ कि सर आप इन्फॉर्मेशन।
Sir, tomorrow we have to start function at 9 a.m. sharp. So it's requested to join here by sharp 8:45 a.m. even earlier if possible. And please also communicate to all the officers under your area to join this program. We expect 1,000+ persons attendance tomorrow morning. Though, yeah, so better to come here by 8:30 a.m. because some security checks will also be there due to minister's presence. So please try to come on time because tomorrow there could be rainfall also in the morning as per predictions. So two issues there. And second thing is that for the people who have come from outside, 3 vehicles have been arranged for you to go from here to auditorium where the cultural evening is scheduled. So please join there. And thank you very much everybody for making it. Cultural evening will start at 6:45 p.m. sir, today at Mankesa Auditorium in Cantonment area. So please reach there, join there, and in case of any difficulty in reaching there, contact me. 3 vehicles are parked outside Vigyan Bhavan to take you from here to Mankesa Auditorium. Thank you. Dhanyavad sir.